Chapter 1. I once dreamed this dream. Dr. Chun, I dreamt of a girl last night. Oh, was she beautiful? Very beautiful. How beautiful? Exceedingly beautiful. The man, clad in a light blue hospital gown, gazed with deep infatuation. You know, she had 8 eyes and 8 legs, which is 7 pairs more than the other girls. I've never seen such a stunning female before. Gucci. I have also never encountered such avant-garde aesthetic taste. The man's eyes sparkled with admiration. She is truly breathtaking. Gucci scrutinized the man for a moment and nodded, saying understood. He then marked an X in the column labeled Improvement in Interspecies Attraction on the examination form, with a note, Computational Impairments. In the year 4399, human technology has advanced, and so have orientations. Progressing forward and innovating anew, humanity fully explores the possibilities and diversities of relationships with other beings. How should I put it? It's rather good, but I wouldn't recommend pursuing this openly, at least not without discretion. Take the patient number 14 before me, who, unable to restrain the torrent of affection within, dressed his family's little cow in wedding attire and invited relatives to witness their everlasting love. Consequently, the group heartily feasted and then called to have him brought here to the Yunnan Mountain Psychiatric Sanatorium. Do you have any other questions? Gucci inquired. None. Oh wait, yes. The man rubbed his rough little hands together and awkwardly chuckled. Dr. Chen, how do you think I've been performing lately? Quite well, Gucci replied. What's the matter? The man scratched his head, his cheeks flushing, and shyly said, I would like to request some leave. Gucci, what do you intend to do? The man bashfully stammered. I want to go find her and be her husband. At these words, Gucci, who had been engrossed in writing a routine check summary, raised his head and asked, Isn't she just a dream? The man replied earnestly, I've been reading a book about dreams recently. It says that dreams are reflections of reality. Sometimes what is in our dreams must come to pass. And if it doesn't, then we should dream again. I believe she is waiting for me somewhere, waiting for me to find her, to take her home, and have a whole lot of chubby babies. As he spoke, the man once more wore that foolish expression. Gucci. He genuinely wished to inform the man that the phrase dreams are reflections of reality should not be interpreted in that manner, that the things appearing in dreams do not necessarily exist in reality, and they more often serve as a means for individuals to release their life stresses. However, given that the individual before him held an esteemed position in this place with a decidedly unconventional thought process, reasoning with him appeared futile. A more pragmatic approach would be better, such as, Gucci tapped the table with his pen, rousing the man from his bewildered infatuation, and spoke gravely. 14. Are you aware that what you are contemplating constitutes a crime? The man? He merely wished to request a leave to pursue his dream girl. How could that possibly be criminal? Gucci tossed the man's medical record onto the table and stated, Previously, you married a cow named Julia. Marrying this 8-eyed lady again would constitute bigamy. The man protested, But Julia and I never obtained a marriage certificate. Yet your relatives witnessed your wedding. Gucci clarified. Thus, you and Julia possess an apparent spousal identity, a marital intent, and a form of cohabitation. This fully aligns with our country's legal standards for recognizing de facto marriages. Wait, Julia might. You mean to say that perhaps Miss Julia was unaware or unwilling to marry you? Thus she does not possess the intent for marriage? Yes, exactly. Well then, that's even better. Gucci continued, Your situation falls under marital fraud. Deceiving Miss Julia into marrying you, without her consent or knowledge, infringes upon her rights and interests. Furthermore, you were subjectively aware that this was a deceitful marriage. The circumstances are severe, warranting a prison term of 3 to 10 years, along with fines. The man, a bead of cold sweat silently crept down his forehead. Gucci blinked and asked, By the way, how old is Miss Julia this year? The man, 10, 13? Snap. Gucci snapped his fingers. Great. This year she's 13, which means last year when you married her, she was 12. Engaging in relations with a girl under the age of 14, regardless of mutual consent, constitutes statutory rape, punishable by 3 to 10 years in prison. Given these 2 crimes, congratulations, 14, for a considerable period ahead, you need not worry about your meals. The man, Gucci, do you still wish to request leave? The man, dripping with sweat, shook his head vigorously, as if he were a cocktail shaker. No leave. No leave. I'll tell her tonight that I cannot provide her the happiness she desires. There are many men better than me, so she should find someone else. At that moment, the sound of a mobile phone ringing echoed from outside. There is a kind of love called letting go, sacrificing eternity for love. If our devotion costs you everything, let true love take me away. The overly fitting lyrics filled the man's eyes with tears. He covered his mouth and, choked with sobs, bolted for the door. Just outside, Dr. Chun was finishing a phone call, his hand still poised to knock when a figure dashed past him, his gaze following the fleeing man down the corridor in bewilderment. What happened to him? Gucci shrugged. Perhaps he recalled something sorrowful. Sorrowful? Dr. Chun stared outside for a moment before shaking his head. He was, after all, a normal person unable to fathom the emotions of his patients. As he hung his coat on the rack, Dr. Chun inquired about 14th situation. So, any improvement? The same as usual. Gucci handed the examination form to Dr. Chun. Dr. Chin noted the phrase computational impairments and asked, "Did you give him a math problem?" It was he who stumbled upon a mathematical conundrum himself. Gucci reiterated the man's words. The girl in his dream had 8 eyes and 8 legs, 7 pairs, more than an ordinary person. Dr. Chin pondered, "Is there a problem?" Gucci, "I suggest you also take some time for a brain examination." Dr. Chin? Gucci thought for a moment and added, "Furthermore, today he has continuously referred to me as Dr. Chun, mistaking me for you. There might also be issues with his visual or cognitive perception." Dr. Chun picked up the landline and instructed the nurses to arrange for a re-examination of the man. Once he hung up, Gucci continued, "Additionally, there are 14 patients today, all of whom dreamed last night." Dr. Chun dismissed it. Patients with poor mental states are more prone to dreaming. As long as there's no sleepwalking, there's little cause for concern. Gucci, "Isn't that a coincidence?" Dr. Chun nodded. "Yes, a coincidence." Gucci stated, "But I've also been dreaming of a girl frequently lately." Dr. Chun, "Also 8 eyes and 8 legs?" "Not that," Gucci replied as he rose to refill his cup by the water dispenser. "She is human." On that day, the girl stood beneath a banyan tree, arms crossed, her snowy neck slightly raised, as a gentle breeze playfully stirred her hair, teasingly brushing against her lips. She was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, with bright eyes and white teeth, strikingly lovely, possessing a face that could make any boy's heart race with a mere glance, reminiscent of a first love. Sunlight cascaded, filtering through the tree's shadows, casting a dappled light on her immaculate school uniform, as beautiful as an illustration from a collection of youthful prose. Dr. Chin curiously asked, "Did she say anything to you?" "Yes." Gucci took a sip of water and said, "She told me that if one day I say I like you, then I must be dreaming." "Sunra?" Dr. Chin's expression turned slightly strange. "Is that your type? Hadn't Sunra tropes fallen out of favor?" Gucci remained non-committal. What if her being tsundere is unrelated to whether I liked tsundere types? Dr. Chun was unconvinced. You don't like tsunderes, yet you've constructed her as one? Controlling one's dream, transforming its inhabitants and elements into desired forms, was a favored pastime among lucid dream enthusiasts, and his friendship with Gucci blossomed from this shared enjoyment. Their first encounter happened at a lucid dream enthusiast meeting. "I didn't interfere with the dream." Gucci shook his head. "I merely experienced a straightforward dream." Interference fabrication. Dr. Chun interjected with an "Oh, I see. You seek to compensate for your past losses in reality, to taste what it feels like to have a childhood sweetheart? A childhood sweet, plus a tsundere quintessential archetype, rich with strong immersiveness." Dr. Chin continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the banyan tree in your dream should be situated in your high school? You were desk mates in class and neighbors after school, commuting to and from school together each day. You own a bicycle, and every time you rode her, Shed wore a disdainful expression, yet still hop onto the back seat. Occasionally, Shed buy you a cup of milk tea as fare for the ride, and when you asked how she knew your favorite flavor, Shed claimed she purchased it at random, asserting she wouldn't concern herself with what you wish to drink. She never admits she likes you, and you never admit you like her. You just keep tugging at each other until you wake up from the dream, right?" "That's right." But Gucci was interrupted as Dr. Chin raised a hand. "No need to deny it, I understand completely." Dr. Chin spoke in the tone of a seasoned veteran, nostalgia reflecting in his eyes. "Once I too controlled myself to dream such dreams. It was a purely innocent daily occurrence devoid of any costs, where their relationship need not be elucidated. The fleeting glances stolen in class, her pretense of ignorance despite having seen through him, as they both feigned seriousness while blushing, this was the quintessence of youthful beauty. Who doesn't relish a sweet romance? Alas, one must ultimately confront reality. In his dream club, there's a saying, the best way to avoid getting lost in dreams is not to make them too beautiful. If one continuously fabricates dreams from which they do not wish to awaken, they might genuinely find themselves unable to wake. Even upon waking, they may struggle under the stark contrast between reality and dreams, leading to severe consequences, such as mental derangement. In such cases, Dr. Chun could only say, "Welcome to the Yunnan Mountain Psychiatric Sanatorium." In a certain sense, lucid dreaming could be described as a high-risk hobby. When Gu Qi stated he had continuously dreamt of a girl recently, continuously implied more than one or two occurrences repeating the same dream was a portent of a person's impending loss within the dream realm, though influenced by some supernatural forces. It was inappropriate to repeatedly dream of the same girl unless she occupied his thoughts day and night, inescapably. As a friend, Dr. Chin felt compelled to advise Gu Qi. His expression turned somewhat serious as he pointed at a framed picture on the wall. "Do you know why I hang it in such a conspicuous spot?" It was a printed image of a clown from the internet fantasy time. "Because it serves as a constant reminder not to take dreams seriously, otherwise I might truly become a clown in others' eyes," Dr. Chun stated. "Give silence." Dr. Chun patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "I understand. Having dreamed of her for so many days, you've formed feelings. It's natural you'd find it hard to stop dreaming of her. I've been there too. But it's all right, we can take it slowly. Shift your focus to life, and after some time, you'll realize that childhood sweethearts are really not such a big deal. Look at me. I can't even claim to have had a girlfriend throughout my entire life. I'm still a single dog. Yet I'm living just fine, aren't I?" Gu Qi glanced at Dr. Chun, hesitating to speak. Dr. Chun urged, "It's all right, say whatever is on your mind. If you have problems, it'll help you solve them together." Gu Qi. "So, do I get to say it?" Dr. Chun, "Go ahead." Gu Qi tried to keep his tone light. "Is there a possibility that this dream of mine is real?" Dr. Chin, "Real? What do you mean?" "I didn't manipulate the dream, nor did I intentionally fabricate this dream," Gu Qi explained. "I merely dreamt naturally about past events." Dr. Chin's expression gradually froze. "So, you truly have a childhood sweetheart?" "Yes." Gu Qi nodded, reflecting for a moment before adding, "There should be two." Dr. Chen, "More than one?" Gu Qi, "They are twins." Dr. Chen, "Twins?" Gu Qi, "They look incredibly alike. If they don't speak, it's challenging for me to tell who is who." Dr. Chun, "Stop." So, while he had been trying to guide Gu Qi, had actually been painting his own face with colors? He could only dare to dream of one childhood sweetheart, while Gu Qi had two in reality? Looking back at the picture frame on the wall, Dr. Chun felt as though the clown in the image was laughing at him. Gu Qi innocently protested, "But you asked me to say it." Dr. Chen clutched his chest and pointed towards the door. "You out!" "I, Chen, do not have friends who make me feel so utterly discombobulated." Gu Qi actually intended to leave. Of course, it wasn't out of anger. He had merely come to fill in for Dr. Chen. Now that he was back, it was time for him to head home. After a busy afternoon, Gu Qi felt a bit tired. "Don't forget, you owe me a meal." He tossed his white coat to Dr. Chen, humming a tune as he cheerfully exited the office. Dr. Chen let out a huff, donned his clothing, and caught a glimpse of the wall's framing, which was increasingly irksome. He promptly took it down and tossed it into the rubbish bin with a loud thud. Tomorrow, he would replace it with a new portrait depicting a superhero in red underwear. Why a superhero? Like fantasy time, superheroes also carry a certain special significance. Dr. Chun was more than just a physician. The simultaneous dreams of the patients in the clinic were no mere coincidence. Yet there were certain matters he couldn't disclose to Gu Qi. Dr. Chen settled into his chair, a virtual interface appearing before him, visible only to himself. The game Yellow Grain Strange Dream has exceeded the strategy time limit, about to descend into reality. Difficulty: A Elite. Landing location: Baisher Town. Premonition of descent: hypersomnia, prone to dreaming. Countdown to descent: 2 hours 38 minutes and 54 seconds. Note: upon formal descent of the game, all life forms within the descending area will automatically enter the game in a sleep state. Please strive to complete the strategy promptly. Chapter 2 Why aren't you laughing anymore? Feels good. The next morning, Gucci awoke, stretching his arms wide and indulging in a luxurious yawn. Remarkably, he had not dreamt, and this slumber was profoundly restful, ever since he mastered the art of dream control. Such blissful rest had become a rare occurrence that an adept lucid dreamer is akin to a sovereign of their own dreams, possessing the power to alter every facet of their dreaming experience. Unshackled to engage in any endeavor. One can only truly appreciate the exhilarating freedom this brings through experience. However, awakening from such dreams often leaves one feeling fatigued, as though one had gallantly wielded a weapon, venturing into the enemy's stronghold, and emerging amidst rivers of blood after a relentless battle. That a survey conducted by a renowned dream club indicated that over 85% of individuals, during their initial phase of mastering dream control, found their physical well-being declining day by day, a phenomenon intricately linked to the nature of their nightly dreams. What kind of dreams, you might wonder? In short, they are not for the faint-hearted. Many believe that in dreams, certain senses may become dulled, rendering a slap upon oneself imperceptible. However, in this regard, dreams are indistinguishable from reality. Emotions and perceptions remain intact, and the disorientation experienced upon entering a dream can be swiftly dispelled by the familiar sting of a slap, making the dreamscape more vivid and stable than the moment prior. Thus, a slap is not an awakening mechanism. Rather, it serves as one means of swiftly integrating oneself into the dream to attain lucidity within one's dreams. Focusing on details is paramount. Seasoned dream controllers often establish a dream totem, using its variations to discern whether they are dreaming. Today is Monday, and there is a class in the morning. Gucci, as is his custom, lingered in bed a while longer, finally rising at 9 o'clock, dressing and washing up, preparing to venture out for breakfast before heading to school to teach his students that Gucci is a teacher. Dream psychology, a newly introduced elective course at the school this semester, caught his interest just as he was nearing graduation. Coupled with the vibrancy of university life and the invigorating scent of sweat after exercise, he decided to remain at the school upon Dr. Chen's recommendation. Due to his lack of experience, Gucci's salary is modest, barely exceeding $4,000 a month. While this may seem insufficient, it allows him to sustain himself in the economically favorable Baishur town, where, with careful budgeting, he can even save a little. Arriving at a street-side breakfast shop, Gucci instinctively glanced at the wall clock that it read 9 o'clock. He paused for a moment, his expression shifting subtly. The shop was bustling as usual, lively with chatter, leaving only one vacant table. The proprietress, Ms. AI, still charming, greeted Gucci warmly. "Teacher Gu, you're here." "Yes." Gucci smiled, replying, "The usual, please." He ordered a spicy rice noodle roll and a bowl of chilled tofu pudding. Breakfast should not be excessively spicy, as it is hard on the stomach, nor too cold, which could lead to discomfort. Thus, he opted for one of each to balance the flavors. After scanning the QR code to pay, Gucci adeptly opened a browser on his phone that he intended to peruse the campus forum to see if any strange occurrences had transpired, that if all went as expected, there should indeed be something unusual. Upon entering the forum, he discovered that the once verdant homepage had transformed into a muted gray. The background image switched from a forest to a candlelit scene. The bold red title of the pinned post stood out starkly against the dim hues. List of victims. This somber tone of mourning had been witnessed 2 years prior when a mountaineering club tragically fell victim to a landslide, with no survivors. What calamity had befallen them this time? Gucci clicked into the post. The content offered no explanation, merely presenting the basic information and photographs of the victims. Class Information Technology, Wang Anping. Class E-Commerce 3, Lin Pei. Class Financial Accounting 2, Qian Yuyu. Class Business English 7. Lu Shueshan. Class Tourism Management 3, He Zhai. The small television at the counter was broadcasting news related to the incident. As of now, the ghost shop incident in Baishur town has resulted in fatalities, all victims being university students. The manner of death is bizarre, with their abdominal and cranial cavities hollowed out. Forensic analysis reveals no discernible external injuries, and the bodies remain intact, with their intestines and brains mysteriously vanished. We preliminarily rule out any so-called supernatural events and urge everyone not to spread rumors, but to embrace scientific truth and dispel feudal superstitions. Boss, another serving of chilled brain matter. A voice from the neighboring table suddenly called out. The television sound abruptly cut off, and conversation ceased, reminiscent of students falling silent upon the arrival of their homeroom teacher. The atmosphere shifted, becoming oddly tense. The Jiuchi cast a sidelong glance at the individual. The boy seemed to notice his gaze, returning it with a smile. Teacher Gu. At first glance, the boy's smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle warmth of a March breeze. Yet, his complexion was devoid of color. His skin bearing a sickly pallor, reminiscent of a corpse. The Jiuchi recognized him from the forum's list of victims. Teacher Gu, you don't remember me. I'm Miss Shaya, the boy chuckled. I attended your class last month. I recall, Gucci replied. Another boy beside Ijai chimed in. I was there too. And I. One by one, patrons in the shop turned their heads, their faces pale, necks contorted in a disconcerting manner. Not only Ijai, but also Qian Yuyu, Wang Anpeng, Lu Xueshen. They were all present. The Jiu Qi counted them. No more, no less than so. Was my teaching so abysmal that even in death you refused to leave me be? Gazing at the seemingly innocuous smiles of the students. Gucci understood. This establishment was indeed the so-called ghost shop mentioned in the news. That he lifted his gaze to the wall clock once more. 09:00, still 9 o'clock sharp. Teacher Gu, your breakfast. The proprietress's voice unexpectedly chimed from behind him. Her footsteps silent as a whisper. Jiu Chi's gaze dropped slightly, catching sight of her dark green floral dress, its hem swaying emptily, devoid of feet, and a pale, thin arm extended from his side, placing a dish upon the table. Within the plate lay a neatly arranged mound of translucent intestines, glistening as if freshly prepared. Beside it was a piece of tender blood pudding shaped like a chili pepper. She leaned closer, whispering softly in Gucci's ear, your spicy rice noodle roll. Next, she produced a bowl filled with blood-streaked brain matter. The proprietress smiled sweetly. This is the chilled brain matter. Gucci leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms and pursing his lips. The brain matter was ordered by the table next to me. I wanted tofu pudding. That you've made a mistake. Not at all. The proprietress pointed at Hijai, explaining his nickname is Tofu. As she spoke, Hijai's head suddenly split apart. His face cracked like glass under heavy impact, spiderwebs of fissures spreading across. Yet Hijai continued to smile, albeit this human smile grew increasingly grotesque, juxtaposed against his fractured visage, creating an unsettling image. And so, Gucci smiled too. He looked at Hijai, grinning more maniacally than Hijai himself. The Jiu Chi's lips twisted, his grin stretching too wide, tearing the corners of his mouth down to his ears, revealing a face reminiscent of an old, yellowed puzzle, pieces flaking away to expose a ghastly white skull beneath the Hijai. Thud! Something fell. Da-da! It was Gucci's eyeballs. Two large orbs rolled onto the table, bouncing twice before adjusting their direction, fixated on Hijai and the others. The expressions of the specters grew slightly stiff. The Jiu Chi crossed his legs, his deep-set eye sockets reflecting an indescribable depth. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing? Hijai. Duh. Chapter 3 Run. Myth is the dream of all, and dreams are private myths. Joseph Campbell, the most celebrated mythologist in Western history, once articulated this sentiment. Though this phrase was originally coined to describe myths, Gucci felt it aptly encapsulated the relationship between humans and dreams as well. Particularly the latter half. Dreams are indeed private myths, and humans are the architects of these myths. In their own dreams, individuals possess boundless power, with the cycle of creation and destruction resting within a single thought. Naturally, this also correlates with the dreamer's personal capabilities. Should one lack the ability to control dreams, or remain entirely ignorant of this concept, even the realization of being in a dream would yield no transformative effect. Gucci was certainly not such a novice, and on the contrary, his aptitude for navigating dreams was remarkably high, far surpassing Dr. Chen's assumptions of his abilities. The Jiu-Chi once encountered a universal rating system on a dream club's official website, ranging from 1 to 9. Level 9 representing the pinnacle for lucid dream enthusiasts, requiring the dreamer to achieve seamless dream continuation within 24 hours, enabling them to continue their dreams from the previous night. This feat, daunting for the average individual, had become second nature to Gucci 2 years prior. That on one occasion, he even dreamt the same dream for an entire month, skillfully managing various characters from demonic cults, celestial sects, and royal dynasties, reducing them to submission without lifting a finger. Levels above 9 delve into the realm of hypnosis, a mysterious domain highlighted by the dream master Carl Jung that IT remains largely inaccessible to the masses. Hence the brief mention on the official site. Thus, Gucci could only self-assess, and based on his understanding of his own capabilities, he had likely crossed the threshold into this enigmatic territory that Dr. Chen harbored concerns of becoming lost within the labyrinth of his own dreams. However, in reality, such occurrences were exceedingly rare for him, as it was others who often found themselves adrift in his wake, that no dream could ensnare him. Not at least this particular one, that the hands of the clock had ceased their relentless march. A flaw far too glaring to overlook. Upon realizing that time had come to a standstill, with his departure at 9 o'clock and his arrival at the shop still at 9 o'clock, Gucci understood he was trapped in a dream, attempting to conjure up specters within his dream, an impossibility that IT remained uncertain who would frighten him. Down on the table, Gucci's eyes blinked twice, noticing He Shaya and the others rendered speechless. His gaze shifted to the equally astonished proprietress behind him. Her visage remained unchanged, appearing as she did when Gucci had first entered the shop. Very much human, save for the absence of feet beneath her skirt and the ghastly bloodied wound marring her once flat abdomen, which now seemed grotesquely appetizing. The brain matter belongs to He Shaya, so this intestines must be yours. Gucci spoke, yet it was his eyes on the table that scrutinized the proprietress, compelling her to glance about in confusion, unsure of where to direct her gaze, until it dawned on her. She was a ghost. How could a ghost be frightened? And what of it? The proprietress, brimming with indignation, summoned a fearsome shadow from behind her. A vengeful specter with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes flashing with malice, exuding an aura of hunger. Yet, Gucci proved even more fearsome than she. You've gone too far. Gucci slammed his palm upon the table. A billowing cloud of black smoke emanating from his being, coalescing into a towering specter of even greater stature, its form exceeding 3 meters, nearly brushing the yellowed ceiling, adorned with a mask of green skin and menacing tusks. It radiated an ominous grandeur. The proprietress felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mountain bearing down upon her, engendering an instinctive urge to submit. The shadow behind her nearly dissipated from sheer shock. Her complexion shifted dramatically, and she screamed in terror. Who are you? The imposing specter removed its mask, revealing a man with a detached expression. He looked down upon the proprietress, his voice resounding like thunder. A.I. Lee, do you not recognize me? Father? The familiar visage and voice left the proprietress momentarily dazed, her resolve crumbling in the presence of her biological father. Primarily because she was utterly outmatched, the formidable aura surrounding the man affirmed a singular truth. Your father will always remain your father. Come. Return home with me. Oh, if you dare to haunt again, I shall break your legs. I did not. He frightened me, the proprietress protested, appearing as a child caught sneaking into an internet safe, her head bowed as she followed behind the man. Exiting the establishment, that He Shaya and the others observed this spectacle, their minds reeling from the enormity of it all. Their formidable ghostly matron had been whisked away by another specter. What were they to do? Come. Let us continue. Who else wishes for their brain matter to be chilled? I shall assist you. At this juncture, Gucci had returned his eyes to their rightful place, the fallen cheek restored to normalcy, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Yet, to He Shaya and the others, it appeared far more terrifying than when his eyes had been absent, for Gucci had reinserted his eyes improperly. There were no pupils, only the stark white. Was this individual truly human? How could he engage in actions far more sinister than even they, the ghosts? Noticing their silence, Gucci, with bloodshot white eyes, queried, What is the matter? Speak. Who shall be first? As he spoke, a colossal bottle opener materialized in his hand, seemingly designed to match their heads, though it remained uncertain whether a second cranial opening would result in shattered skulls. Gucci turned his gaze to Hijai. Hijai suddenly pressed his forehead, his expression pained. It hurts. I feel as though I might grow a new brain. Teacher Gu, please entertain them. I must visit a hospital for an examination. Very well. Gucci's attention shifted to Qian Yuyu, who, with a quivering face, stammered, Teacher Gu, I just remembered my assignment is unfinished. If I do not submit it, I will fail that I must return to my dormitory. Gucci then regarded Wang Anpeng, who was sweating profusely. Teacher Gu, I too have matters to attend to. Oh. Gucci raised an eyebrow, turning to another student named Lin Pei. And you, do you also have something to attend to? Lin Pei replied, Indeed. We all have matters to attend to. With their leader gone, what could these lesser ghosts possibly accomplish? The group exchanged furtive glances, each silently communicating with the other, until, bang, the sound of a falling bowl signaled their flight. Run! It was unclear who had knocked over the bowl, but in an instant, 26 students vanished without a trace. Still wish to frighten me? Gucci scoffed, not pursuing them, merely readjusting his eyes, feeling a tinge of boredom. Such dreams lack challenge, offering little in the way of creativity. The dream's worldview had become firmly established. Excessive creation or alteration of its rules could lead to its collapse. Otherwise, the arrival would not have been solely the proprietress's father, but also her mother. In Gucci's estimation, this dream was utterly lackluster, far less engaging than the recent dream concerning a certain young lady. Prideful as she was, at least she possessed beauty, which was a treat for the eyes. Was it not? Offline, within the apartment, Gucci awoke, his gaze falling upon the familiar ceiling that he had to work today. He refrained from lingering in the dream. Outside, daylight had arrived, sunlight filtering through the curtains. Bestowing warmth upon the cramped bedroom, Gucci sat up, stretching lazily. Generally, after dreaming, he would gaze at the ceiling for a while, organizing his mental state. Engaging in lucid dreaming was undeniably exhausting. Yet this time, he felt no need, for the dream had been too simplistic, requiring little effort on his part. The Gucci unplugged his phone from its charger, switched it on, and tossed it onto the bed before grabbing a towel and heading to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower and a change into clean attire, Gucci ventured out once more, arriving at the small noodle shop on the street. Good morning, Teacher Gu. The proprietress, busy tidying a table, greeted him with a smile. What would you like today? The usual, he replied, selecting an available seat amidst the abundance of empty tables. The proprietress soon returned with his breakfast, this time presenting a proper serving of rice rolls and tofu pudding. One glistened with oil, while the other appeared crisp and white, nothing like the bloodied entrails and brain matter from his dream. The proprietress exhibited no excessive enthusiasm, merely placing the bowl down before returning to her tasks. The forum displayed no victim list, and the homepage retained its refreshing green hue. The television broadcasted no supernatural news, instead airing advertisements for health products, urging honest individuals to call and order promptly. This was the world as it ought to be. After finishing breakfast, Gucci strolled along the street toward the school, basking in the rare winter sunshine while mentally organizing the lessons he intended to impart to his students that day. It was then, in a moment of distraction, that he caught sight of a familiar figure. His thoughts interrupted, Gucci paused momentarily. At the school gate stood a young girl, her exquisite and striking features drawing the attention of passing boys. The girl, however, paid them no mind. Upon spotting Gucci, she dashed toward him. Gucci! Without regard for the surrounding crowd, the girl leaped into his embrace, her delicate face adorned with a bashful yet sweet smile. Feeling the softness of her form, Gucci's eyes brightened with a hint of joy. What brings you to Baishir Town? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Because I miss you so much. I can no longer pretend. The girl blushed, whispering into Gucci's ear. I like you, Gucci Chapter 4. Wow, a big shot. A dual-layered dream? What does that mean? At 1 o'clock in the morning, within the conference room of the Alps chain hotel, a gaming strategy meeting was underway. 7 years prior. A game space known as Pure Land had abruptly emerged in this world, summoning humanity to engage in various games, should they fail a specified number of times. The game instance would manifest in reality, wreaking unpredictable havoc and destruction. Those chosen were referred to as players. Each time a game descended, nearby players would hasten to the scene to avert tragedy. This occasion was no exception. However, they had not anticipated the A-level difficulty of Yellow Liang's deceptive dream would prove so arduous. Their guild had dispatched over 100 members, including several seasoned players who had successfully completed other A-level instances. Yet nearly 6 hours had elapsed with no progress. The sole individual to awaken had not done so from triumph, but rather from a life-threatening encounter within the game, having expended a precious one-time, life-saving item to escape, thus being ejected from the game. The dream has 2 layers. This intelligence had been obtained at the cost of his life. The player, known as Fierce Warrior, was one of the elite players of the Red Tower Guild. A formidable man. Yet, at this moment, he was anything but formidable. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he bore the expression of someone deeply shaken. Generally, when a person perishes in a dream, they awaken immediately and do not actually die, much like the current predicament of Fierce Warrior. However, there existed one exception. Historically, a renowned psychological experiment involved placing a condemned prisoner in a pitch-black room, informing him he would be executed by exsanguination. His eyes were then covered, and a scalpel was lightly drawn across his artery, merely breaking the skin without damaging the artery. A metallic barrel was placed nearby, and the sound of dripping water was manipulated to simulate the sound of blood falling. Hours later, the death row inmate, pale as a ghost, succumbed as if he had bled to death. This exemplifies the immense power of the human subconscious. If a person trapped within a dream firmly believes that the world surrounding them is the realm of reality, then upon experiencing death within that dream, they will indeed perish. The most terrifying aspect of the Yellow Millet dream lies precisely in this, that IT initially crafts a dreamscape that feels scarcely real, deliberately orchestrating events that defy logic. Players like them, who are aware that this is merely a game, can easily discern that they are dreaming. Yet upon awakening, they may think they have returned to reality, only to find themselves ensnared in another dream, one that bears almost no distinction from the real world. The character Frenzied War Tiger awakens from a meeting room, having cleared the Yellow Millet dream with an SSS rating, successfully averting the crisis in Baishur Town. As the foremost contributor to this mission, his exemplary performance rightfully earns the commendation of President Hongta and the attention of the player community. Some wish to recruit him into other guilds, but President Hongta vehemently opposes this, even resorting to violence to defend his interests. Following this altercation, he promotes Frenzied War Tiger to vice president, intent on binding him to the Red Tower Guild. Furthermore, the president introduces him to the guild's most beautiful female player, and the two fall in love at first sight, swiftly obtaining their marriage certificate and embarking on an unabashedly blissful life, much to the envy of the guild's numerous single members that end both career and romance. Frenzied War Tiger's life trajectory appears remarkably perfect and entirely plausible, for he is, after all, an exceptional player. Until one fateful night, while inebriated, he is struck by a dump truck performing a 720 aerial spin before crashing to the ground and rolling for 10.5 rotations. His life-saving item activates that a bobcat collapses in his stead. Drenched in blood, that IT is then that Frenzied War Tiger realizes that the splendid life he had experienced, love, career, everything, was but an illusion. He remains ensnared in a dream without awakening. Had it not been for the life-saving item, he might have already encountered the King of Hell. Upon hearing Frenzied War Tiger's words, the woman's gaze sharpened, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She is the leader of the Red Tower Guild's current strategy operation, known by the ID White-Faced Owl. Clad in a pristine office attire with a high ponytail, she exudes competence, embodying the archetype of a capable woman. And indeed, she possesses considerable ability. Her extensive experience allows her to accurately deduce the true difficulty of a dungeon based on minimal information and provide strategic recommendations. Scanning the room, White-Faced Owl notes that over 100 guild members remain in slumber, likely lost in the second layer of dreams. The inherent difficulty of discerning the dream is one aspect. However, even if suspicions arise, many may be reluctant to awaken. According to Frenzied War Tiger, the second layer of dreams is flawless, enticing individuals to indulge to the point of willfully ignoring illogical elements, even persuading themselves with the notion that reality itself lacks logic. thus sinking deeper until death ensues that I end their dream. They experience enviable lives, while in reality, they risk becoming comatose vegetative states, unable to be awakened by anyone. "Shall I give it a try?" spoke the man seated opposite White-Faced Owl. His ID is Reinforced Concrete, also a seasoned player who has cleared elite dungeons. Much like Frenzied War Tiger, muscular and adept at taking hits, he and White-Faced Owl are the only two in the meeting room who remain awake, relying on brain-stimulating injections to handle any unforeseen circumstances that may arise during the strategy session, such as now, with Frenzied War Tiger having lost his eligibility to continue the dungeon after dying in the dream, while the others remain oblivious to the critical information that the dream has 2 layers. At this moment, the likelihood of clearing the game rests solely with him and White-Faced Owl. With that, Reinforced Concrete removed the syringe from his arm. The next second, White-Faced Owl reinserted the syringe. Reinforced Concrete. White-Faced Owl shot him a glance, stating, "You should rest." "What do you mean?" Reinforced Concrete retorted. "Do you not trust me?" "Some problems cannot be resolved simply by knowing how to solve them," White-Faced Owl replied. "Did you take advanced mathematics in college?" "The teacher must have taught you how to tackle those problems, perhaps even multiple times." "Can you solve them now?" Reinforced Concrete. "No." "Then there you have it," White-Faced Owl continued. "This requires intellect. No amount of muscle will suffice. Don't complicate matters for me." Reinforced Concrete. "Damn, your words cut deep. What do we do now?" Frenzied War Tiger inquired, glancing at his comrades, who lay unconscious like dead pigs, feeling a sense of urgency. Theoretically, if luck favors them and they encounter no life-threatening situations in the dream, these individuals will not meet their demise. Once the dungeon is cleared by other players and the incursion is lifted, they will awaken. Mentally, they may suffer minor trauma, but overall, they should emerge unscathed, simply needing a few days of rest to recover. However, should luck turn against them, like his unfortunate collision with a vehicle, survival becomes uncertain. Not everyone possesses a life-saving item that if players face such peril, ordinary individuals entering the dream are at even greater risk. The longer one lingers in the dream, the more likely accidents will occur. That White-Faced Owl pondered for a moment and said, "Issue a call for assistance," summoning professional players to unravel the dream. The difficulty of the Yellow Millet Dream has surpassed that of a typical elite dungeon, exceeding the capabilities of their resident player group in the Southwest region. Specialization is key. For those versed in dreams, it may only be an elite-level challenge, but for the uninitiated, it could be likened to a nightmare from which escape is impossible. The most critical point, erasing an already manifested A-level dungeon from reality, requires an additional condition. At least one player's clearance rating must reach A or higher. This is one of the reasons White-Faced Owl believes Reinforced Concrete is inadequate. Merely clearing the dungeon is insufficient. Much like answering a problem, if you only provide the answer without showing your work, even if you guess correctly, you would score poorly. ANA rating is not particularly high. It merely indicates that achieving it within this dungeon is quite challenging. The dual dreams, 1 inch true and 1 false, certainly bear a hint of the infernal. Amidst the challenges of clearing the dungeon, securing an A rating would be a significant victory. AS for ratings above A, such as S, SS, SSS, or even, unless one possesses the caliber of the guild leader, such aspirations are futile. Ding! Regional announcement. Success in clearing the Yellow Millet Dream. Game projection has been retracted. Incursion lifted. Clearance rating. Cleared by an unnamed handsome gentleman just as White-Faced Owl prepared to summon reinforcements. She exclaimed, "What?" The same announcement appeared before Frenzied War Tiger and Reinforced Concrete, and the two exchanged glances. What a big shot! Chapter 5. Welcome to the player realm in an apartment. Gucci awoke for the 3rd time. A dream within a dream. I haven't experienced that in quite some time. Gucci had not anticipated that awakening from one dream would lead him into another. Even more surprising was that this dream did not originate from his own mind. Lying in bed, a semi-transparent blue interface abruptly materialized in his field of vision, obscuring the ceiling. Completion of the Yellow Millet Dream strategy. Duration of clearance, 512. 37, rating, S. Exploration rate, 57, rating, B. Achievements unlocked, 3. Rating, Dream Master. There are no dreams to deceive your eyes, and no one can defeat you within your dreams that if you wish, you may even forcibly reshape the dreamscape, that it must be said. Your proficiency in dreams is remarkable. The settings you casually added for the landlady are quite exquisite. Perhaps refrain from doing so next time. Bei Xinhong. You deceived a girl who has feelings for you. You embraced her, held her hand, went on dates, watched movies, and then left her. You are aware that all of this is an illusion, yet it does not diminish the beauty of experiencing love. Not paying her does not constitute solicitation. Not being a real person does not equate to deception. Thus you have wronged her, albeit not entirely. I'm here. You should not have come, yet you did. You cleared the dungeon as a non-player, encountering another world. This achievement is not exclusive to the Yellow Millet Dream, but it will significantly enhance your rating in this game. Your potential merits in. Additionally, you will receive a special gift, a welcome present from the Pure Land. Welcome to become a player, Mr. Gu. The text continued to scroll, and Gu Chi's throat constricted that he shifted his gaze elsewhere, and the blue box followed suit. Moving to the side. Player information recorded. ID number 1008611. Player ID Gu Chi. Final clearance rating for the Yellow Millet Dream. Note, as your ID defaults to your real name. This clearance announcement will automatically anonymize you. You may modify your ID on your personal information page. Here are the rewards you have earned in this game. Old Coins 1000. Universal currency for shop purchases or trading with other players. Blue Pill 1. Rare significantly enhances your physical attributes for a short duration. Key to Heaven and Abyss 1. Epic, you may actively choose the difficulty of the game during your next summoning. Memory Crystal 1. Epic, upon use, grants you a new ability. Welcome gift from the new world. Randomly receives an item of the highest quality in the current version. The text comes to a pause. As the light gradually dims, only to quickly brighten again, revealing an interface strikingly reminiscent of the Steam gaming platform. Game library, store, marketplace, community, announcements. In the lower right corner, there are buttons for profile, friends, items, and so forth that a small red dot hovers over items. And unable to resist, Gu Chi extends his finger and taps it, experiencing a sensation akin to touching a computer screen. The backpack opens, revealing the completion rewards of this dungeon, quietly nestled within a 10 by 10 grid. Gu Chi attempts to extract the memory crystal. A thought of retrieve item flitting through his mind that in the next moment. A translucent crystal orb materializes in his hand that a pale, misty luminescence dances across the surface of the crystal, illuminating Gu Chi's face in the darkness this moment. Gu Chi is finally convinced that he seems to have encountered something extraordinary. Does supernatural power truly exist in this world? Could it possibly be a dream? Having just traversed a dual dreamscape, Gu Chi cannot help but question the reality of his surroundings, and he resolves to validate it once more. The method of verification is rather simple. Every seasoned lucid dream enthusiast possesses a unique totem to distinguish between dreams and reality. Gu Chi, of course, has one, and not just a single totem. For instance, his childhood friend and twin sister, Xiaolong. Her name alone suggests a girl of lofty, frosty demeanor. Back in high school, Xiaolong was rather tsundere. However, as she matured, her character transformed, growing notably quieter than before. Therefore, Dr. Chen's description of Xiaolong as tsundere is rather inaccurate. That phase is long past. Presently, Xiaolong embodies a serene and ascetic academic prodigy. The type who studies until 3 in the morning. Truly the new generation's top scholar, it is still not yet 2 o'clock. So Xiaolong is undoubtedly still awake. The Gu Chi opens his messaging app and sends her a text. Are you there? Xiaolong replies swiftly. Gu Chi, still studying? Xiaolong. Gu Chi, I have something to tell you. I just had a nightmare. Xiaolong. Gu Chi, are you wondering why I, capable of controlling my dreams, still dreamt of something I did not wish to? Xiaolong. Gu Chi, there are some things beyond our control. Xiaolong. Gu Chi, I dreamed of you. Xiaolong. Seeing Xiaolong's along with the familiar question mark, Gu Chi breathes a sigh of relief that it is not a dream. This succinct and somewhat infuriatingly minimalist style of chatting is indeed Xia Lung's current mannerism. Guqi. It's nothing. Continue your studies. Xia Lung. Oh. Guqi sets his phone down, redirecting his gaze back to the memory crystal in his hand. After exchanging a few words with Xia Lung, his emotions have settled. He returns to pondering the pressing question: what to do when an originally stable life encounters unexpected changes and comes into contact with the extraordinary? The answer is undoubtedly to embrace it. Crack! Guqi follows the usage instructions and crushes the crystal orb. Light and dust burst forth like an explosion, floating and swirling, only to be drawn back by an unseen force, settling into Guqi's palm. New ability acquired. Stone Skin Technique. Stone Skin Technique. LV1 makes a specific part of your body exceptionally hard. Guqi. It seems somewhat trivial, yet potentially immensely useful. The data updates, and a small red that appears on profile, that if this serves as a tutorial for beginners, the designer must certainly have obsessive tendencies. Guqi clicks on profile, and the panel that pops up is unexpectedly simplistic. Player, Guqi, modifiable, current gender. Male game sessions, 1 level, 1 constitution, 6 spirit, 9 agility, 5 strength, 6 charisma, 9 talent, none skills. Stone Skin Technique LV1 new. Dream Control Technique LV6 countdown to next summoning. 3 days. There is no explanation for the attributes, but it is easy to infer that an ordinary person's maximum value in each attribute is likely 10. With his charisma standing at 9 points? From this perspective, the credibility of these data points is quite high. Furthermore, the fact that Dream Control Technique counts as a skill, does this imply that a player's own abilities and skills can be directly utilized within the game? Quite reasonable. Without delving too deeply into the attributes, Guqi's attention shifts back to the backpack. He still has a VIP beginner's gift pack to open. After some contemplation, he rises from his bed and enters the bathroom, washing his hands with great politeness. Most of the time, Guqi is a person who values ritual, that he retrieves the box and skillfully unties the ribbon adorning it, that in an instant. He is engulfed by a burst of golden light. Simultaneously, an ancient-looking wheel appears in his hand, that it truly appears quite old. The surface of the wheel is rusted and indistinguishable in material, resembling decaying wood. Yet, it feels hard and metallic to the touch. The wheel comprises 24 segments, each adorned with different patterns and characters, continuously twisting and shifting. Toy of the God of Fate, legendary, this is a whimsically crafted yet remarkably magical wheel by the God of Fate. Each time it spins, you can randomly obtain a buff lasting until the next game concludes. Intriguingly, although it is a spinning wheel, it does not require you to turn it. It will move on its own, though you may extend your hand to increase your sense of participation. Guqi. A mature spinning wheel, indeed. Just as he finishes reading the introduction, the wheel begins to move on its own. The exquisitely crafted, ornate pointer spins at a measured pace, producing a ticking sound reminiscent of a clock. When the pointer eventually halts, the ever-shifting patterns also come to a standstill. Status acquired. Codename 6. Codename 6. In the next game, you will receive an additional task to prevent other players from completing their tasks. For every player who fails their task, your completion rewards increase by 100, stackable, maximum 500. Chapter 6. Patch notes for Pure Land version 0.13, the following day. The clamor of daily life dispels the tranquil night. Baishur Town is merely a small town. Yet due to the presence of a university, it is livelier during the day than most larger cities. The streets bustle, as usual, with students clustered in small groups, discussing the bizarre experiences they had in their dreams the previous night. Yonan Mountain Mental Health Center, got on the office sofa. Dr. Chen awakens with squinted eyes, rubbing his slightly aching head. His peripheral vision catches sight of a picture frame and a familiar clown in the trash can, causing him to pause. Wasn't he sleeping at home last night? This home certainly does not refer to his previous residence, but rather to the new house he purchased after becoming the director, a large villa by the sea. It boasts robust floor-to-ceiling windows and a 5-meter diameter circular bed, perfect for indulging in various unconventional activities that a single bed cannot accommodate. Yet, how is it that upon waking, he finds himself back in his former office? A hint of confusion crosses Dr. Chen's weary face. until a game notification floats before his eyes. Huang Liang's strange dream quest completed, but it has nothing to do with you. Your evaluation in this game is F. Achievement unlocked. I am competent. I am competent. Luck is also a form of strength. If you can pass while lying down, why stand up? Below are the rewards you obtained in this game. Old Coin 0. 8. Daydream 1 has been issued. Thank you for your participation. Please keep up the good work. Dr. Chen, what does this mean? 0.8. An evaluation of F is one thing, but not even a single coin. Wait a moment, Dr. Chen suddenly realizes that 0.8 old coins do not seem to be the crux of the matter. The focal point is that he has already completed this dungeon, hasn't he? Could it be that snap? Dr. Chen pulls out the lighter from his pocket. This is his dream totem that Dr. Chen does not smoke, so he never refills the lighter. It can never ignite a flame unless in a dream. The outcome is evident as Dr. Chen attempts to ignite it several times, the flint dry and unyielding, producing only scattered sparks, but no flame to Dr. Chen. So this is reality, and everything prior was a dream. The seaside villa is a fabrication. The floor-to-ceiling windows are illusions. The 5-meter diameter circular bed and the young lady, also mere figments. Dr. Chen gazes at the clown in the trash can, falling into silence. Immediately, a sharp sensation of rupture erupts within his heart. Pain, excruciating pain. The feeling of having gained something only to lose it can only be likened to a specific plant that do not ask him why. Despite having a totem, he would become lost in the second layer of dreams. Who would have guessed that dreams could possess 2 layers? As previously mentioned, he does not smoke. Would he play with a lighter for no reason? In the reality of the second layer dream, Dr. Chen never thought to use the lighter, but he simply never considered the possibility that he might still be within a dream. Dr. Chen must admit that he has been outplayed. He finally understands why Gucci previously advised against using familiar objects as totems. It is far too easy to forget. Speaking of Gucci, Dr. Chen picks up his phone and calls Gucci bound by the rules. He cannot alert Gucci about the game. And he initially did not take this dungeon seriously, that it was merely an elite-level dungeon. And given his expertise, he expected to breeze through it, believing Gucci would face no danger. It now seems he was presumptuous. For an average person, recognizing a dream within a dream is exceedingly challenging. An A-level dungeon requires players to realize they are dreaming within a dream. What a ridiculous game, filled with sinister mechanics. This is merely a preliminary version. What will happen when it updates to the official release? The call connected swiftly. What is it? Why are you calling me so early? Gucci inquired, slurping a spoonful of tofu pudding, mumbling, "You're not asking me to cover for you again, are you? I have class this morning." Hearing that familiar voice and slurping sound, Dr. Chen felt a bit more at ease. "It's nothing. Just checking if you're awake," Dr. Chen replied. "Checking if I'm awake?" Gucci asked, puzzled. "What do you intend to do if I'm not?" Dr. Chen replied, "Steal your rice." Gucci. Dr. Chen continued, "I won't say more. I have to go to work." "Enjoy your meal." Gucci. Dr. Chen hung up, utterly oblivious to the peculiarity of his actions that if this were the past, it would have been strange enough, merely attributing it to Dr. Chen's sudden whim, calling him for no reason. But now, with the knowledge of the existence of Pure Land, Gucci found it hard not to think along those lines that if the roles were reversed, he too would undoubtedly check on Dr. Chen's safety upon waking. It seemed that Dr. Chen was not just a doctor after all. Achoo. Dr. Chen sneezed in his office that he grabbed a tissue to dab his nose, summoning the game interface to see which high-level player had conquered the latest dungeon. However, before he could browse the regional announcement records, a new server-wide announcement popped up. Pure Land version 0.13 hotfix announcement on October 18th. 1. Fixed a bug preventing some player IDs from displaying correctly on the forum. 2. Fixed a bug that hindered players from returning to the real world after completing certain game levels. 3. Slightly reduced the difficulty of B-level, hard, and A-level elite dungeons, while rewards remain unchanged. 4. Introduced 2 new S-level, challenge dungeons, which will be added to the summoning mode after this update. 5. New items added. Gender Restoration Potion, Flying Broom, Memory Bread, currently available at a 20% discount for this week. Players are encouraged to make a purchase. 6. Optimize the version progress calculation logic. Now, legendary items obtained through unconventional means will also count towards progress, adjusting the current version progress to 8.12, previously 7.12. when any 12 legendary items are obtained. The Pure Land game will undergo its first major update. Stay tuned. The first 4 points contain numerous noteworthy elements. The issue of player game names displaying as garbled text on the forum had long been prevalent. There was little to be done. Some spirited individuals enjoyed adopting artistic, retro noble IDs. The bug preventing players from returning to the real world had existed for quite some time, with rumors of individuals from neighboring guilds who had entered the game last year and had yet to emerge. The reduction in dungeon difficulty and the introduction of new items were indeed positive news. Yet in comparison to the changes in version progress, they seemed trivial. There were more than 12 legendary items. But the difficulty of acquiring each was exceedingly high. Prior to this, version progress had remained static for nearly 6 months. Like most players who saw the update notice at that moment, Dr. Chen's attention was wholly fixated on the numbers 812. Tears of envy welled in his eyes. Someone else has obtained a legendary item. And I, your friend, am still toiling in the mud for a single epic piece of equipment. This is unfair. I have worked so hard, spending every day either at work or gaming, persisting for 2.5 years. Why am I not the one with a legendary item? Ding! 1 new case of red-eye disease reported in Jincheng. Ding ding. 2 new cases reported in Huaidong. The forum had already begun to indulge in a bout of jealousy. Unlike Dr. Chen, he felt no bitterness. What was 1 legendary item, really? It wasn't anything monumental. Just half an hour prior, he had possessed 1 too. Boo Chapter 7. The first summoning 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Gucci immersed himself in the gaming community, gaining a preliminary understanding of Pure Land. The game is divided into online and offline modes. Players are summoned periodically into a completely random game dungeon. If they fail to complete it, the dungeon will be temporarily placed in the game library, allowing other players to purchase game rights using old coins. Upon successful completion, they receive rewards as usual. This is online. If no players manage to complete a dungeon during the limited time frame, it transitions into offline mode, meaning it descends into reality. It is noteworthy that the game's mechanics in Pure Land are much gentler than Gucci had anticipated up until the current version, regardless of failure in online games or even dying in-game. Players do not face death. At worst, they might lose some coins. True casualties only occur in offline mode. Moreover, due to the existence of the game library, players can attempt to conquer a game multiple times. So the number of games that can descend into reality is quite limited. Often a matter of luck to encounter one throughout the year. The Jiuqi had also grasped the attributes displayed on his personal panel. For example, strength not only indicates how many ordinary creatures one can defeat with a punch, but also relates to the potency of skills. Skills come in various types, yet their effect calculation is fundamentally similar. Relevant attribute skill, fixed damage reduction. However, like the various attributes on the panel, these numerical values are merely theoretical that a slap to the face and a kick yield entirely different damage outputs. This is why the personal panel is so succinct. Values are for reference only, and actual outcomes depend on the situation. Furthermore, Pure Land has a particularly alluring and unique aspect. While personal attributes are undeniably crucial, during the early to mid-game, players have little means to enhance their attributes. Leveling up does not grant attribute points, nor do dungeons offer any. The only current method to independently enhance attributes is to purchase food or ingredients from the game store, such as rice, fruits, vegetables, and beast meats, and to maintain a good dietary habit. Only by consistently consuming high-end foods from the store can one gradually elevate their attributes. Such substantial expenses are generally beyond the means of average players, who must first bolster their combat power through equipment or skill levels. However, acquiring equipment and skills is not as straightforward as one might think. Under normal circumstances, players must complete 3 online games to receive one of either category, and it is a small random selection. Players can only choose the type and inclination of equipment and skills, while the specifics of what they receive is all based on luck. Hence, the memory crystal Gucci had previously shattered was of epic quality. Not to mention, it could save players a considerable amount of gaming time. Thursday afternoon. After finishing his class, Gucci went to the academic affairs office to request leave. The timing of the game in reality differs, though completing a game typically does not exceed 2 days in the real world. It is wise to free up some extra time that Jiuqi took 3 days off. Friday, the following Monday, and Tuesday, returning to school the next Wednesday, that if the game concluded swiftly and he had spare time, he could visit the sisters Xiao Lung and Xiao Ling. Addressing the issue at its root would prevent him from constantly dreaming about it. Dream psychology is not a particularly significant course. And since he has a break this semester, the administration approved his leave without hesitation, and there was no deduction in pay. Upon returning home, Gucci ordered takeout and then opened the gaming platform to enter the community. The World channel was abuzz with lively conversation. Meet Floss Durian, who remembers I mentioned last time that I obtained an item that grants a special identity in the game? Juicy knife technique. Did you use it? Meet Floss Durian. I did, and the experience was dreadful. Kyushu's first pretty boy. What happened? Was the task difficult? Meet Floss Durian. Not difficult. The main storyline of the game revolves around solving a mystery akin to a murder mystery game, where players assume the role of a detective team. Bully hard on the scene. Did they give you a killer's identity, only for you to be discovered immediately? Meet Floss Durian. No, my identity is even more special than a killer's. Anonymous say. More special than a killer? What is it? Meet Floss Durian. I am the victim. Anonymous B. Meet Floss Durian. Injustice anger. Not only did I lie on the floor for several hours, but I was also pushed to the morgue afterward. That my good teammates even suggested to the coroner that my organs be donated to allow me to remain in this world in another form. Damn it, who knows what I went through? Juicy knife technique. Ha ha. Anonymous C. Help, you're going to make me die of laughter. Anonymous D. Today's first clam. Messages scrolled by rapidly, one after another. It was far more entertaining than the school's forum. Of course, Gucci was not merely there for amusement. His primary aim was to glean more information about the game through the humor. After observing the World channel for a while, Gucci opened the forum. The discussions about the previous update's content had diminished compared to a few days prior, although everyone was eager to discover which lucky individual had acquired the new legendary item and what effects it possessed. The person remained silent, maintaining a low profile. Their chatter became meaningless, and as a result, most threads returned to the mundane topic of casual banter. An older post was resurrected. Hongta Guild. Your warmest harbor. This was a recruitment post. According to Gucci's understanding, Pure Land periodically dispensed a certain number of game qualifications, randomly inviting some ordinary individuals to become players and guiding them into the game. This was also the best opportunity for various guilds to infuse fresh blood. However, nearly 2 months had elapsed since the last recruitment, making this timing somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, Gucci gave it little thought. He had no immediate plans to join a guild. In contrast, he found himself far more intrigued by the offerings within the shopping mall. The mall would unlock once players attained level 3. In the early stages, leveling up was relatively effortless. Should one successfully complete a dungeon and receive a commendable rating, progressing from level 1 to 3 could be merely a matter of a single instance. Gucci felt reasonably confident about this, having traversed a multitude of diverse dreams, each akin to an immersive journey into another realm, where, apart from the absence of tasks, little differentiated it from the Pure Land games. Ding dong, is this Mr. Gu? Your takeout has arrived. Please leave it at the door. Certainly. Gucci glanced at the time. 19:32. There remained 2.5 hours until the summons. Time was ample. After dining, he could take a brief respite, enjoy a shower, and prepare himself, entering the dungeon in a refreshed state. This was his plan, and he executed it accordingly. The takeout consisted of a simple noodle dish, which Gucci consumed rapidly, but he lingered longer in the shower, relishing the sensation of warm water cascading over his body. The cells beneath his skin seemed to dance with joy, a most delightful experience. Around 9:30, having finished a shower and changed into pajamas, Gucci secured the doors and windows before reclining on his bed. Despite it being his first time, he felt no anxiety whatsoever. He retrieved the toy of the god of fate, fiddling with the pointer atop it. It could turn, yet lacked any buffs. The wheel had not moved on its own in recent days. Perhaps it was only meant to be spun once prior to each game. Gucci did not dwell on this matter for long, and after confirming its stillness, he tossed the wheel back into his backpack and picked up his phone to scroll through social media. Time ticked by. On his personal panel, the countdown steadily approached 0. The words codename 06 glowed like a brand, flickering with a faint flame. 5, 4, 3, One thud. The phone fell onto the bed, and in an instant, Gucci vanished from the room, leaving no trace. Chapter 8. Unlimited Time S-Class, Year 4402 Summer. The apocalypse has arrived as foretold. Rivers flow backward, buildings collapse, and an unstoppable force obliterates the home upon which humanity depends. The sky shatters like glass struck by a hammer. And the world cracks in response. People weep, wail, curse, and pray, all to no avail. Tens of billions evaporate in the inferno, millennia of civilization reduced to ashes. Only the silence of death remains. Yet hope has not been extinguished. The Starlight Project has successfully left a spark for humanity. Survivors begin to adapt to the radically different rules of their fragmented worlds. Cultivating new civilizations. Technology, spirits, machinery, sorcery. Just as the name suggests, though the world is shattered into countless pieces, each fragment shines with the brilliance of human civilization. Until the year 5776, winter. One of the starlight clusters, known as Morning Embrace Star, seems to be facing ominous signs of disaster once more. Your superior is uncertain of the veracity of the reports. Yet the matter is grave. So he dares not delay, dispatching you immediately to Temporal City in search of answers. It is said that there dwells a prophet, known as I, who is knowledgeable of the past and future. You are accompanied by 6 other colleagues. Your superior believes that the number 7 is fortuitous. Perhaps it will bring good luck. On November 13th of the same year, you arrive at Temporal City. Number of players in this game: 7. Task: find I and inquire about the disaster. Difficulty S. Time limit: none. Temporary items have been distributed to your personal backpack. Please check. Extra, read all about it. As the text faded, the previously gray and white scene gradually burst into color. The previously motionless newsboy at the roadside began to shout, waving the newspapers in his hands. A homeless man who had been staring at a trash bin for quite some time finally reached in, rummaging for expired canned peaches. Passers-by resumed their movements, laughter and chatter growing louder. It was as though a painting had suddenly come to life. Everything becoming vibrant. The teammates, too, came to life. Is it really S-Class? This is my first encounter with an S-Class dungeon. Several players were filled with excitement. They understood that the difficulty of S-Class dungeons was quite high. After all, what was the worst that could happen? They wouldn't truly die. Though experiencing simulated death in the game could be suffocating, many found that dying a few times only heightened the thrill. In any case, a modicum of pain could not deter their passion for high-difficulty dungeons. This gun is so cool. The temporary items included a mobile phone, a stack of cash, a handgun, and several magazines. Why do I feel like this is just an ordinary handgun? But it's a temporary equipment from an S-Class dungeon. The quality was on a different level altogether. That makes sense. The group eagerly toyed with their newfound gear. None noticing the terrified gaze of the newsboy peering at them from a distance as he cautiously edged toward a nearby phone booth beneath a tree. The man in the gray suit observed his companions with an indifferent expression. It was evident that these individuals were all newcomers, having only recently become players. Setting aside any thoughts of discrimination, he simply did not wish to team up with novices in this dungeon. Though the dungeon description did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. This was a team mode, and all players shared the same objectives that in a low-level dungeon. It might not matter. He had taken novices along before. But this was a high-difficulty S-Class dungeon that a slight misstep could lead to disaster, potentially compromising even the basic rewards that in such circumstances who would relish the idea of lagging teammates. Gucci, however, relished it, generally speaking. Those who claimed to be newbies were often seasoned players in disguise. Yet those who inadvertently revealed their inexperience were likely true novices. That it was possible that some experienced players feigned ignorance, but these individuals did not strike him as such. The remarks came from 2 men and a woman, and Gucci increasingly found their faces to be charming and agreeable. Am I the only one who thinks this dungeon should not be classified as S-Class? Someone raised the question. Just being team mode is one thing, but it's also unlimited time. When has an S-Class dungeon ever been so accommodating to players? Another player, wearing glasses, interjected, "It sounds like you've tackled S-Class dungeons before?" Indeed. The individual raised his chin proudly. "Not only have I tackled them, but I've done so 3 times." The novice girl asked curiously, "Did you complete them all?" Of course. He scoffed. Not at all. The novice girl was left speechless. Why boast when you didn't succeed? The man adjusted his glasses and stated, I believe that the reason Pure Land has rated this dungeon as S-class difficulty must be justified. Perhaps our greatest obstacle in completing the task lies not in time or numbers, but rather in our teammates. The man in the gray suit added silently, casting a glance at Gu Qi and the novice girl. His disdain was palpable. Let us put the discussion about difficulty on hold for now. Since this is a team mode, I suggest we introduce ourselves to facilitate our collaboration moving forward. What do you all think? The glasses-wearing player introduced himself first. My name is Chu Tianqua, level 18, specializing in backline combat. Translated, he was a refined assassin. This made Gu Qi feel somewhat uneasy. Once players surpass level 10, the rate of leveling up significantly decreases. Being at level 18 meant this player had likely navigated through 20 to 30 dungeons, accumulating a combat prowess that a newcomer like Gu Qi could hardly match. Should a confrontation arise, he could very well be eliminated in a single strike by Chu Tianqua. White Poplar. The arrogant boy with a low-level ID declared, level 18. Primarily melee. If range combat is needed, I can fill in. The man in the gray suit was rather cold, stating simply, Gun Ash, level 18, agent. Not a word more. Agent sounded like a profession, yet it was not. In Pure Land, there were no defined professions. Players could freely acquire any skill. The term agent merely referred to those adept in combat and firearms that in other words, Gun Ash likely wielded a genuine weapon, far more formidable than the defensive handgun provided by the dungeon. Gu Qi mused. Oh, so there is more than one level 18. Then he glanced at Chu Tianqua and the others, then looked at his own buffs, confirmed it was indeed S-class difficulty. My name is Ling Miao. Level 7, part of the last batch to enter Pure Land, that I've only learned 3 healing skills, so I hope the esteemed experts will guide me. The novice girl flashed a sweet smile, her dimples endearing, causing Gun Ash's expression to soften slightly. The other 2 novices spoke in turn. My name is Jiang Niao, level 5, specializing in mechanics. I'm not very good at fighting, but if it comes to a brawl, I can hold my own. Wasabi Soup, level 8, proficient in cooking that I served as the logistics chief in a large A-class dungeon before. In terms of combat, I can cheer you on. To be honest, the 3 novice players displayed commendable qualities. At the very least, their attitudes were satisfactory. Unfortunately, this was an S-class dungeon. Only one person remained to introduce himself. He seemed to have been silent from the beginning. The group turned to Gu Qi just as Gu Qi was about to speak. Enough of that. Put down your guns. Suddenly, a squad of police officers burst forth, all armed and ready, surrounding the 7 players. A dozen black muzzles loomed ominously. The sheriff at the forefront spat out his words. Did you hear that? Put down your weapons. Raise your hands. Whatever you have to say, let us discuss it back at the station. Chapter 9. The old era Gu Qi's self-introduction occurred within the confines of the police station. Name, Gu Yuan. Gender, male. Age, slightly over 18. Slightly over. How much exactly? The seasoned officer recording the statement glanced up at Gu Qi 63 months. A little jest, was it? The officer glared at Gu Qi, brandishing his pen. I remind you, you are currently in a police station, apprehended on charges of illegal possession of firearms and endangering public safety, that if you were wise, you will cooperate fully with our investigation in hopes of leniency. Gu Qi felt a tinge of helplessness. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The officer scoffed in broad daylight, gathering in the streets, brandishing firearms and laughing. That is a misunderstanding. Your nonchalance resembles that of seasoned criminals who defy the law. Very well. Then I request to make a call to my superior. You may assist in that, and he will clarify the situation for you, Gu Qi stated. Sorry, I must refuse. You think a single phone call will extricate you? Not a chance. Gu Qi anticipated this response. Typically, suspects are not permitted to communicate with the outside world post-arrest. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire. Courtesy before conflict. This was Gu Qi's usual modus operandi, even in dreams or games. The time was now 3 p.m. They had already lingered in the police station for nearly 2 hours. Sitting upright, Gucci placed his hands adorned with silver bracelets upon the table, fingers intertwined. Officer, I have explained numerous times that this is indeed a misunderstanding. We are, in a sense, working for the Morning Embrace government, making us colleagues. My companion should not have brandished a sidearm in public, and while apprehension was warranted, out of respect for the laws and human rights of Morning Embrace. You ought to verify our identities before questioning us, don't you think? The officer's gaze hardened. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties? Gucci replied calmly. Merely reminding you of the standard procedures and protocols. The officer narrowed his eyes. What if I choose not to follow the rules? Gucci met his gaze for a moment before abruptly shifting his tone. Then I confess. You are correct. We are indeed seasoned offenders. The officer. The sudden candor left him momentarily taken aback. That it was precisely this moment of surprise that granted Gucci an opportunity. When individuals are confronted with unexpected circumstances, they may experience a fleeting stupor. In that brief instant, their minds can become vacuous, rendering them susceptible to external suggestions. Don't be afraid. Relax, it won't hurt. Upon hearing this singular phrase, the officer unwittingly succumbed to confusion. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Officer. Name, William West. Gender, male. Age, 48. When the group emerged from the police station, it was already 4 p.m. None had anticipated that upon entering the dungeon, without having accomplished anything, they would first find themselves apprehended. This was perhaps the most astonishing start they had experienced since becoming players. Gun Ash's complexion was visibly dark, creating a palpable atmosphere of tension within a 2-meter radius around him. Jiang Yao and the others trembled in fear. The Pure Land game did not feature safeguards against friendly fire. Teammates could be harmed at any moment. They dreaded the thought of Gun Ash suddenly drawing a weapon against them. Yet, Chu Tianqua remained unfazed, his scholarly smile beneath his glasses exuding warmth as he comforted Jiang Yao and the others. It's all right. New players often wish to inspect their temporary equipment first upon entering a dungeon. Given your limited experience with game items, it's understandable. Just be more cautious next time. The trio nodded vigorously. They had not considered much beyond their initial excitement about the firearms. Who would have guessed that a concerned citizen would alert the authorities? Fortunately, Gucci had managed to pacify the officer and resolve the matter. Otherwise, they might have faced a harrowing showdown with the local police, although these officers were likely no match for them. If they were wanted, their mission to locate someone would be futile, replaced instead by others seeking them out. By the way, how did you manage that? Bai Yang inquired curiously. Those officers are notoriously stubborn, refusing to listen to anything that I nearly clashed with them. Yet suddenly they relented and allowed us to leave. Perhaps the officer interrogating me was simply more amenable, Gucci replied. I found him quite agreeable. Gu Yuan. Thank you. Ling Miao quietly tugged at Gucci's sleeve from behind, her voice laced with apology. The Jiuqi smiled dismissively. It's nothing, consider it a side quest. Regardless, we owe you one. Bai Yang shot Gucci an appreciative glance. As for the notion of the officer being easy to persuade, Bai Yang was skeptical, yet it mattered little. Among seasoned gamers, who wouldn't he have a trick or two up their sleeves? In Bai Yang's mind, he had already regarded Gucci as an experienced player with a few tricks of his own. Let us find a place to eat, Chu Tianqua suggested as the group exited the police station. They walked while surveying their surroundings that a car passed by, its boxy shape and large, round headlights evoking an extraordinarily retro aesthetic. Newsboys, telephone booths, clock towers, and vintage cars. This era feels quite antiquated. Really? I rather enjoy this old movie style. The industrial and technological advances are just beginning, creating a sense of slowness, Ling Miao remarked. People in this era likely experience little in the way of life pressures, right? Not necessarily, Gucci observed as he gazed across the street. Ling Miao and the others followed his line of sight, where a trash bin stood next to a homeless man rummaging for food. Bai Yang frowned in contemplation. Doesn't he seem like the same one from noon, does it? Gucci shook his head. No. You may not have noticed, but he is the 5th homeless individual we've encountered on our journey. Chu Tianqua chuckled. You certainly pay attention to detail. Gucci replied. Didn't you notice as well? Chu Tianqua nodded. I'm not well versed in this matter, But seeing so many homeless individuals in a single day suggests that the economy of this era is struggling. They are not without life pressures. On the contrary, they may be grappling with the most basic aspects of survival. Bai Yang frowned. Strange. Isn't there a prophet living in the city? Why doesn't the local government seek his assistance to inquire how to improve the situation? At the very least, shouldn't they ensure their citizens can afford to eat? Indeed peculiar. Chu Tianqua surveyed the utterly mundane buildings before them. In this ordinary era, the term prophet carries a certain extraordinary connotation. And even stranger, Gu Qi paused before continuing. I've asked several officers, and none have ever heard of any prophet in the city. Chapter 10. But he isn't as handsome as you. This presents an intriguing predicament. The dungeon's objective is to locate a prophet named I and inquire about the calamity, yet the local police station insists that no such prophet exists in Time Warp City. In other words, they're tasked with finding a person who does not exist. Is it possible that I is genuinely real, but the government simply isn't aware of it? Bai Yang asked. He did not doubt the veracity of Gu Qi's words. Such information could be easily verified, making deceit unnecessary. Such a possibility exists, but it is exceedingly slim. Chu Tianqua adjusted his glasses, analyzing. The more underdeveloped the era, the more reverence and sensitivity it harbors towards supernatural phenomena, that if there truly resided a prophet capable of foreseeing the past and future, his reputation would have long since spread throughout Time Warp City. The police should not be entirely oblivious. The officers would not intentionally conceal or deceive Gu Qi, just as Gu Qi would not mislead them regarding this matter. So where has I gone? Unknown. If it were that easy to locate, this dungeon wouldn't be classified as S-rank, Chu Tianqua replied. There's no need to rush. It's only the first day, and many clues await our discovery that we will gradually piece it together. While this was true, how could one possibly slow down? Regardless of the game, players invariably harbor a unique obsession and enthusiasm for their quests. Moreover, within the dungeon, what else is there to do if not pursue objectives? They were here to complete the game, not to take a vacation. Thus, after swiftly addressing their immediate needs, the group split into pairs to begin gathering information. Hello, boss? I'm not here to make a purchase. Merely inquiring if you know where the prophet is. Hey, bro. Have you heard of someone named I? Excuse me, Mayam. Do you know about the prophet? What prophet? The prophet. What prophet? Everyone quickly settled into their roles, asking passers-by, as if searching for a lost grandmother. Gu Qi's group consisted of 4 individuals: himself, Ling Miao, Mustard Soup, and Jiang Miao. The 3 newcomers were all with him. He was a newcomer as well. However, it seemed that everyone regarded him as anything but a novice. Gu Qi certainly did not feel the need to clarify. His use of hypnosis on the police officers conveyed that very sentiment. Dressing in the attire of seasoned players, at the very least, ensured that during any ensuing conflicts, Chu Tianqua and his companions would not dare to act lightly against him. The hours spent on tasks slipped by swiftly, and before one knew it, the daylight gradually dimmed. Ling Mao and her 2 companions were still diligently inquiring about information from passers-by and vendors. Jiu Qi did not join them. Rather, he ambled leisurely behind, observing the iconic buildings of each street. Akin to a tourist marveling at a new city, his eyes served as a camera, pausing occasionally to capture fleeting moments, each blink akin to pressing a shutter, freezing the essence of the bygone era into intangible photographs stored within his mind. Until a certain moment arrived. Hey, what are you looking at? Ling Mao tiptoed and patted Gu Qi's shoulder from behind. Nothing, Gu Qi replied, retracting his gaze. Ling Mao pouted in dissatisfaction, clearly unimpressed by his answer. After a night of sightseeing, she harbored serious doubts that Gu Qi was merely slacking off. Yet, what could she do? After all, he was a big shot who had previously helped them out of a predicament. They could only indulge him. Observing Ling Mao's feigned irritation, Gu Qi chuckled. Have you uncovered any useful information? No, she sighed, her dainty face falling, her tone drawn out. I asked a multitude of people, and not a single one knew anything about the prophet. Nor had they heard of the light. Some even questioned me, asking what the prophet was, what it had to do with lychees, what it tasted like, and if it was delicious. It's simply absurd. Oh dear, I don't even know how to respond to that. As they conversed, Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup approached. Their expressions, akin to deflated balloons, indicated they were just as fruitless in their inquiries as Ling Mao. This was not merely a matter of being unskilled. Questioning the townsfolk held no particular technique. If they hadn't heard of it, they simply hadn't that Chu Tianqua and his companions would likely yield no better results. At 10 o'clock that evening, the group reconvened at their starting point. The restaurant had already closed. The streets lay desolate and void of life, so quiet that one could hear the distant strains of music wafting from a dance hall. As Gucci anticipated, after a night of diligent searching, they had uncovered no valuable clues that it seemed there truly was not a soul in this city known as the Eye. Bai Yang, unwilling to concede, declared, "We'll continue our search tomorrow. I refuse to believe that in such a small place, he can hide indefinitely." In truth, Shibuching was far from small. After all, it was a city, not a mere town or village. However, the quest explicitly stated that the prophet was indeed within the city. Regardless of whether anyone had heard of him, that fact would remain unchanged. Based on this, Bai Yang held steadfast to his earlier thoughts, suggesting that the individual was purposely concealing their identity for some reason. Perhaps after growing weary of being a prophet, they sought to return to a mundane existence under a new name. The question is, do you know what he looks like? Chu Tianqua inquired. Or do you at least know if he is male or female, old or young? Of course not, Bai Yang scoffed. I have no idea. Ling Mao. Here we go again, the tsundere type. As the night deepened, the wind carried a chill, and a light fog began to rise. Ling Mao instinctively shrank her neck. She was particularly sensitive to mist. How about we call it a night? After discussing for several more minutes without resolution, the group unanimously decided to rest and reassess in the morning. The physiological responses of players within the game mirrored those in reality. Thirst was thirst. Hunger was hunger. Sleep and sustenance were equally essential. Since there was no time limit on the dungeon, it was only reasonable to take a brief respite after their fervent efforts yielded no results. Fortunately, the temporary items distributed by the system included a substantial sum of money. Allowing them to stay at the finest hotel in the city, the Jiuqi barely registered what they were discussing. The streetlights blurred under the night, and he noticed a masked individual hurriedly appear on the street, discarding a plastic bag into a trash bin before swiftly disappearing into the fog. Ling Mao also witnessed this scene, but found nothing amiss. She merely tugged at Guqi's sleeve. "Let us go." Gu Yuan. "Oh!" Castle 1663 at the opulent lobby prompted Jiang Yao to exclaim, "Is this truly a hotel from the bygone era?" Exquisite crystal chandeliers, fragrant indoor fountains, and immaculate pattern tiles created an atmosphere of grandeur. One could easily mistake it for a modern five-star hotel. Every era possesses its own capital. The distinction lies solely in which lampposts they are meant to be hung from. Chu Tianqua seemed quite fond of adjusting his glasses as he approached the counter. Smiling, "Could you please arrange 7 rooms for us?" "Thank you. I apologize, sir, but we only have 1 single room left." The blonde receptionist checked and offered an apologetic smile to Chu Tianqua, glancing at Guqi and the others. She continued, "For 7 people, we have 2 suites available, each containing a master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms, plus the remaining single room would be just right. Would that be acceptable?" Chu Tianqua turned to Ling Mao. Among the 7 players, she was the only female, and the single room would undoubtedly be allocated to her. Ling Mao hesitated, her eyes shimmering with a plea as she blinked at Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup. "How about you 2 squeeze together?" She was reluctant to stay alone. Past gaming experiences had taught her that even the most seemingly calm and harmonious dungeons could harbor extreme dangers, especially since fog often rolled in at night in this city. Having experienced the A-grade mist dungeon, Ling Mao now felt trepidation at the sight of fog. If she were to stay in a room alone and mist seeped through the window cracks at night, or something suddenly collided with her window, she feared she might cry out in fright. All right, Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup did not mind sharing a room. Perhaps due to their novice status, their bond had strengthened rapidly. After a couple of drinks, they would likely consider each other brothers. "Then let us book 2 suites," Chu Tianqua instructed the receptionist. "Certainly, please hold on." The check-in process was completed swiftly. Jiu Chi took 1 room key. while Chu Tianqua took another. Both rooms were on the fourth floor, not far apart, that AS for who would share which room. It was the same as before, free choice. Thus, as soon as Gu Qi opened the door, Ling Mao and her companions eagerly rushed inside. Gu Qi. How perceptive of them. Was this the latent effect of a charm level of 9? It seems they all hold you in high regard, Chu Tianqua remarked with a smile. Chang Hui cast a cold glance into the room, but said nothing as he walked on. Bai Yang quietly grumbled, "This guy is truly hard to deal with. He spoke just one sentence all day. Chang Hui, a teen agent. Honestly, my goddess, I had even that aloof. Perhaps he simply doesn't enjoy speaking." Gu Qi observed Chang Hui's retreating figure. "Oh well, what does it matter? As long as he doesn't falter at critical moments, that is sufficient." Bai Yang responded, "Let us head back to rest. See you tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." The three of them returned to their room. Gu Qi closed the door, glancing at the three on the sofa, jokingly stating, "You three have decided to cling to me, haven't you?" "Indeed," Ling Mao replied earnestly. "After discussion, we unanimously believe that Senior Gu Yuan is the most reliable." "Oh, really?" Gu Qi retrieved a can of an unfamiliar beverage from the mini-fridge, popping it open with a hiss. "In what way am I reliable?" Ling Mao declared. "You smile." Zhang Yao added, "You have a good temperament." Mustard Soup chimed in, "A man's intuition." Gu Qi, "Didn't that intuition tell you that being near me is the most perilous?" ISN, Chu Tianqua capable of smiling as well. Gu Qi countered. Ling Mao honestly replied, "But he is not as handsome as you." The appearance of characters in the game mirrored that of the players, and aside from special items, it could not be altered. However, upon the game's conclusion, players would not remember their teammates' appearances, only their IDs. This did not hinder players from gravitating towards teaming up with other aesthetically pleasing players throughout the game. Even some NPCs often judged players based on their attire and looks. Thus, charm was indeed a significant attribute, serving purposes beyond mere romantic preferences. Zhang Yao and Mustard Soup wholeheartedly agreed. Did one think only women like handsome men? In truth, men did as well, faced with this undeniable reality. What could Gu Qi say? Get some rest. He tossed out the remark as he entered the secondary bedroom, leaving the master bedroom for Mustard Soup and Zhang Yao to share. Gu Qi examined the temporary items provided by the system. SOC 5377, Government Issue Handgun. Caliber 0.45 ACP, Magazine Capacity 6.1. OPPPO 17 Pro Max. The latest smartphone from Wishing Corporation, charges in 1 minute, standby for 50 years. Nothing particularly special, but the gun felt decent in his grip. After fiddling with it for a while, he set it aside. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed. The bed was not far from the window, and looking out, he could just see the city's iconic structure, the clock tower. The clock hanging from the tower was uniquely designed, featuring 2 dials, one blue and one yellow, with various patterns embellishing the markings that Gu Qi initially intended to note the details of the clock as he had with the street's buildings. But the distance was too great to discern clearly. Never mind, he would find time another day to observe it up close. That it was said that the clock tower would chime at midnight. He hoped it wouldn't disturb his sleep. Outside the room, Ling Mao and her companions had also ceased their chatter. After running around for so long, they had not felt fatigue while engaged in the initial excitement of the dungeon. But now that they paused and settled into the soft sofa, weariness washed over them. After exchanging good nights, they each retreated to their rooms. Knowing that Gu Qi was just next door, Ling Mao drifted into a deep, peaceful slumber, feeling particularly secure. The only flaw in the otherwise idyllic situation was that she had not been able to awaken naturally. The following morning, a loud bang-bang reverberated through the air, jarring Ling Mao from her slumber. "Who is it?" "Bang, bang, bang." The person outside remained silent, yet their knocking grew more insistent. I'm coming, stop knocking." How irritating it was to have one's sweet dreams interrupted so early in the morning. Ling Mao, vexed, struck the bed in frustration before reluctantly rising, wrapping herself tightly in her robe and shuffling into the living room to answer the door. "Bang, bang, bang." Still knocking. They ought to be wary of my wrath. Ling Mao thought darkly to herself. Well, that was merely a thought, not something to be voiced aloud. The visitors could only be Chu Tianqua, Bai Yang, or perhaps Chang Hui. each a formidable presence, not to be trifled with. But, in fact, she had misjudged the situation. Upon unlocking the door and swinging it open, she was confronted with a visage so grotesque it could scarcely be termed a face. The skin appeared withered and shriveled, akin to desiccated tree bark, with bulging eyes, oozing mouth and nostrils, and a body that was a ghastly sight, festooned with hues of crimson and emerald, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Ling Mao, with an expression of calm. She promptly closed the door. That a zombie? How could that be? This wasn't an apocalyptic survival scenario. I must have misinterpreted the situation. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to open the door once more. Roar! Bah! Ah! Help! There's a zombie! Chapter 11. Help! A zombie. Gu Qi, groggily processing the word zombie, initially thought he was still dreaming, that it wasn't he, until he stepped out of the bedroom that he realized the gravity of the situation. A decayed hand, adorned with sharp claws, had pierced through the door at the moment Ling Mao attempted to close it, reaching in from the outside, mere centimeters from her body. Terrified, Ling Mao felt her legs turn to jelly. After all, she was merely a novice caretaker. Help! In a state of panic, she turned and fled, glancing back to see Gu Qi standing at the bedroom door. Without a second thought, she dashed towards him, seeking refuge behind his sturdy frame. Gripping his arm tightly as if it were a lifeline, she looked fearfully at the door, which trembled and warped from the relentless assault, stammering, There's a zombie. Gu Qi, I see that. Yet, just yesterday, everything seemed perfectly normal. There were no signs of impending doom. How could zombies suddenly appear today? Gu Qi did not feel fear in the face of this unexpected turn of events. Only confusion. Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup, however, were far less composed as they emerged. Witnessing the zombie's hand that had breached their door, their mouths fell agape in astonishment, morphing into an exclamation in their local dialect. What the hell? There really are zombies? Quick, block the door! The individuals who had shared a bed the previous night now exhibited an impressive synergy in the face of the impending danger. Jiang Yao pushed the sofa, Mustard Soup shoved the TV cabinet, followed by chairs and the coffee table. Their movements were swift and coordinated, rapidly constructing a barricade of furniture at the door in a mere 27 seconds. Thud, thud, thud. The zombie continued to pound at the door, though the sound had dulled significantly, providing a modicum of reassurance to the group. The immediate crisis had been averted. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from his brow, sinking into a chair at the entrance, exhaling deeply before lamenting, "This is absurd. It looked like an urban survival scenario, yet here we are facing zombies." Mustard Soup added, "There is no signal on my phone." Gu Qi gazed out the window. The streets were awash with a sea of wandering zombies. The once pristine pavement had turned to muck, rife with filth and blood. Streetlights were askew, and broken vehicles burned, while the faintest crack in the window allowed the nauseating stench of decay to waft in. The city, once vibrant and bustling, now resembled a hellish purgatory overnight. The Gu Qi attempted to connect the task of finding the eye with the emergence of zombies, only to realize the two matters bore no relation whatsoever. Logically, the game's plot should align with the primary mission. Yet in the absence of crucial information, Gu Qi struggled to envision any connection between the eye and the zombies. Surely the eye was not merely another zombie. Did they need to sift through countless undead to locate this particular prophetic creature? What significance did their previous experiences hold? Gu Qi found himself at an impasse, and for the time being, set thoughts of the eye aside that he had to consider a more pressing matter: survival. The prerequisite for completing the mission was to remain alive. Their immediate objective had transformed from seeking others to a desperate struggle for existence. There was a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that his companions were not ordinary individuals. The bad news was that one was a healer, another a mechanical expert, and the last a cook at Gu Qi. Is this a team capable of combat? The fighters were in another group. The dilemma arose. Chu Tianque and his companions were not far from them, on the same floor, yet after all this time of knocking and Ling Mao's cries for help. Where were they? Based on prior behavior, Chang Hui might abandon them, but Chu Tianque and Bai Yang would not. Their prolonged absence suggested they too had encountered trouble, and likely grave trouble. The Gu Qi did not believe that a mere handful of zombies could hinder 3 seasoned players. They could choose to wait in their room. But should the worst-case scenario arise? What if Chu Tianque and his companions were unable to resolve their own significant trouble? After all, this was an S-level scenario. Who could guarantee a successful completion? The provisions within the room were exceedingly limited. They could not remain here indefinitely. Ultimately, they would have to confront the zombies or perhaps something even more terrifying. Perhaps this was the very narrative design of the scenario. There was no escape, no avoidance. They must rely solely on themselves. That it seemed Ling Mao and her companions were beginning to grasp this reality, as well that in times of calamity, even the closest of bonds frayed. If even couples could abandon one another, how much less loyalty could be expected from a recently formed temporary team? Thus, it was time to prove their worth to the seasoned players. Zhang Yao was the first to produce a small device. This is a self-destructing robot, with an explosive yield equivalent to 500 grams of TNT, comparable to a thermobaric grenade. Give me some time, and I can manufacture many such robots to blow away these hideous creatures. Mustard Soup raised his hand. I have plenty of supplies in my backpack, based on 3 meals a day. I can cook attribute-enhancing food for at least half a month to bolster everyone's combat prowess. Ling Mao exclaimed, I can heal you. I'll provide all the healing I can to ensure you don't die before me. Gucci scrutinized the trio for a moment, lost in thought that he remained silent, and Ling Mao and the others dared not utter a word. The atmosphere grew tense, punctuated only by the sound of the zombies battering the door. After a prolonged silence, Gucci finally spoke. That he first addressed Zhang Yao. How long will it take you to produce a batch of self-destructing robots? How many constitutes a batch? 10. 3 hours. Zhang Yao replied at Gucci, then turned to Mustard Soup. And you? Mustard Soup responded, 1 hour. Gucci's gaze shifted to Ling Mao. Before he could speak, she interjected, I can heal really well. Gucci, what does that even mean? Ling Mao suddenly realized the ambiguity of her statement, her cheeks flushing slightly as she sheepishly clarified, Were you asking about my healing capacity? Gucci, perplexed, retorted, Why would I inquire about your healing capacity? You don't heal me. Lino, oh? Not heal you. Then who am I supposed to heal? Gucci cast a glance through the wall towards Chu Tianque's room. We need to check on the situation. He had an unsettling premonition that Chu Tianque and his companions might no longer be in the hotel. Ling Mao appeared to half understand. Are you asking me to heal them? No. As he spoke, Gucci retrieved a semi-automatic handgun provided by the system, chambering a round with the proficiency of a seasoned soldier. What I mean is, the area outside is swarming with zombies. If we are to proceed, we must first clear them out. The fact that the door had not been breached after such a lengthy period indicated that these zombies were merely ordinary ones. Their strength limited, likely still possessing human physiological traits. Aiming for the head would disrupt their central nervous system, allowing for easy dispatch. I'm quite skilled with a firearm. The task of eliminating zombies can be entrusted to me. Gucci stated, However, I need someone to draw their attention. Ling Mao's eyes widened. You can't mean for me to exactly. In his gaze dwelled a blend of seriousness, encouragement, trust, and an undeniable command. Ling Mao, take good care of yourself. You can do this. Ling Mao, help. Chapter 12. So hard. Gucci was always a man of action. Once he had formulated the next step, he would execute it without delay. Procrastination was not in his nature. Soon, following his directives, Zhang Yao produced a self-destructing robot with a lesser explosive capacity, intended to blast a path through the door. The sounds outside indicated that there were now more than just the initial zombie, unless they eliminated those blocking the doorway. They would be unable to exit. Of course, they were not blasting their own door. This temporary safe haven needed to be preserved for Zhang Yao and Mustard Soup to prepare food and machinery. Having changed in a more suitable attire, Gucci led Ling Mao to scale the balcony into the adjacent room, his focus razor-sharp, ever ready to fire. Their room was 401, while Chu Tianque and his companions occupied 416. The front desk had not provided them with adjacent rooms, suggesting that these accommodations might be occupied by other guests. Gucci was uncertain whether this was indeed the case, and even more uncertain if those guests had succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies. Thus, he approached with utmost caution, only confirming the absence of danger before he forcefully shattered the glass with an elbow and entered the room. The commotion was considerable, and perhaps due to the eerie stillness of the area. The zombies wandering the street all perked up in unison. The zombies that had been attacking room 401 immediately turned their attention to the sound, launching an assault on the door of their room. With no other objects for support, the door rapidly warped under the relentless onslaught of the zombies. Cracks forming in the wall, where the door lock was embedded, Ji glanced at the girl beside him. "Are you ready?" "Lin miao timidly no." Gucci encouraged her. "You can do it." As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized miniature explosive robot and tossed it like a grenade. "What?" Ling Miao exclaimed. "I'm really not ready." Gucci threw a second one. This was the one he had taken from Jiang Yao. Standard size, aimed at the lower floor to divert the zombies' attention from the street, preventing them from storming the hotel. There was no time for Ling Miao to react. After throwing, Gucci pulled her behind the sofa. The disc-shaped explosive device crashed against the door, extending 8-inch legs that clung to the door like a magnet, and then it began to emit a flashing red light. Beep, beep, beep. Ling Miao hurriedly covered her ears and squeezed her eyes shut. Boom! 2 explosions resonated almost simultaneously, making the entire building tremble. The zombies at the door were blown to bits, limbs flying in all directions. The fate of the zombies on the street was even grimmer, a small mushroom cloud rising slowly. "Charge!" Guki shouted. "Charge!" Ling Miao echoed, feeling overwhelmed. At this point, there was no alternative. They had to charge forward, or else the zombies would come for her. Life is filled with countless firsts, the first time opening one's eyes to the world. The first steps taken, the first solo journey to school, the first encounter with the extraordinary, the first time meeting a boy that made one's heart race, and the first confrontation with zombies. Perhaps this is an inevitable path of growth. If I become infected, please don't kill me immediately. Help me search for a serum that resists the zombie virus. If you can't find one, before you shoot, please hold me for a moment. Let me feel the warmth of this world one last time. I beg you. With her final words uttered, Ling Miao took a deep breath, lifted the table that had been overturned by the explosive force, and resolutely charged out. In that moment, she was as brave as a knight. The next second, help! The night fell to the zombies. The scent of the living acted like a stimulant. Upon seeing Ling Miao burst from the room, the remaining zombies, unscathed by the explosion, struggled to rise and lunged toward her with low growls. In terms of combat strength, zombies were not as terrifying as one might think. Many strong, ordinary people could handle them. Yet their grotesque appearance and repulsive odor were nauseating, and humans, being visual creatures, found it psychologically challenging to endure such a shock, much like how some people know that most spiders are harmless, yet still fear them. Considering it brave to even step on one, Ji would not simply watch as Ling Miao was overwhelmed by zombies. As she cried for help, he had already raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The zombies lunging at Ling Miao from either side instantly had their heads blown apart, their bodies collapsing lifelessly at her feet, green liquid splattering across her legs. Thankfully, the initial attire provided by the system consisted of long pants. Otherwise, she would be in quite a mess. Ji approached Ling Miao, noticing more zombies rushing towards them, and fired again. Bang bang. 2 more heads exploded, splattering the walls with gore. With 4 shots and 1 explosion, it seemed the hallway was cleared of zombies. But before Ling Miao could catch her breath, more zombies surged forth from the stairwell, wailing as they charged toward them. The good news was, there was only one stairwell. "Move forward," Gucci instructed. All right. Ling Miao gritted her teeth, using the table as a shield, and began to slowly advance. The Ji positioned himself back to back with her, retreating while shooting at the approaching zombies. The relatively narrow corridor provided Gucci with ample maneuvering space, even though the horde charged forth with ferocity. Only 2 or 3 would reach the front at a time. Once they were taken down, they would impede the others behind them, slowing their advance. After emptying a magazine, Gucci calmly replaced it with a new one and continued firing, his eyes unwavering, like an emotionless assassin. It was only after a minute that the corridor gradually fell silent, having emptied 5 magazines. Ling Miao dared to turn around and glance back, her heart sinking at the sight of the ground littered with grotesque corpses. Her eyes widened slightly. Had Gu Qi truly eliminated all these zombies by himself? This man was formidable. His marksmanship was the best she had ever witnessed, even in such close quarters. The zombie on the right had been shot cleanly in the head. But what about the one on the left? Ling Miao felt a hand gripping her shoulder, the rancid odor assaulting her senses. Turning her head, she found herself face to face with a zombie, its filthy, drooling mouth poised to sink its teeth into her neck. I'm done for. Not only was the zombie's strength terrifying, rendering her immobile, but even if she had not been caught, there was no way to evade at such close range. Her face turned pale, convinced her fate was sealed. Then she saw a hand thrust forward. It interposed itself between her and the zombie, becoming the substitute for her neck, caught in the creature's maw. Ling Miao? In that instant, a torrent of indescribable emotions surged within her. The peril she faced was all due to Gu Qi insisting she take on the role of the bait, and she should have resented him. Yet, at this moment, that maddening sense of security was overwhelming. And Gu Qi, who had urged her to lead, why had he come to shield her in the end? Did he not know that even seasoned players would succumb to death without a serum after being bitten by a zombie? Why was he saving her? Ling Miao's mind was flooded with questions she longed to voice, about herself, about Gu Qi, yet the scene that unfolded next forced her to swallow her words. The mindless zombie was oblivious to what it had bitten. It chomped down with force. Crack. Teeth shattered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The fragments, slick with saliva, bounced a couple of times upon hitting the ground. The zombie, instinctively loosening its grip, stared vacantly at the floor, feeling as though it had lost something crucial. Ling Miao. The indescribable emotion crystallized into 2 words. She stared blankly at the large hand before her. So hard. Chapter 13 in daily life. A person's bite force typically ranges from 30 to 82 pounds, or approximately 13.6 to 37.2 kilograms, due to the relatively low pain tolerance of the periodontal membrane. Excessive force can cause intense pain, leading individuals to automatically reduce their bite strength, making it improbable for an average person to exert their full bite force. Factors such as dietary habits, exercise, and genetics can also influence an individual's bite strength. Gu Qi recalled a program that had once tested human bite force, with the highest recorded at 127 pounds, close to the human limit. Considering that zombies lack pain sensitivity, this figure would be even higher. Based on his previous experiences and dreams, he estimated a zombie's bite force to be around 170 pounds, equivalent to that of an adult pit bull. Not small by any means. A single bite could shatter human bones. Not large either, but sufficient to crush bones. Gu Qi was confident in his ability to extend that hand, possessing enough assurance to do so. The arms treated with stone skin did not take on the hue of stone. Rather, they exhibited a smooth and lustrous sheen. The Gu Qi, a person typically devoid of narcissism, found himself unable to deny the beauty of his hand, which seemed almost surreal, under the astonished gaze of Ling Miao. Gu Qi retracted his hand and, with a resounding bang, ended the life of the approaching zombie. Upon reaching room 416, Gu Qi discovered he had no room card and was left with no choice but to politely invite the door lock to receive a bullet. The layout of the room was reminiscent of their own, yet it was unnaturally pristine. Everything in the living room was unexpectedly tidy. Even the light gray couch cover bore no creases. Upon pushing open the door to the master bedroom, he found the sheets and duvet meticulously arranged, with slippers neatly placed beneath the bedside table, giving the impression that no one had ever resided there. Ling Miao, too frightened to wander off alone after being spooked by lurking zombies, hesitated at the sight of closed doors. Her eyes darted around, observing the room's condition, while her body obediently followed Gu Qi. Wherever he entered, she too would follow. After several entries and exits, the two returned to the living room. Each of the 3 rooms yielded no signs of habitation. Gu Qi picked up an overturned cup, noting the absence of any moisture within, and his brow furrowed in confusion. Did they really stay at the hotel last night? Perhaps. They did not. Ling Miao hesitated, equally uncertain. Given that everyone had arrived together at the hotel, it seemed illogical that Chu Tianhua and the others would not be present. Yet, the various indications within the room suggested that it had indeed been unoccupied. Could it be that Chu Tianhua and his companions had risen early and tidied everything so thoroughly? Even if that were true, where could they have gone now? Standing in the center of the living room, Gu Qi's gaze drifted slowly, meticulously examining every corner. Ultimately, unable to uncover any clues, he could only extend his most sincere wishes to the mysteriously vanished trio. "I hope they are safe," Ling Miao responded. "Meow. Meow. They have left." "Oh!" Upon returning to room 401, Ling Miao's first action was to shower and change clothes, as her pants were soiled and she felt on the verge of fainting from the stench. Just as she turned on the hot water and stripped down, Gu Qi's voice echoed from outside. "You'd best refrain from bathing." "Why not?" she inquired, perplexed. "The water source may be contaminated." "Then, I'll just rinse off. Just a quick wash, all right?" Ling Miao longed for a bath. "Suit yourself," Gu Qi replied nonchalantly. "But don't blame me for lacking compassion later." He was so fierce. Ling Miao pouted at that moment. The girl was left with naught but a pendant, an item she had obtained in a previous instance, capable of diminishing the wearer's likelihood of death, though the specifics of its efficacy were unknown to her. She clutched her chest, staring at the clear water flowing from the showerhead, wrestling with her impulses for a while before ultimately suppressing her desire to test it. The water source might be contaminated, but bottled water should pose no problem, right? To avoid waste, Ling Miao collected the water using a bottle cap, pouring it little by little onto a towel to wet it, and then meticulously wiped down her body. In the living room, mustard soup busied itself with modern cookware, while an induction stove sat on the coffee table. Clearly unplugged, Jiuqi noted the pot of soup had reached a near boil, revealing a small piece of bone, exuding a rich meaty aroma. Everything necessary for cooking, including water, was provided by mustard soup, alleviating any safety concerns, unless mustard soup was also a crafty entity. "What effect does this soup have?" Gu Qi inquired. "Strength 3, lasting for 1 hour," mustard soup replied. "The enhancement from basic food typically hovers around 3. While perfect cooking can achieve 5-6, though seemingly modest, this was one of the rare ways for players to directly elevate their fundamental attributes. With sufficient skill level and multiplier, even a mere 3 could become the final straw to crush an enemy. However, Gu Qi glanced at his skill bar. Strength held little significance for him. Stone Skin was a physical skill, while Dream Control pertained to the mental. A 3 increase in strength would only grant him a slight edge in his basic attack damage. "Is there any food that enhances mental acuity?" Gu Qi asked mustard soup. "Indeed. Charcoal grilled azure mushroom. Charcoal grilled azure mushroom. After consumption, mental acuity 4, physical constitution -1. Lasting for 1 hour. Bring me 2 skewers to go." "Certainly." As a professional chef, mustard soup's pack contained a variety of basic ingredients, most of which were purchased from the store at a modest price. Meanwhile, Jiang Niao, who was busy tightening screws, leaned over to ask, "Did Chu Tianhua and the others leave on their own?" "I'm not sure." Gu Qi briefly recounted the situation in room 416, allowing the others to draw their own conclusions. Mustard soup scoffed. "They probably didn't want us tagging along." However, Jiang Niao appeared accustomed to the idea. In high-difficulty instances, it's only natural they wouldn't want to be held back. That on the bright side, perhaps they encountered some insurmountable trouble. "Wow! It smells fantastic." Having resolved her personal hygiene issues, Ling Miao emerged in a fresh outfit, joining the discussion about the trio's abrupt departure, pondering whether it had been intentional or otherwise. That Jiuqi remained relatively silent throughout, leading Ling Miao to feel that he had suddenly become aloof. In truth, Gu Qi was contemplating whether the division of players into 2 teams was a mechanism of this instance. "I believe we should find a way to acquire a vehicle." The conversation regarding Chu Tianhua and his companions did not last long before shifting to strategies for survival in the zombie apocalypse. After all, this was the pressing issue they faced, even though no one could fathom how a thriving city could transform overnight into such a state. Most crucially, it seemed unrelated to the main quest. "A vehicle would facilitate our food gathering and exploration of other locations," Jiang Yao remarked. "With others gone, acquiring a vehicle should not be difficult, but does anyone here know how to drive?" Mustard Soup scratched his head. "I certainly don't." In reality, he was still a student at the Eastern Star Culinary School. Having enrolled in driving school but never attended classes, Jiang Yao replied, "I can't drive either." Both turned to Ling Miao, who in turn glanced at Gu Qi just as Gu Qi was about to speak. He was interrupted by a series of amplified shouts. "Is anyone there? Is anyone still alive? If you can hear my voice, please respond. Do not be afraid. I am a survivor of this city. And if you wish, I can provide you with food, shelter. I can ensure your safety. Is anyone there?" The voice grew closer, accompanied by a series of gunshots. Da-da-da-da-da. Ling Miao, Gu Qi, and Jiang Yao exchanged glances before hastily moving to the window to peer outside. They spotted an old-fashioned truck making its way down the street, blaring the earlier shout through its horn that a scruffy-looking man leaned halfway out of the passenger side, wielding a machine gun and unleashing a hail of bullets at the encroaching zombies. Cursing, "Go to hell, son of a bitch. Is that an NPC?" Jiang Yao queried. Mustard Soup whistled. "Seems a bit fierce." One man, armed with a gun, was single-handedly taking on an entire street of zombies. A scene straight out of a movie. Undoubtedly the protagonist. However, Ling Miao remained unimpressed, thinking to herself that if they had witnessed Gu Qi's marksmanship, he would undoubtedly prove to be far more formidable and impressive with a machine gun in hand. "So should we respond?" Jiang Yao asked. NPCs are not always benevolent. Gu Qi understood this, but it was not his primary concern at that moment. The most pressing issue was acquiring information. "Let us gather our things," Gu Qi instructed. He had intended to leave the hotel before nightfall, and an earlier departure would not be detrimental. Ling Miao had little to pack, so she opened the window and waved at the man, calling, "We are over here." Upon hearing her voice, the man paused momentarily, then abruptly looked up. Upon seeing Gu Qi and Ling Miao at the window, his eyes glistened with emotion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that seemed both joyful and sorrowful. The man trembled slightly as he rummaged through his toolbox, extracting a grappling gun, and shouted, "Get down!" Gu Qi swiftly grasped Ling Miao's arm, pulling her aside. Whoosh! The grappling hook, tethered to a sturdy rope, accurately shot through the window, anchoring itself to the wall. The man secured the other end to the truck, urging, "Hurry down." Without hesitation, Gu Qi tore down the curtain and draped it over the rope, preparing to slide down. "Wait!" Ling Miao, afraid of heights, looked at Gu Qi with pleading eyes, her small hands gently clutching his shirt, resembling a helpless kitten. Even the toughest of men would feel a pang of sympathy that Gu Qi maintained a stoic expression. "Climb up by yourself." Consequently, the girl clung to Gu Qi like a koala, sliding down the grappling rope alongside him. Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup followed closely behind. Once they reached the ground, the man enveloped Gu Qi in a hearty embrace. The firmness of his chest felt as though Gu Qi had been struck by a vehicle that he could not help but mentally scoff. If NPCs had a numerical panel, this fellow's physique would surely exceed 9. Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup were also caught in the man's enthusiastic embrace, while only Ling Miao, sensing impending danger, managed to hide behind Gu Qi, narrowly escaping the onslaught. The man chuckled heartily, seemingly unbothered by the awkwardness of the situation. His excitement had momentarily clouded his awareness of gender differences. "Were you all trapped here the whole time?" "Pretty much. I heard explosions coming from this area earlier. No one was injured." "I hope." "No, we were dealing with zombies." "I see." During the conversation, the man did not forget to slay the monsters. He wielded a machine gun with one hand and coupled with Gu Qi's precise shooting. The approaching zombies fell in droves. Yet these creatures seemed endless. The street was nearly cleared, but more surged in from the adjacent road. "Get in the car. Let South find another place to talk." The truck had only 2 seats. Leaving no room in the front, apart from the man, there was someone else in the driver's seat. No, upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't a person driving, but a shiny furred golden retriever. IT rested its paws on the steering wheel, secured by a seatbelt, cheerfully greeting Jiang Yao and Wasabi Soup with a bark. "Woof woof." Jiang Yao, Wasabi Soup. They couldn't drive the vehicle, but the dog could. The 4 of them eventually settled in the truck's back compartment. Initially, they expected that a non-human driver would lead to a bumpy ride, perhaps colliding with a telephone pole or something of the sort, but surprisingly, The truck moved smoothly, without even a hint of being tossed around during turns. This exceptional riding experience left Jiang Niao and the others somewhat disheartened. They fell silent, listening to the country ballads drifting from the sea and beat at Jiu Qi, reminiscent of his reconnaissance the previous night. Observe the buildings retreating on either side. The houses remained the same old structures, unchanged. Yet he sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't articulate exactly what it was. Half an hour later, they arrived at the man's residence. It was a roadside villa, evidently aged, with a garden abundant in fruits and vegetables. It's a bit messy, please don't mind. The man led Gu Qi and the others inside, where everything matched his unkempt appearance. Thankfully, it was merely disordered, devoid of any strange odors. The only scent present was that of alcohol, with several empty bottles tipped over on the coffee table. The second floor was much tidier, likely because the man rarely ventured there since he had no need for it. These are all empty rooms. Feel free to choose whichever you like to stay in. Considering Gu Qi and the others had just come from a hotel and likely lacked accommodation, the man generously invited them to reside with him. You needn't worry about food and safety. I've got it covered. By the way, do you enjoy drinking? Has it been long since you savored the taste of alcohol? I've scavenged all the liquor in the city. Just wait, I'll get some free. Without waiting for Gu Qi and the others to respond, the man dashed downstairs to fetch the drinks. Humming a little tune. What should we do? He asked, so enthusiastic. Wasabi Soup, who typically shunned social interaction, felt utterly out of place in the presence of someone so openly socially awkward. Perhaps he has been lonely for too long. Ling Mao mused, sensing that the man seemed like someone who hadn't encountered another living being in ages. Yet everything had appeared normal just yesterday. After all, it had only been a mere 12 hours. How long could it truly be? Now that you mention it, I feel as though we might be walking into a trap. Jiang Niao uneasily surveyed their surroundings. With zombies present, encountering a cannibalistic psychopath didn't seem implausible. Shall we go down for a drink? The man called from the first floor as he returned with the alcohol. Sure. Gu Qi, unafraid, headed downstairs directly, followed closely by Ling Mao and the others. The coffee table had been cleared by the man, now adorned with 5 pristine glasses that a large plate of chips accompanied the drinks. The man, having shed his outer coat, wore only a short-sleeved shirt that revealed his muscular arms. With growing suspicion, Jiang Niao observed him, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. He imagined a grim scenario involving a drunken night ending in dismemberment. Wasabi Soup, however, thought little of such dark imaginings. Instinctively, he felt a bit in truth. He found the unexpectedly present man rather likable. Though a bit disheveled, he seemed decent and had, in a way, rescued them. Wasabi Soup genuinely believed he was a good person, though he found it hard to handle his overwhelming enthusiasm. Watching the man pour drinks, Gu Qi remarked, "We still don't know your name." The man slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. "Look at me getting so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Neil West. A police officer. Well, I used to be. What about you? I notice your marksmanship is quite impressive. Are you in the same line of work?" "Sort of. We work for the Morning Embrace government," Gu Qi replied. "Then you're a rank above me," Neil mused. "I never expected even you would be abandoned by the Morning Embrace government. Those folks at the top truly are a disgrace." "Mister, do you know of a prophet in the city?" Ling Mao inquired. "Please don't call me mister. I might look older, but I'm not that much older than you," Neil replied. "The prophet you speak of, someone knowledgeable who can divine the future?" "Yes." "Yes," Ling Mao said, looking expectantly at Neil. "The IT seemed promising, but the reality was, I've never heard of one," Neil stated. "Ling Mao." Neil scoffed lightly. "What prophet exists in this world? If there truly were one, why wouldn't they emerge to warn everyone and prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus?" Jiang Niao tentatively asked. "Perhaps they are overlooked?" Neil responded. "If that were the case, they would have been torn apart by zombies by now." Jiang Niao, quite reasonable. Jiu Qi, pondering Neil's name, asked, "You share the surname West. Do you know William?" "William West." Neil turned his head, astonished, and regarded Gu Qi. "That is my father. Do you know him?" "Yes." Gu Qi nodded. "We had a pleasant conversation once." "Then you must have suited him well," Neil remarked. "To be honest, my father has quite a temper. I often end up arguing with him after just a few words. My mother divorced him for this very reason. But I don't blame him. I know he loved us. Just struggled to express it. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Neil's eyes as he seemed to recall past events, but he refrained from elaborating further, merely letting out a gentle sigh. I hope someone in heaven can understand him as I do. Heaven. It appeared that William West had also perished in this sudden catastrophe that Gu Chi fell silent. Sorry. Neil shook his head, dismissing the negative emotions, and smiled. It's all right. It's been a year. I've come to terms with it. His sacrifice was noble, and I take pride in him. As he spoke, Neil raised his glass, tipping it toward the window before downing its contents in one go. Gu Chi, however, was taken aback. A year? Did you just say your father has been deceased for a year? Yes. Time slips away from us while we sleep. Continuing this topic felt impolite, yet it had been too long since anyone had spoken. With the rare opportunity to converse, Neil chose to be accommodating. After all, his father's death was indeed a source of pride for him. So he began to share. A year ago, when the zombie virus first broke out, the first batch of mutated individuals were homeless people, followed by sanitation workers. Initially, they exhibited no physical changes which failed to alarm the government. They merely treated them for ordinary rabies. It wasn't until those bitten began displaying similar symptoms, and the bodies of the homeless started to decay, that everyone realized this was no mere rabies outbreak, but a calamity. The number of infected grew, the situation spiraled out of control, and the air was filled with terror-stricken screams and desperate wails. Hospitals were the first to suffer. There were simply too many infected individuals, and the initial homeless people were sent to various hospitals for treatment. And my father, William, knowing full well that hospitals were the most perilous places in the city, chose to enter nonetheless to save lives. He claimed it was his duty, even if he could save just 2 infants. It would be worthwhile. You're with the Morning Embrace government. You should know that most officers in local precincts are just collecting a paycheck. There are few like my father, foolish yet kind-hearted. As you can see, he never came back after he went in. Perhaps he did come back, but I could no longer recognize him. At this, Neil glanced at his hands, a bittersweet smile forming on his lips. Or perhaps I inadvertently killed him myself. After all, I've slain so many zombies that I initially counted them to pass the time, but now I've lost track. Upon hearing Neil's words, Gu Chi seemed to realize something, that he pulled out his phone and opened the calendar. Something he usually never did. Jiang Yao remained fixated on the story itself. Wait, you said the zombie virus broke out a year ago, but we just yesterday. Jiang Yao. Gu Chi interrupted him, then turned to Neil. What year is it? And what is the date? Is your phone broken? Neil asked, puzzled by Gu Chi's question, but nonetheless replied. It's the year 5777, November 14th. 5777, November 14th. The calendar on Gu Chi's phone displayed the same date. However, Gu Chi distinctly remembered that upon their arrival, the background introduction indicated it was 5776, November 13th. The phone simply showed the month and day along with the current time, not the year, which was why they had all overlooked it. Gu Chi suddenly understood why he felt something was off about the buildings he had seen earlier. It was an exceedingly subtle change. The houses today appeared even older than those of yesterday. Neil had not lied. It was no trap. Ling Mao's intuition had been correct. Neil indeed had not seen another living person in quite some time at this moment. Gu Chi comprehended the meaning of the term temporal anomaly city. Time did not pass here day by day. They had slept through an entire year in a single night. Buzz! As this thought struck his mind, everything around him began to spin violently. The ground trembled fiercely, the chandelier from the ceiling crashing onto the coffee table, shattering into pieces along with the wine glasses. What is happening? The 3 individuals, startled, found themselves in disarray. Ling Mao struggled to maintain her balance, relying heavily on Gu Chi's arm to avoid tumbling to the ground. Outside the window, the once resplendent daylight dimmed in a mere breath, transforming into an abyssal blackness devoid of stars or moonlight. The only remnant was the towering old clock tower, its 2 dials emitting a faint glow, the hands whirling with astonishing speed. Ding! The chime resonated, and a wave of profound fatigue enveloped them, as if lead were poured into their eyelids, rendering Gu Chi incapable of stealing even a fleeting glance at it. His vision blurred gradually, and ultimately, he succumbed to the weight of slumber. Chapter 14. Heavy snow when he awoke again. Light had already graced the day. However, the tightly shut leaves of the window obstructed the illumination, casting a dim pall over the room. The flames in the fireplace crackled softly, occasionally producing gentle pops. The flickering firelight danced, casting shadows that swayed and infused the air with a delicate hint of smokiness. The Jiu-Chi, reclining on the sofa, opened his eyes to behold the chandelier above, marred by evident patches of repair, his drowsy gaze reflecting a fleeting bewilderment that soon dissipated as if a memory had struck him. He abruptly sat up, reaching for the mobile phone resting on the coffee table to ascertain the current time. Unbeknownst to him, a figure lay sprawled across him. Ling Mao, in her slumber, appeared demure, her long eyelashes fluttering gently with each breath. Her cheeks flushed and her lips, slightly parted, glimmered with a hint of moisture, suggesting she was in the midst of a deep, peaceful slumber. As Gucci arose, she slipped off him like a fallen blanket. Thud! Ouch! Gucci thought to himself. It was unintentional. That hurts. Ling Mao groaned, one hand propping herself against the sofa while the other rubbed her head, still dazed. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a cool male voice commanded, "Don't move." Startled, Ling Mao stiffened, her drowsiness evaporating. After a brief moment, she realized the speaker was Gucci, who was now gazing intently at her. The intensity of his stare ignited a blush on her cheeks. She could not fathom why he was suddenly regarding her with such seriousness. A look that could easily lead to misunderstandings. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? She stammered. Stand up, Gucci instructed. Oh! The girl obediently rose to her feet. Turn around, he added. What a peculiar request. Ling Mao silently scoffed. Yet she blushed as she complied. Turning around, the Jiu-Chi stood with his arms crossed, resembling a seasoned magnate, his gaze unwavering upon her. Once she completed her turn, he reached a conclusion. You've matured. Ling Mao was taken aback by Gucci's prolonged scrutiny, followed by such a succinct statement that a rosy hue spread across her cheeks, and she felt an urge to chastise Gucci as a lecher, but somehow the words faltered on her lips. Instead, she glanced down at her chest, a bashful smile creeping across her face. Really? Is that true? Gucci's expression remained impassive. I meant in terms of age. Ling Mao fell silent. That a moment of silence lingered. Her cheeks deepened in color, yet her demeanor turned remarkably calm. Is that so? She said, nervously fiddling with her toes. I understand you meant age. Oh, Gucci replied. As their conversation unfolded, Mustard Soup and Zhang Yao gradually awakened. Their transformations were far more conspicuous, while Ling Mao had merely grown taller. Her features gained a touch of femininity, just a hint, akin to a college student transitioning into a novice professional, her aura possessing a tinge of maturity, yet still retaining a youthful essence. In terms of appearance, Ling Mao had not changed drastically from yesterday. In stark contrast, Mustard Soup had gained weight, sporting a burgeoning beer belly, while Zhang Yao had developed facial hair, an unkempt hair, resembling an aging recluse who had neglected his appearance for days. These changes were immediately apparent. Still grappling with the situation, Mustard Soup and Zhang Yao beheld one another's faces. What the hell? Is that you, Tang? Are you on Yao? What on earth happened to your appearance? At that moment, Ling Mao also realized that Gucci was not jesting. She had genuinely matured. However, she cast a glance at Gucci, who appeared to have undergone no noticeable change. His coldly handsome visage bore no trace of aging. Not a wrinkle in sight, devoid of any signs of the passage of time. After approximately 3 minutes, Zhang Yao and Mustard Soup finally came to terms with the reality of their aging. Fortunately, we are still relatively youthful, Zhang Yao remarked with relief. We can consider this an early experience of becoming mature men. It's not a significant issue. Is it truly not a significant issue? Gucci interjected, tossing his phone to Zhang Yao, signaling them to examine it themselves. The moment he had noticed Ling Mao's transformation, Gucci had sensed something amiss. Their slumber might not have lasted merely a year. His intuition proved correct. November 15, 5782. Zhang Yao pondered. So we slept for a full 5 years? That's not the crux of the matter, Gucci responded, addressing the two. Your hair, your beard, his physique, your belly, along with Ling Mao's height. All these factors testify to one undeniable truth. Our very state has been influenced by the passage of time. Having been preoccupied with the zombies the previous day, coupled with the belief that only a year had passed, Gucci had failed to notice any changes in them. Yet now, with 5 years having slipped away overnight, the power of time became starkly evident. The first night amounted to a year, the second night to 5 years. What would the third night entail? 10 years? Or perhaps 20? What would transpire after several more nights? Realization dawned upon Jiang Yao, and he gasped in horror. Are we destined to grow old and perish here? Gucci laid out the grim reality. If we fail to find a way to halt the passage of time. Yes, it is inevitable. I see. Mustard Soup sank to the ground, murmuring, how foolish I was truly to believe that an S-level dungeon would have no time constraints. Wait, have we forgotten someone? Ling Mao suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's eyes widened in realization, and he pointed with a start. Right, Nier. Nier is an NPC, perhaps he can assist us. What about him? I have no idea. Is he still asleep? Let us go check upstairs. Having traversed 5 years, Nier should have aged similarly. Judging by his appearance from yesterday, he was only a few years older than them, likely in his prime now. Even if he couldn't aid them with the time conundrum, he would at least serve as a competent ally. And they couldn't afford to overlook that. Yet, regrettably, they found no trace of Nier. All they discovered was a hastily scribbled note on his desk. Hey folks, I have some bad news to share. Our food supplies have run out. Blame that damned weather. It has frozen all the crops we painstakingly cultivated that a few days ago some adorable little critters would come by to help fill our bellies. But they haven't shown up lately. So I have to venture out myself. Someone must take the initiative, right? Do you remember when we first met? I promised to provide you with food, shelter, and keep you safe, that I have been doing that all along. And I will continue to do so, that I know it's dangerous outside. But rest assured, your Nier is no pushover. Hey, I think I understand why my father chose to rush into the hospital. Living isn't merely about existing. Honestly, I'm reluctant to leave. I've cherished these days spent living with you. Though it may seem disrespectful to my father and past friends, these 5 years have indeed been the happiest of my life. How many 5-year spans can one experience in a lifetime? Time stealthily slips away while we slumber. I feel fortunate to have savored soup more delectable than that made by the chefs of luxurious restaurants in the city. Those little explosive gadgets of yours truly open my eyes that I also witnessed the most precise marksmanship in the world. Yes, I admit it. You are more accurate than I, and to our only lovely lady among us. I've long suspected that your medical skills possess some sort of magic, enabling wounds to heal rapidly. It's simply incredible. Have I rambled on too much? In any case, thank you all that if we hadn't met 5 years ago, I likely wouldn't have made it to this point. All right, I must go fulfill my promise now that if all goes smoothly, I'm planning to check out the clock tower. Didn't you say you like that clock? I intend to dismantle it and bring it to you. Huh? Just in case I don't return, please don't mourn for me. Death isn't frightening. Loneliness is from the moment I met you. I have never been alone. With love, your Nier, November 9, 5782. After reading the note, Mustard Soup fell silent. Nier had been gone for 6 days, and the outcome was evident that he understood this was a narrative device. Yet a sense of melancholy lingered within him, that Jiuqi gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He had perceived early on that Mustard Soup was not particularly sociable. Such individuals often harbor richer emotions, more sensitive and fragile than others. Mustard Soup might not have viewed Nier merely as an NPC from the outset. It was only natural for him to feel sorrow at Nier's departure. Gucci refrained from passing judgment on whether this was good or bad. He could only empathize with Mustard Soup's feelings. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, appeared somewhat awkward. He had purely regarded Nier as a tool. Even now, did this indicate a deficiency in his capacity for empathy? He read the note attentively, missing not a single word, yet felt no particular emotion. Ling Mao glanced at Gucci, remaining silent. She was uncertain about which side Gucci stood on. In truth, he stood on neither side. He believed that this letter was not meant to evoke empathy from the players. Otherwise, why not directly implant the memories of the past 5 years into their minds? Clearly, this letter served merely as a quest clue. Unrelated to the question of whether empathy should be felt, the Jiuqi had not forgotten the scene from last night, before he dozed off. He knew, without Neil's prompting, that the time leap must be connected to the clock tower. That Neil's deliberate mention of the clock tower at the end of the letter only reinforced Gucci's conviction that the content of the letter was not merely a farewell, but concealed numerous key pieces of information akin to clock tower. For instance, that cursed ghostly weather and the adorable little creature that comes knocking. Gucci glanced at the flickering flames in the fireplace, moved to the window, and drew open the blinds. Whoosh! Suddenly, a brilliant light flooded in, illuminating the entire living room and revealing Ling Miao's face. The stark contrast in brightness caused her to instinctively shield her eyes. But when she peered through her fingers at the scene outside, her narrowed eyes widened in astonishment, her small mouth agape. My goodness, Jiang Yao was equally taken aback. Outside lay a blanket of pristine white. The streets were thickly coated with snow, rising above the wheels of vehicles, while the trees and grass donned a silvery attire, stripped of their original hues. Icicles hung from the eaves, as if the entire city had been frozen in time. They were shut indoors, stoking the fire, utterly oblivious to how the outside world had transformed into a pure white winter wonderland. How absurd, but how beautiful, Gucci remarked, noticing the light in Ling Miao's eyes that he casually extinguished it with a wave of his hand. Want to play in the snow? Go ahead if you're not afraid of becoming an ice sculpture. Oh, I might also be devoured by a monster that suddenly leaps out. Gucci had yet to discover the so-called adorable creature. But since Neil had mentioned it in the letter, it undoubtedly existed. Ling Miao thought, how does he know what I'm thinking? Can't I even entertain a thought? Frustrated, she huffed at Gucci. He paid her no mind. Turning to Wasabi Soup, inquiring, have your emotions been sorted out? Wasabi Soup replied, yes. Gucci continued, then let us get to work. Our future meals depend on you. Also, prepare something invigorating. We won't be sleeping tonight. All right. Wasabi Soup nodded. Casting a grateful glance at Gucci, Ling Miao was left bewildered. How could one be expected to work promptly while feeling emotionally distressed? Yet instead of being angry, she felt gratitude. Clearly, she did not grasp the underlying logic. Wasabi Soup mourned Neil's passing, which from an outsider's perspective seemed like an overindulgence in grief, or rather, melodrama done at this moment. What he needed was not consolation nor solitude, but affirmation that he would not be scorned or looked down upon. He still possessed irreplaceable personal value. This psychological concept is known as value affirmation, one of the CPU techniques that I asked for why they wouldn't be sleeping. The reason was simple. The 2 time leaps had occurred while they were asleep. And Neil had mentioned the same phrase twice. Time always slips away while we sleep. This was a clue that could hardly be overlooked. The Gucci gazed at the distant, snow-covered clock tower. But if time were connected to the clock tower, then where might the profit be? As night fell, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The group huddled around the fireplace for warmth. The cold that had gone unnoticed during the day became palpable at night. As the wind howled and the snow fell, chilling the air that seeped into their home, Ling Miao, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, felt her cheeks redden from the cold. She rubbed her hands together vigorously and, with a tremor in her voice, asked, Gu Yuan, does staying awake really help? The warmth of her breath formed mist in the air, floating about. We have to try, Gucci replied, at least to understand how the clock tower's hands move after 12. Jiang Yao and Wasabi Soup remained silent, preoccupied with warming themselves. That Neil's complaints were valid. This cursed weather was indeed frigid, that if the snow continued to fall, they might not even be able to step outside. Ling Miao ceased her conversation with Gucci, feeling that each word spoken drained her of warmth. The Gucci, meanwhile, pondered over Neil's letter. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the flames and the soft sounds of their breaths. Time slipped away, second by second, until the clock struck 12, and the chime rang out precisely. Ding! Chapter 15. Wasabi Soup in the dim light of night. The clock tower emitted a radiant glow once more. The ethereal toll reverberated through the air, shaking off the snow that cloaked the tower, and the soft light traced its ancient contours, rendering it a solitary lighthouse guiding the lost. The hands of the clock face began to whirl rapidly. Simultaneously, a profound weariness enveloped the group, lulling them into a state of drowsiness. By the fireplace, Gucci, tucked under a blanket, shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to remain alert as he approached the window. His cotton coat slipped from his shoulders and fell to the floor. Ling Miao, roused by the commotion, exclaimed, "Hey, your coat!" On such a frigid day, not wearing a coat could lead to frostbite. Yet Gu Qi seemed oblivious, stepping on the coat as he hastened to the window to gaze at the clock tower. This time, he had a clearer view done on the blue and yellow dials. Only the upper blue dials hand-spun with increasing speed. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. Gu Qi fixated on the blue dial, silently counting the rotations in his mind. His hands clenched the windowsill, veins bulging, his expression contorting with the strain, and soon his eyes were bloodshot. Gu Qi longed to maintain his composure, but it was impossible. He had to exert himself to stave off the overwhelming drowsiness emanating from the clock tower. For now he fought valiantly against the mysterious force emanating from the clock tower. Yet even so, he could not hold on for long to be by the time the hand completed its 5th rotation. He could no longer bear it, his body slumping as though devoid of strength. However, he did not seem to collapse onto the floor. This soft sensation was someone cushioning his fall. Just before closing his eyes, Gu Qi caught a glimpse of Ling Miao, who had unknowingly collapsed at his feet, clutching the coat that bore his shoe prints. Jiang Yao and Wasabi Soup had already succumbed to sleep, sitting closely together, their heads leaning against one another. The night returned to silence, with only the gentle flicker of the firelight remaining. The next day, Ling Miao awoke to a breathtaking sight. After a night of snowfall, the weather had improved significantly, with bright sunlight streaming into the living room, infusing the air with warmth. Ji Yuqi sat by the coffee table, diligently writing something. The light illuminated his profile, causing him to glow. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper created a rhythmic rustle, perfectly synchronizing with her heartbeat. Ling Miao admitted, at that moment, she was captivated by Gu Qi's charm. "You're awake?" Gu Qi asked without looking up. "Yes." Ling Miao stretched languidly, propping herself up, only to discover she was draped in a coat. Puzzled, she tilted her head and asked, "Isn't this your coat? How did it end up on me? Did you cover me with it?" "The wind blew it," he replied. "Is that so?" Gu Qi offered no further explanation. Yet Ling Miao felt a surge of happiness. She stood up, dusted off her clothes, placed the coat on the sofa, and walked over to Gu Qi. "What are you writing?" Neil's words. In front of Gu Qi lay 2 sheets of paper. One was Neil's letter, and the other contained the dialogue he had shared with Neil the previous night. Writing down their conversation and comparing it with the letter's contents made it easier to identify key information. "You actually remember everything he said?" Ling Miao intended to ask, but as she leaned closer, her attention was diverted by another detail. She noticed a strikingly alluring stubble on Gu Qi's once smooth jawline. Ling Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. You have a beard?" "Yes." Gu Qi nonchalantly acknowledged it, seemingly unconcerned. With a charm level of 9, a beard was just a beard. Suddenly, Ling Miao seemed to realize something and dashed into the bathroom, looking at the woman in the mirror. Oh no, she had really grown up, sobbing. Moments later, Jiang Yao and Wasabi Soup, still leaning against each other, woke up to find themselves gazing at each other's somewhat disheveled faces, falling into silence. How unattractive. Jiang Yao didn't want to look at Wasabi Soup anymore. Wasabi Soup felt the same. Jiang Yao quietly took out his phone and opened the calendar. November 16, 5792. 92 minus 82. Did we just lose 10 years in one night? Then today, from today to tomorrow should be 20 years, Gu Qi interjected. And from tomorrow to the day after should be 40 years. Jiang Yao's hand trembled. Does that mean we won't exist the day after tomorrow? Given the time leap and their ages, in 2 days, they would be nearing 100, even if they were fortunate enough not to perish. What could a 90-something-year-old do? By then, forget about self-destructing robots. He would be lucky to even assemble a robot's leg. With the only option left being to await death, that Ji Yuqi noticed Jiang Yao's expression. Feeling the pressure? Jiang Yao nodded nervously. Although dying of old age sounded painless, who wouldn't want to live if given the choice? Gu Qi replied, "Then let's make the most of our time and create more machinery. We might need it later." Ling Miao, freshly emerged from the bathroom, felt that statement sounded oddly familiar. Wasabi Soup expressed some regret. If only my skill level were higher. Yesterday evening, He prepared 4 extra bowls of revitalizing soup at Gucci's request. However, it was evident that the effect was far from satisfactory, as they still succumbed to slumber, after 2 consecutive nights of inexplicable drowsiness. The mustard soup had discerned that the bell tower possessed a formidable power to induce sleep, that if only the quality of his revitalizing soup were to be enhanced, perhaps it could withstand this overwhelming force. It's not your fault. Nor is it a matter of the revitalizing soup, Gucci remarked, shaking his head that he had pondered this issue early that morning. No matter how refined the revitalizing soup might be, it remained what it was, a medicinal broth. And its essence would not change, that in other words, its medicinal properties were too gentle, easily dispersed by the fierce malady. A far better solution would not be to elevate the soup's grade, but rather to increase the dosage of the functional ingredients or medicinal herbs within it. Or, to put it more bluntly, what is the ingredient that keeps one invigorated? Gucci inquired. Revitalizing herb, mustard soup replied. That Gucci continued. Then tonight, shall we each have one and simply gnaw on it? The others were taken aback. What? Mustard soup quickly interjected. No. The revitalizing herb is toxic. It cannot be consumed raw and must be treated with water above 105 degrees Celsius. Very well. Gucci dismissed this straightforward suggestion and asked, how much revitalizing herb should be added to 1 bowl of the soup? Just a single leaf will suffice, mustard soup replied, indicating the standard dosage. Not enough. A vigorous remedy is needed, Gucci insisted. At 1.5, mustard soup was left speechless. Jiang Miao looked on in disbelief. Ling Miao, somewhat apprehensive, asked, wouldn't that be lethal? Gucci shot her a glance. What role do you play? Ling Miao retorted, I am the healer. No, I am the support. Indeed, she was the support. Even if she were to succumb to poisoning, it would merely result in a debuff for her. Whether or not she could dispel it was another matter. But as long as she did not suddenly perish, she could revive them, ensuring no one would easily die. And as long as they survived, the physiological pain inflicted by the poison could, in fact, be beneficial. Coupled with the primary effect of the revitalizing herb, under this dual stimulation, falling asleep would not be so easy. At this moment, Ling Miao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Gucci. This man was remarkably clever. Do you understand my meaning now? Gucci asked. Ling Miao replied eagerly. Gucci waved his hand. All right, then let us all attend to our own matters. Time is of the essence, and we must not waste it. Okay. Wait a moment, Ling Miao said, returning halfway. What is my task? Had she forgotten? She could not recall Gucci assigning her any duties. That Gucci picked up a pen once more. There is a gym upstairs. Go and acclimate yourself to your current body, so you can run faster while drawing aggro. Ling Miao thought to herself, I shouldn't have asked, cursing herself for being a foolish cat. She reluctantly headed upstairs. Jiang Yao moved aside to pick up a screwdriver, while Mustard Soup went to the kitchen. The time was 9:37 a.m., and to combat the power of the bell tower, everyone began to busily prepare. The Jiuqi remained seated on the sofa for an entire day. He circled several words on 2 sheets of paper. Bell tower, time, vagabond, zombie virus, hospital, along with a word he had written himself. Gucci had never forgotten the main quest of this instance. Although everything they had experienced thus far appeared to be unrelated to Gucci firmly believed that the apparent disconnection was merely superficial. These fragmented narratives that transcended time were akin to pearls scattered across the ground. And with a single thread, they could be strung together. His task was to find that thread. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the world. Once again, the group gathered around the fireplace. This time, however, a small table had been added to their circle. Upon it sat a pot of viscous, dark green soup, its aroma intoxicating. Revitalizing soup, pure edition 36 times the revitalizing herb, 1 bowl to honor courage, 1 bowl to honor death. Jiang Miao was speechless. Ling Miao was equally stunned. That Jiuqi, too, found himself at a loss for words. Frankly, he had not anticipated that 1.5 servings of revitalizing soup would appear in such a form. No, this flavor is too overwhelming, Jiang Miao protested, pinching his nose and leaning back, his face a mask of refusal. Is this truly drinkable? It should be. Mustard Soup took a deep breath, finding the aroma tolerable. Merely a bit pungent and sharp, but not foul-smelling. Ling Miao observed Mustard Soup inhale deeply without a hint of concern, and she began to understand why he bore that name. Jiang Niao's expression was complex. Just a minute ago, he had never considered that he, a man who never consumed mustard, would one day drink a soup that smelled like mustard. In contrast, Gu Qi remained remarkably composed. Initially, he had not intended to partake. But now that he had inhaled this scent, it was merely a matter of hypnosis, nothing to fear. 10 minutes remaining, Ling Miao closed her eyes, beginning to mentally prepare herself, murmuring, "Do not fear, do not fear. Drink it and we will pass, drink it and we will pass." Ding, at 12 o'clock, the chime rang as expected. Jiu Qi, who had consistently presented himself with poise, suddenly erupted with enthusiasm, scooping a full bowl from the pot and raising his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us drink to the present moment, cheers." Ling Miao was momentarily stunned. How bold! Seeing Gu Qi's audacity, Jiang Niao steeled himself, clenching his teeth. They were all men, and there was no reason for him to show cowardice compared to Gu Qi. It was just a soup that smelled like mustard, not real mustard. What was there to fear? Thus, Jiang Niao emulated Gu Qi, scooping his own bowl. Cheers! In the next instant, Jiang Niao's expression morphed, his face turning crimson. His eyes bulging, rapidly filling with bloodshot veins, and both nostrils flaring as he exhaled heavily, resembling a frenzied cow in heat. That he was mistaken, gravely mistaken. This was not merely mustard-scented. This was in fact mustard with mint added. No less. Jiang Niao felt an indescribable spiciness surge to his head, causing his eyes to brim with tears. He desperately wanted to cry, but his exhilarated mind commanded him to laugh. That he truly... Ha ha woo ha! Ling Miao was speechless. "Someone please, take these two lunatics away." Why were there two? One of them was her. Ling Miao pinched her nose, closed her eyes, and downed nearly half a bowl in one breath, then began pacing the room, clutching her throat. "Ha ha ha, so spicy, help." Mustard Soup merely watched in silence. Did these two really need to go to such extremes? Unlike Gu Qi and the others, he did not gulp down a large quantity at once. Instead, he took small, measured sips from his bowl, his brow gradually relaxing, as if he were actually enjoying it. This was the true warrior. Never underestimate a homebody. Jiu Qi said nothing, but gave Mustard Soup a thumbs up before moving to the window to observe the bell tower. The blue clock hand spun faster than the day before, completing 10 revolutions in the blink of an eye. Only after 10 revolutions did the pace begin to slow. Drowsiness gradually crept over the group. The effects of the 1.5 servings of potent remedy were pronounced. Tonight, the onset of fatigue arrived nearly 5 minutes later than the previous night. The Jiu Qi promptly shouted into the room. "Keep drinking," Jiang Niao exclaimed. "Ha ha." "Cheers," Mustard Soup chimed in. Glug, glug, glug. Ling Miao finished her portion and retrieved another bowl for Gu Qi. The four of them continued to drink bowl after bowl. Jiang Niao and Ling Miao nearly vomited several times, driven solely by the determination that they could not throw up. To do so would mean succumbing to sleep, and sleep would mean 2 decades lost. Yet if they did not sleep, would those 20 years truly evade them? Tick-tock. The blue clock hands halted their movement, having completed exactly 20 revolutions. Simultaneously, the yellow clock hands began to accelerate. Jiu Qi seemed to grasp something, pulling out his phone to check the time. The battery in the upper right corner was significantly lower than the day before, and the digits representing seconds were scrolling wildly, with the minutes and hours also rapidly changing. Tick-tock. Another tick echoed in his mind. Time froze at 06:00, and the stopwatch resumed its normal pace. A faint light appeared on the horizon, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. "So we made it through?" Jiang Niao exclaimed, elated. "It is already the second day. Dawn is approaching." "Ha ha, awesome. This soup is incredible. It was worth it." Jiang Niao was already high-fiving Mustard Soup in celebration, while Ling Miao wore a relieved smile. They were entirely oblivious to the fact that their hair was quietly turning gray. Only Gu Qi noticed this detail, his expression growing somber as he opened the calendar. The date read, 58/12, November 17th, Chapter 16. A change of approach. The might of time cannot be halted nor concealed. Jiang Niao and Mustard Soup soon recognized the changes in one another. Wrinkles appeared at the corners of their eyes. Their skin lost its luster, and their once dark hair was tinged with gray. Familiar faces began to feel foreign. The maturity of middle age they had possessed just yesterday had shifted into the twilight of their years. Gucci, too, was not spared. The swift passage of time seemed to carve invisible lines of age upon his visage. Ling Miao watched as the once handsome man withered like a wilting flower, panic and fear welling in her eyes. She reached up to touch her face, the now rough texture causing her eyes to well with tears, and she covered her mouth tightly, stifling any sound. The laughter came to an abrupt halt, replaced by a jarring silence. They had endured an entire night against the power of the bell tower, their spirits already frayed. Just as they believed they had overcome the hurdle, they suddenly realized they had aged 20 years. This plummet from paradise to despair thrust them to the precipice of collapse. At this moment, the air inside the room felt as thick and suffocating as a swamp, making it difficult to breathe. "Damn it!" Zhang Yao exclaimed, his emotions spiraling out of control. "We've clearly endured until dawn. Why does time still leap forward? Time always sneaks away while one sleeps, and when awake, it strides boldly ahead, leaving them powerless to intervene." Was this the essence of their plight? Mustard Soup stared blankly out the window, the outlines of streets and buildings now obscured, as if the entire city had merged into a singular, ancient iceberg. He murmured, "Are we destined to die?" Ling Cat's eyes were red-rimmed as she looked helplessly at Gucci, just as Mustard Soup had articulated. They were on the brink of death. The weight on their shoulders was not merely the despair following hope, but the impending specter of mortality, that if they survived today, they would be entombed alongside this city, buried completely beneath the snow and frost. It seemed their situation was irreversibly deteriorating, and even their once fearless hearts began to waver. The frigid environment, the cruel passage of time, the blows of failure, and their dwindling spirits, all of these elements were eroding their resolve. Until Gucci suddenly spoke. "Who told you that we are doomed?" Mustard Soup paused, lowering his head as he quietly replied, "But Haven Tea, we already failed." "Failure does not equate to death. It merely calls for a different approach," Gucci said, narrowing his eyes. "Since we cannot halt time by standing here, let us dismantle the clock tower that controls it." After 2 days of observation, Gucci was now certain that time in this world was entirely governed by the clock tower. The blue dial represented a year, while the yellow dial represented a day. During the day, both dials moved at their normal pace, only accelerating past midnight. They still had more than half a day left. "If we can stop the hands on the dials, time will freeze," and even Gucci's gaze swept over Ling Cat and the others. "If we can reverse the hands, time will flow backward." Time flowing backward. The air fell silent for a moment. Zhang Yao, having regained his composure, quickly realized that Gucci's hypothesis was accurate. Hadn't Neil also mentioned in his letter that they should take action against the clock tower? If time in this world could leap into the future, then it could surely return to the past. This made perfect sense. Mustard Soup, who had almost given up hope, felt a flicker of color return to his eyes upon hearing that time could be reversed. "So we really don't have to die? Not only do we not have to die, but there is also a significant chance of success. Once they grasp the method to control time, they would be virtually immortal in this world. The deadline for their mission would become truly limitless, and success would merely be a matter of time." Suddenly infused with hope, Ling Cat laughed through her tears, wiping her eyes as she asked Gucci, "Did you think of this plan already?" Gucci replied, "I just thought of it that you're lying," Ling Cat said, unconvinced. Yesterday, Gucci had told Zhang Yao to create more machinery, hinting that it might be needed later. She recalled this clearly, realizing it was a contingency plan. However, she chose not to press the matter further, as her current appearance was already unappealing. Engaging in more unattractive behavior would only annoy others. She proactively changed the topic. "So when do we set out?" She longed to return to her youthful form. Zhang Yao also looked at Gucci, his desire to succeed having diminished since their entry into the dungeon. Now, he simply wished to clear this level, prove he was not useless, and then comfortably sleep, waking later to vent his frustrations online about how the game had designed such a grueling quest. "If you're all right, let us set off in 3 hours," Gucci said. "For now, let us head to the gym to acclimate our bodies." Yesterday, sending Ling Cat to the gym had been a playful jest. Today, it was essential. With bodies nearing 60 years of age, their physical condition was far inferior to before, and they needed to prepare adequately. Otherwise, they might not even reach the clock tower. Ling Cat, you go first, and after that switch with Jiang Yao. Okay, Jiang Yao, go fetch all the firearms from the basement. Additionally, as Mustard Soup listened to Gucci assigning tasks, he suddenly realized something. Walking dozens of miles on a flat surface was entirely different from traversing the same distance in the snow. His physical constitution was already weak, rated at only 4, and his current body felt bulkier and frilier. Combining that with a sleepless night, he doubted he could even walk the flat ground, let alone manage in the snow. Mustard Soup, that Gucci called out after finishing Jiang Yao's instructions. Did I hear? Are you tired? Gucci asked, approaching him. Can you still hold on? I can hold on, Mustard Soup mumbled, lowering his head to evade Gucci's gaze. After spending these days together, they had begun to understand each other. He was not talkative and had little presence, but that did not mean he lacked insight. In Mustard Soup's mind, Gucci was an impressive individual who could effortlessly discern others' thoughts, which made him instinctively wary of meeting the man's gaze. The deal you think that by avoiding my gaze. I cannot fathom your thoughts, Gucci remarked. Mustard Soup remained silent. Don't worry. We'll help you, Gucci said, patting his shoulder and gesturing towards the basement entrance. Jiang Yao was just then emerging with 2 firearms in his arms, 2 more slung over his back, and dragging a wooden board behind him. What is this? Mustard Soup asked, perplexed. Jiang Yao grinned. Brother Gu asked me to make you a cart when you can't walk anymore. We'll carry you 3 to 1.3 to 1. Mustard Soup's lips trembled. You really don't have to do this. Whether we do or not is not for you to decide. Gucci interjected. Enough of your whining. Check how many awakening herbs we have left, that we may need to stay up late tonight. With that, Gucci ceased to pay attention to Mustard Soup, leaving him alone to gather his thoughts while he moved aside to inspect the firearms. Jiang Yao, who was hammering nearby, couldn't help but ask, Brother Gu, are you also a secret agent? Gucci responded with a simple, in a few dreams, I am. Jiang Yao was left puzzled. What did he mean by that? Gucci did not elaborate, and Jiang Yao refrained from asking further. Returning to his task, he had grown accustomed to Gucci's alternating demeanor of coldness and warmth over these few days. Ling Cat had likely experienced it deeply as well. He was a man of many facets. The cart was quickly completed. Having a mechanic undertake such a task felt like a waste of talent. Ling Cat descended from upstairs just in time to switch Jiang Yao off to the gym. Followed by Gucci before heading upstairs, he asked Mustard Soup, have you finished counting? Are the awakening herbs sufficient? Mustard Soup replied, yes, they're just right at 8 o'clock. Mustard Soup went to the gym and continued to brew soup upon his return. At 8:50, the awakening soup was ready, and Mustard Soup poured it into 3 thermoses. By 9 o'clock, everyone donned their winter coats, fully equipped. Have you packed everything? All set. All right then, let us depart. Chapter 17. Reversing Time, Part 1. On the white expanse of snow. 4 silhouettes hunched forward against the wind and snow. The city had long lost its former identity. The streets and buildings of memory had vanished, replaced by rolling, snow-covered mountains and icy plains. The formation of an iceberg typically requires millions of years. Yet the land beneath their feet had transformed within just 35 years. That it was hard to fathom that this place, reminiscent of the frigid north, had once been a bustling city not long ago. The journey to the clock tower proved far more arduous than they had anticipated. Shortly after they stepped outside, the sky changed color. A blanket of dark clouds obscured the sun, casting a gloomy light, while fierce winds howled, accompanied by snowflakes the size of palms that whipped towards them, nearly blinding them and limiting their visibility, rendering the path indistinct and their sense of direction non-existent. At this moment, the cart's secondary purpose became apparent. The tracks left by the wheels in the snow would quickly be buried by the wind and snow, making a return impossible, but at least before the marks vanished completely, they could use them to ascertain whether they were walking in a straight line, preventing them from becoming utterly lost. Phew, this wind feels absolutely invigorating, Jiang Yao exclaimed, uncertain whether he spoke from genuine exhilaration or was merely trying to reassure himself. However, under such a raging blizzard, most people would never have the chance to experience such conditions. That I can't go on. After nearly 5 hours of trudging, Mustard Soup was completely exhausted. His lips had turned pale, and as soon as he uttered this, he collapsed into the snow with a thud. His feeble voice was swept away by the wind and snow, unheard by anyone. But fortunately, Gucci, who had been vigilant and attentive to the rear, noticed the commotion of his fall. "Lift him onto the cart," Gucci shouted. "Got it." Mustard Soup had been gritting his teeth to persist, wishing to avoid burdening others, but alas, his body would not allow it. The three of them hoisted him onto the cart, and as Mustard Soup bit into the snow, his throat tingled, rendering speech impossible. He could only cast a grateful glance at the others. Gucci resumed leading the way. They had no map, and the terrain had transformed so drastically that even with one, it would be of little use that he had to rely solely on his memory of the city's layout to find a rough direction. Gucci was still uncertain if this direction was correct. He spent the journey attempting to verify his memory points. For instance, thud. Gucci struck the ice wall to his left with a shovel, scraping away the snow covering it to reveal the ice layer beneath, where the outline of a building became vaguely visible that it resembled a giant specimen encased in ice. Despite the passage of time, one could still sense a hint of civilization emanating from it. This is not the place that Gucci was seeking. Yet the fortunate news is that he possesses a recollection of this structure. If memory serves him correctly, it should not be far off. Before him lies an uphill path. Casting a glance back, he sees Ling Mao and Zhang Niao trailing behind, dragging the mustard soup without any lag. Gucci tightened his snow hat and face-covering scarf, quickening his pace slightly as he followed the trail of his memory. He thrust his shovel into the snow once more, only to be met with disappointment. Changing his location, he tried again. Still nothing. After the fourth attempt, still nothing. The fifth, no success. That it was not until the sixth thrust that Gucci glimpsed a one embedded within the icy wall that a flicker of hope stirred within him. He was about to clear the surface snow with a couple more shovelfuls when a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his legs to weaken, nearly toppling him. "Gu Yuan!" Ling Mao exclaimed in alarm. Quickly handing the rope, she held to Zhang Yao as she rushed up to support Gucci. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued," Gucci replied, shaking his head. His constitution was average, typical of a healthy adult male, but several hours of trekking through the storm, compounded by the relentless shoveling, had begun to take its toll on his half-buried body. He needed a moment's respite. Yet, before resting, he must ascertain what lay within this icy fossil. "I'll help you." Upon seeing Gucci grip the shovel once more, Ling Mao understood his intentions. She hurried back to assist Zhang Niao in hauling the mustard soup up, securing the cart with a stone before retrieving the small shovel strapped to her waist, joining Gucci in scraping away the snow from the ice wall. Their combined efforts proved far more efficient, and they soon unveiled the full visage of the entombed building. Though it cannot be said to be the entire structure, for this edifice was significantly buried beneath the earth that a relentless 35 years of snowfall had elevated the ground level. Gucci stood at a height that matched it. The sign at the building's apex now within his view, and Ling Mao recognized it as well. 1663, they had discovered the very hotel where they initially lodged. Ling Mao was overjoyed. Locating the hotel signified they had not strayed from their path and had entered the city. The clock tower lay at the heart of it all. No matter the direction, it could not be 2FA or did I in other words. They had already succeeded halfway. "Gu Yuan, you're amazing," Ling Mao shouted, her voice nearly lost to the howling wind, fearing Gucci might not hear her. At that moment, Gucci felt a wave of relief. Finding the hotel was reassuring, making the remaining journey considerably simpler that he leaned against the icy wall, squatting down to shield himself from the biting wind and snow. Reaching for the water bottle at his waist, he prepared to take a sip and rest for a while. Just as he tilted his head back, a shadowy figure appeared at the edge of his vision on the slope above. Visibility in the blizzard was severely limited, rendering it impossible to discern what it was that Gucci's vigilance surged to its peak. He released the water bottle, neglecting to cap it as the water spilled onto the ground. Slowly freezing, and swiftly retrieved the hunting rifle from his back, chambering around. "Everyone, be cautious." Zhang Niao, following Gucci's gaze, hastily raised his own weapon. Ling Mao, spotting the unexpected visitor on the slope, felt a tightening in her chest, uncertain whether to advance and draw its attention. Before she could query Gucci, he yanked her behind him. The enemy held the high ground and was significantly larger. Charging forward now would be tantamount to courting death. "Roar!" With a thunderous bellow, the shadowy figure charged down. It wasn't until it closed within 20 meters that they recognized it as an enormous bear. With a small head and elongated neck, its fur was as white as the snow. The angle and shadows had merely rendered it appear gray. The polar bear moved with astonishing speed, the ground trembling beneath its weight, charging like a high-speed truck, standing upright. It was at least 3 meters tall. Jiang Yao cursed Neil 100 times in his mind, his hands trembling around the gun that he had anticipated encountering creatures on their journey, but had not expected one of such colossal size. Where was the promised adorable little guy? Perhaps sensing his fear or deeming the man and woman unworthy targets, the descending white bear abruptly redirected its charge towards Jiang Yao instead. "Roar!" Jiang Yao exclaimed in shock. "What the? Bang!" Gu Qi squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the bear's foreleg, bursting forth a vivid spray of blood, yet it did little to impede the bear's momentum. It was already airborne, lunging towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao felt the light around him dim. His first instinct was to flee. He was not adept at fighting. However, there was someone behind him. If he ran, what would become of the mustard soup on the cart? "Damn it, you fat bastard. You owe me a life." In that moment, considerations of weighing pros and cons became utterly irrelevant. Jiang Yao had no time to deliberate further. He could only act on instinct. Cursing loudly, then closing his eyes and raising his gun. Chapter 18. Turning Back Time, Part 2. Bang! The shot resonated far louder than Gu Qi's, that Jiang Yao was propelled backward, not by the impact of the bear, but by the recoil of the weapon, that he flew several meters away, while the bear crashed to the ground with a thud, convulsed a couple of times, and lay still. Crimson blood spread outwards, rapidly staining the snow. Mustard Soup, also armed, stood momentarily stunned, not expecting the battle to conclude so swiftly. His strength had partially returned, and he was ready for a fight, though the opportunity had not come his way. His rifle was of the same model as Jiang Yao's, both provided by Gu Qi, yet Gu Qi had not mentioned its formidable power. Jiang Yao's cries of agony broke through Mustard Soup's daze, prompting him to lower his weapon and rush to assist Jiang Yao, ensuring the storm did not sweep him away. Ling Mao, mouth agape, still processing the events, remarked, "This gun is incredibly powerful." "It's an elephant gun, of course it's powerful," Gu Qi replied. The AK-47, hailed as the king of rifles, has a muzzle energy of merely 1,800 to 2,000 joules, while an elephant gun can achieve up to 17,000 joules. With a caliber of 33.7 millimeters and a bullet weighing half a pound, in modern terms, it wouldn't even be classified as a gun, but rather a cannon that he refrained from using it, as it was unnecessary for him. Jiang Yao, supported by Mustard Soup, returned, feeling as though his shoulder might dislocate from the pain. He grimaced, yet found himself exhilarated upon seeing the polar bear's carcass. "Did I really kill this? Gukino did." Jiang Yao couldn't help but re-evaluate the rifle in his hands, suddenly feeling less fearful. Perhaps this was the sense of security that firepower provided. The bear's assault was but a minor interruption. Gu Qi had Mustard Soup refill the water bottles, take a brief respite, and then led the group onward. The blizzard showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Several more polar bears charged at them, either falling to Gu Qi and Jiang Yao's rifles or being obliterated by Ling Mao and Mustard Soup's explosive robots. Unarmed individuals stood little chance against a polar bear, but those armed with heavy weaponry proved more than a match. This left Gu Qi perplexed. Under normal circumstances, such a fierce blizzard should deter even polar bears from venturing out to hunt. The logic was unfathomable, suggesting a game-like mechanism was at play, an obstacle impeding their approach to the clock tower. However, the question remained, if this truly was a mechanism of obstruction, was it not too simplistic? Even employing intellect shouldn't render it this easy, should it? To Gu Qi, these bears posed less of a threat than the certain death that awaited from a zombie bite that as night fell. The storm grew fiercer, bending the group's backs, their dwindling stamina forcing them to take frequent breaks, significantly slowing their progress. By 9 o'clock in the evening, they finally traversed the winding, rugged snowy path and arrived at a vast, flat expanse of snow. "Look, isn't that the clock tower?" Jiang Yao shouted excitedly, pointing ahead. "Yes, it's the clock tower." Ling Mao spotted the silhouette, nearly overwhelmed with tears of joy, after enduring 35 years of the elements. Much of the clock tower lay buried beneath ice and snow, yet it still stood tall, higher than the surrounding structures. The heavy snow blurred their vision, but the distinctly recognizable triangular apex, steeped in history, allowed them to identify it at a glance. It seemed as though the clock tower recognized them as well. Dawn! Without warning, a colossal chime erupted in their minds that a blinding white enveloped them, the intense dizziness rendering their bodies unsteady, causing them to collapse to the ground uncontrollably. Following closely was an overwhelming wave of drowsiness. They had been awake for nearly 30 hours, pushing through fatigue, and this sudden weariness acted as a fuse. Igniting the exhaustion that had accumulated within them, Ajiuchi struggled to prop himself up, turning to glance at the clock tower. Amidst the storm, the yellow dial, denoting the passage of days, had inexplicably illuminated. The hands spinning rapidly from 9 o'clock to 10, then 11, finally settling at 12. Dawn! The bell tolled once more. The blue dial began to glow as well. Their arrival had prompted the clock tower to initiate a temporal leap. No wonder there had been little commotion earlier. It had been waiting for them. Gucci fought against the urge to close his eyes and succumb to sleep, grabbing his thermos and taking a couple of swigs. The sharp spice rushed to his head, instantly reddening his eyes that he shook his head vigorously, unsteadily rising to his feet, drawing his pistol. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, the bullets whizzing past Ling Mao and Jiang Niao's arms, embedding themselves in the snow. The searing pain momentarily banished their drowsiness, jolting them awake. Drink the wakefulness soup, quickly. Ling Mao and Jiang Niao wasted no time, hastily unscrewing the thermos to gulp down the liquid. Only mustard soup remained motionless, gazing reluctantly at the clock tower. Meanwhile, the blue dial's hands had already completed 20 revolutions. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated from behind them. The group instinctively turned to look. In the distance, the iceberg suddenly sheared off a section, cascading countless fragments downwards, followed by a violent crack and collapse, taking the entire mountain with it. And this was merely the beginning. Rumble! The second iceberg began to tremble and crumble, soon followed by the third, the fourth. More and more icebergs disintegrated, causing the earth to shudder as if in mourning. The ice field beneath their feet revealed a labyrinth of fissures, while the path they had taken resembled a derailed train, segment by segment, plummeting into the abyss of the seismic rift. Tick! The hand of the clock completed its 21st rotation. This time, there was no need for Gucci to remind them. The trio of Ling Niao, Jiang Niao, and Mustard Soup instinctively knew what to do. Run! Running alone would not suffice. The ground behind them continued to collapse, and as they turned, they were confronted by a horde of zombies, mixed with over a dozen polar bears. Charging towards them, their target, the clock tower, now rose abruptly from the ground like mushrooms sprouting after a rain, kicking up vast clouds of white dust. Jiang Yao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. To be trapped by the collapsing ground would lead to death. To be overrun by zombies or bears would also result in demise, and failing to reach the clock tower to halt the passage of time would be equally fatal. A mere distance of several meters became an insurmountable challenge under these 3 lethal constraints. The difficulty of the S-level dungeon was laid bare in that moment. However, this was not a reason for them to surrender. They were doomed regardless. They would fight to the end. Mustard Soup, get on! Jiang Yao threw the cart's rope over his shoulder, determined to run with Mustard Soup. Yet this time, Mustard Soup resisted. He stood still, his body swaying as if he could collapse at any moment, his eyelids drooping, on the verge of falling asleep. Jiang Yao sensed something was amiss. Haven't you had any soup? Drink it now. Mustard Soup remained silent. Jiang Yao seemed to grasp the truth, his anger flaring. Don't tell me you haven't. Wasn't there enough awakening herb? There was, but just enough for the 3 of you, Mustard Soup murmured, lowering his head. Deep down, he longed to follow Gucci and complete the dungeon with everyone, that if they could eliminate the clock tower before midnight, they wouldn't need the awakening soup. Things had been going smoothly until this last moment, when Lady Luck chose not to favor him. The moment he saw the clock face beginning to turn prematurely, Mustard Soup knew he would not pass this level, especially with the avalanche and the zombies appearing. So, he resolved not to burden his teammates any longer. I don't care, get on. Zhang Yao kicked mustard soup onto the cart and dashed forward. But he forgot that mustard soup was a chef. I have a knife. You fool! Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, mustard soup drew his knife and severed the rope. Suddenly relieved of weight, Zhang Yao stumbled and fell to the ground. The ice field collapsed, and mustard soup, barely able to keep his eyes open, waved goodbye to Gu Qi and the others before peacefully closing his eyes, plummeting into darkness along with the cart. Cold system text materialized. Player mustard soup has died. Mission failed. Remaining player count 6. Zhang Yao did not look back. Clenching his fists and biting his lip, he rose and continued to run. Ahead, Ling Miao's eyes brimmed with tears, but she knew this was not the time for personal emotions. She had to stay close to Gu Qi, ensuring that this man, who was forging a path ahead, received immediate medical attention if injured. Bang, bang, bang. As they ran, Gu Qi repeatedly pulled the trigger, dodging the polar bears that lunged at him from the side. His expression only shifted minutely when the system announcement appeared, quickly returning to a state of calm. Rumble. The ice field was collapsing at an accelerating pace, as if an invisible maw were devouring their escape route. Meanwhile, the trio led by Gu Qi, navigating through the zombies and polar bears amidst gunfire, drew ever closer to the ascending clock tower. Until only 5 meters remained, Gu Qi calculated the distance, stowed his handgun in his backpack, and with a sudden burst of strength, leaped thud. His body collided with the clock tower, producing a dull thud. With the enhancement of stone skin, Gu Qi's left hand shattered the wooden wall beneath the clock face, sliding down a short distance before firmly grasping the exterior of the tower. Ling Miao and Zhang Yao arrived in succession. While they lacked Gu Qi's iron grip, the clock tower's sharp edges provided ample handholds, allowing both to stabilize themselves quickly. Tick! The blue clock face's hand completed its 38th rotation. Buzz! The tower's ascent suddenly accelerated, nearly throwing Ling Miao off balance. Hold on tight! Gu Qi shouted from above, beneath them. The last section of the ice field crumbled, and countless zombies and polar bears roared as they plunged into the abyss. Tick! The 39th rotation. Time was nearing its final moments, yet Zhang Yao found himself at a loss. Now that he was close to the clock tower, he realized that the two clock faces were far larger than he had imagined. Even the second hand was thicker than his arm. How could he dismantle this? With explosives? Zhang Yao, come help me. If dismantling was not an option, then Gu Qi made a swift decision to directly reverse the blue clock face. The yellow clock face would be Ling Miao's responsibility. Ling Miao, find a way to secure its hand. Do not let it reach 6 o'clock. Understood. The two sprang into action at this moment. The clock tower had lifted them into midair, and the acrophobic Zhang Yao dared not look down, desperately climbing upwards as beads of sweat streamed down his face. But just as he was about to reach his destination, he suddenly halted. The Gu Qi sensed something was off and followed Zhang Yao's gaze upwards. On the edge of the roof, a polar bear glared at them with predatory intent. The Gu Qi fell silent. As the game progressed, many puzzling questions had begun to form vague answers in his mind. He had a firm grasp on the pace of the dungeon's progression. Yet this polar bear was the only variable that completely exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yao, without uttering a word, resumed climbing. Soon reaching the same height as Gu Qi, he positioned himself to the right. With Gu Qi on the left, between them, the blue clock face's hour hand was nearing its destination. The Gu Qi swallowed hard, calmly contemplating a method to safely eliminate the polar bear. However, Zhang Yao did not grant him the luxury of time. Drawing out his hunting rifle, he had never been known for his patience. His temper was short, and his words lacked elegance when he was excited. Still, he believed he had his strengths, at least. That's what Zhang Yao thought, in reality, he could compromise with life, bow his head, and meekly avoid helping an elderly person who had fallen by the roadside. He could endure bullying without retaliation, even when the bully targeted him. Yet in this game, he simply would not tolerate such indignities. This team could do without him, but not without Gu Qi. If Gu Qi perished, both he and Ling Miao would share the same fate. Better for one to die than for all three. Perhaps deep down, he had always yearned to be a hero. Wasn't that quite admirable? In any case, A foul polar bear thought it could obstruct their path. Not on his watch. I'm going to deal with that fat fool. You two hold on, Jiang Yao declared to Gu Qi. With that, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he raised his rifle, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Die you mutt! Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the night sky, lingering in the air. The powerful recoil sent Jiang Yao flying, while the polar bear let out a wail, plummeting from the rooftop, taking Jiang Yao to his grave. Player Jiang Yao has died. Mission failed. Remaining player count 5. Ling Miao below remained oblivious to what had transpired in the seconds following Jiang Yao's gunfire. The blue clock face completed its 40th rotation, the hand halting at 11 o'clock, while the yellow clock face began to accelerate in a desperate bid to stop it. Ling Miao gripped the hand of the clock face tightly, hanging her entire weight onto it. The sharp needle sliced through her palm, crimson blood streaming down her wrist, a gruesome sight. The searing pain rendered Ling Miao oblivious to everything else, her expression contorted in agony. Yet she refused to let go, never once urging Gu Qi, for she trusted that this man would not let her down. This scene, however, stirred a complex mix of emotions within Gu Qi. He had delayed time until now, concealing some of his own thoughts. Yet his teammates seemed to require none of that. With 100 sensory simulation, dying was far from easy. At least they were courageous. The Gu Qi suppressed the tumult within his eyes. Refocusing on the blue clock face, he had called Jiang Yao to come up, intending to move slowly and test whether their combined weight could influence the hand, and if not, he could always retreat and devise another plan. But with Jiang Yao's death, he had no other options. He had to jump. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qi used the protruding lattice of the clock tower as a springboard, leaping into the air. His hands grasping the blue clock face's hand, leveraging the force of his descent to pull it down with all his might. Buzz! The entire clock tower erupted in a brilliant light, illuminating the abyss beneath. The hand of the clock face appeared to blur, causing Gu Qi and Ling Miao to lose their grip and fall from the heights, even as the blue clock face's hand began to reverse, accelerating further. The two falling figures were swiftly engulfed in white light, the rushing air stinging their faces, yet smoothing the creases at the corners of their eyes, their skin silently regaining its luster. Their graying hair gradually darkening. Within the blinding white light, a series of hazy scenes and images raced backward. Jiang Yao and Mustard Soup nestled together by the fireplace, asleep. Ling Miao, who had slept on Jiang Yao's lap through the night, tumbled to the floor as he stood. Neil stood outside the villa, reluctantly watching as he held his golden retriever. William burst into the hospital, never to return, until at last, these images faded away and the white light gradually dimmed. As the mist was dispersed by the wind, the blurred vision of the two individuals gradually became clear, with a plethora of colors flooding their sight, intertwining to form a street both strange and familiar. Extra! Extra! Read all about it. The latest news flash, fresh off the press. If you don't catch up, you'll be left behind. The cries of the newspaper boy reached Gu Qi's ears, causing him to momentarily pause before swiftly retrieving his phone to check the calendar. Today's date was November 13, 5776, Chapter 19. Have we returned? Yes, we have. Gu Qi exhaled softly, realizing that the S-level dungeon was not as daunting as he had anticipated. It took Ling Miao several seconds to fully grasp that she and Gu Qi had indeed come back. There were no zombies, no blizzards. Only a young boy selling newspapers on the street, an old telephone booth by the roadside, and a homeless man rummaging through a trash bin for food. Everything appeared as it had in her memories, as if the preceding events had never transpired. The only difference was the time. Previously, it was midday. Now it was late afternoon, approaching dusk, yet this did not alter the outcome. They had successfully reversed time and returned to the very first day they arrived in the enigmatic city. Their appearances had reverted to their youthful selves, and all her wounds had healed completely, leaving no scars. Ling Miao touched her smooth, radiant face, unable to suppress a joyful laugh, that in a moment of unrestrained emotion, she nearly leaped into Gu Qi's embrace to celebrate, but he halted her with a gentle finger pressed to her forehead, interrupting the spell. Don't rejoice too soon. The game isn't over yet, Gu Qi remarked. While they had indeed reversed time, the main quest of the dungeon was not simply to travel from the future to the past, but rather to locate the seer. They were still one step away from their goal. If to substantiate Gucci's words, the system once again displayed notifications. 2 alerts. Player Gun Ash has died. Mission failed. Remaining players. 4. Player White Poplar has died. Mission failed. Remaining players. 3. Ling Miao exclaimed. What was happening? Her lips parted slightly, disbelief evident in her eyes. Were Gun Ash and White Poplar not seasoned players at level 18? How could they have perished? The moment the word also crossed her mind, she thought of wasabi soup. Zhang Niao had not returned with her, and Gucci. He must have also met his end. A twinge of sadness tugged at Ling Miao's heart. Thankfully, it was just a game. Death was inconsequential. She quickly composed herself and returned to the matter at hand. Shall we go find the eye now? Gucci inquired. Do you know where it is? Ling Miao replied. No. Fortunately, I do, Gucci stated. Where? Ling Miao asked eagerly. Did I in truth? Gucci was not entirely certain. The clues were scant, and he was unsure if he had overlooked any crucial details that he could only attempt to piece together the information with the repetitive phrases he had gathered, which might not necessarily be accurate. Nevertheless, he figured it would suffice to verify that Jiu Qi drew his gun and, to Ling Miao's astonishment, pulled the trigger skyward. Bang! A murder! The people on the street immediately screamed in terror. Scattering in all directions, the Jiu Qi paid them no heed, waiting calmly for the officers to apprehend him. The police department was quite efficient. Upon receiving the emergency call, they arrived promptly. Thus, Gucci and Ling Miao found themselves back in the precinct. Why is it you again? William glared at his so-called friend, exuding a palpable sense of frustration. Was the implanted memory still intact? Gucci was momentarily taken aback. This was rather convenient. The vigilance between friends would significantly diminish, allowing Gucci to employ the same technique once more, hypnotizing William anew. This time, it was not merely hypnosis but also dream-weaving. Did I end the dream? William remained awake, still situated in the interrogation room at Jiu Qi, maintaining his usual demeanor, smiled. I actually came to ask you something. William raised his voice. If you wanted to find me, why not just come directly to the station? Gucci, of course, would not disclose his laziness. He fabricated an excuse, saying, I lost my way. William widened his eyes. Couldn't you just ask a passerby? Was it necessary to draw a gun? Without the gun, you wouldn't grasp the gravity of the situation, Gucci replied. William retorted, I think your current predicament is quite serious. Was a firearm something one could simply wield at will? Gucci leaned forward, his tone earnest. The apocalypse is upon us. William asked, what? If one day a zombie virus were to break out in the city, what would you do? Gucci inquired. A zombie virus? William frowned. Have you been watching too many movies? Gucci remained silent, his gaze directed out the window. The interrogation room had initially lacked a window, but with a mere thought, one appeared. Following his gaze, William noticed that the sky outside had transformed into a blood-red hue. Ominous and terrifying. Bang! Before he could react, a grotesque zombie suddenly appeared outside the window, smashing through the glass with a claw and attempting to crawl inside. William, horrified, quickly drew his weapon and fired. His aim was impeccable, in 3 consecutive shots. He struck the zombie's head, obliterating it instantly. Staring at the oozing corpse before him, William's hand trembled as he gripped the gun. What on earth happened? He asked Gucci just moments ago. Everything had seemed fine. How had zombies emerged? Gucci remained unfazed, calmly stating, You'll find out for yourself. His eardrums were filled with the anguished screams emanating from all directions, compelling William to approach the window that on the street below, countless men and women were being pursued and torn apart by zombies. Emitting horrifying cries of despair, in that instant, an image of a woman flashed vividly in William's mind. Damn it, he cursed, leaping from the window without hesitation, locating his police car, and flooring the accelerator, careening down the road and running several red lights. He didn't even notice when Gucci had taken a seat in the passenger side. The police car sped through the city, swiftly arriving at a hospital. The first floor was already overrun with the infected, frantically lunging at fleeing individuals. There were multiple hospitals in the city of enigmas, Yet William had chosen the most distant one. Why this place? Gucci asked. Evelyn works at this hospital. She's a nurse, William replied, referring to his ex-wife. Does Neil know about this? Gucci inquired. No, William responded. After the divorce, she changed her number and deliberately severed contact with us. Many years had passed since then. But as a police officer, was it not easy to investigate someone's circumstances? Neil had grown accustomed to life without Evelyn, yet William could not. So you still love her? Gucci asked curiously. Why not try to reconcile? Am I worthy? William chuckled bitterly. As someone who could not even control his own temper and often lashed out at the one who loved him, he felt unworthy of love. Only Neil could endure him. You should go save her, Gucci urged, choosing not to elaborate further and exiting the dream. The remaining dream was unnecessary to witness. Perhaps allowing William to face death or to witness his wife's demise would soften his demeanor. Gucci rejoined Ling Miao as they exited the precinct and headed towards the hospital. Hello, I would like to inquire about Evelyn. And you are? Oh, I'm a friend of her son. Her phone is out of service. So I came to deliver a message. Gucci smiled, projecting warmth. The female nurse at the front desk found the man to be quite charming and sunny, not resembling a villain at all. Ling Miao shared the same sentiment. The nurse checked the schedule and said, She's on the 4th floor in the obstetrics and gynecology department. You can find her there. Gucci politely thanked her. Thank you. As they ascended to the 4th floor, before even reaching it, Gucci was already met with the sounds of crying. A flurry of nurses was bustling about, clearly overwhelmed. Oh dear, why does this child keep crying? It's been a whole day. I'm so afraid he might cry himself unconscious. Feeding isn't working. We've tried burping him. And the diaper is changed. What could be wrong? Where are the child's parents? We don't know. Evelyn is trying to reach them, but the calls won't connect. They wouldn't abandon this child, would they? Upon hearing this, Gucci abruptly halted. Meow meow. Ling Miao, trailing closely behind, nearly bumped into him. Give me your phone, Gucci instructed. Ling Miao complied but asked, Is yours out of battery? I have one, but it's not sufficient. As Gucci used Ling Miao's phone to dial his own number, he followed the sound of the crying to the newborn family waiting area that he could not enter. The crowd was too dense for effective hypnosis. Instead, he casually placed the connected phone in the fire cabinet, knowing it would typically remain undisturbed unless a fire broke out. Let us go, Gucci said, inserting a wireless earbud into his ear. Let us find a place to eat. Huh? Ling Miao queried. Aren't we here to find Evelyn? Not anymore, Gucci replied. It was merely a ruse, inconsequential. The pair departed the hospital. Throughout their journey, Gucci hummed a cheerful tune, appearing in remarkably good spirits. Ling Miao pouted. This fellow had told her not to be overly joyful, yet seemed to be reveling in his own happiness. They arrived at the restaurant, the very same one as before. The food was delightful, yet Ling Miao found it utterly unappetizing. Her mind was consumed with questions regarding the eye. Having shared the same roof with Gucci in recent days, she had experienced everything he had to. In other words, her knowledge and clues were on par with his, yet she could not discern any connection between them and the eye. She had restrained herself from speaking earlier, fearing it would disrupt Gucci's train of thought. Despite her understanding and compliance, Gucci refused to divulge any information to her. No matter how she inquired, he only responded with, We'll talk about it tonight. He even insisted that they should keep their family unit intact, postponing discussions about their quest until Chu Tianquo returned. She had certainly been tantalized by Gucci, and her attempts at coaxing him proved futile. With Gucci refusing to engage in discussions about eyes, she had no choice but to change the subject and mention Chu Tianquo. From the second day of entering the game, the trio of Chu Tianquo had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the recent system notification, Ling Mao would have nearly believed this was a 4-player dungeon. Initially, Jimu Tang and Zhang Yao speculated that the trio had fled to avoid playing with them, but now it seemed more plausible that they had been swept away into another timeline, tangled in greater troubles. Otherwise, by Yang and Chang, we would not have perished so easily. That may not be the case, Gucci remarked, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Regardless of the narrative framework, time remains one of the highest forms of power. If the correct solution cannot be found, Then it matters not if one is level 18 or level 180. They will meet the same fate. He spoke with an air of someone seasoned, as though he were indeed an old player. Yet, there were still those who believed him. Ling Mao pondered seriously. You make a valid point. Alas, Gu Qi sighed inwardly. After their meal, the two strolled along the street. Ling Mao spotted a familiar elderly woman, and a sudden epiphany struck her. Could it be that the time-warped city they were currently in was not the original one? Just because there was no prophet in that time-warped city did not mean there could not be one here. With the element of time travel already in play, the existence of a parallel world seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Starting from a false time-warped city, overcoming numerous challenges and obstacles, ultimately arriving at the true time-warped city, and then locating the target to complete the dungeon quest. This adhered to the logic of games. The more Ling Mao contemplated, the more plausible it appeared, and she hurried over to the elderly woman, startling her. "Hello, Granny. Have you heard of the prophet?" "What prophet?" the elderly woman replied. "Ling Mao." The elderly woman. "What do you mean by prophet?" Ling Mao. "I hadn't even spoken, and yet you filled in the blanks yourself." "Never mind. Granny, you carry on." "Oh!" Ling Mao pouted as she returned to Gu Qi's side, asking, "Gu Yuan, do you think I am rather foolish?" "Is that so?" Gu Qi tilted his head. "I think you are quite clever." Ling Mao's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Gu Qi nodded. "Indeed. For truly foolish individuals do not realize their own folly." "Ling Mao, you truly have a way of comforting people." Unconvinced, she boldly speculated, what if the prophet is actually us? If we have experienced the future and returned to the past? Wouldn't that mean we know what is to come? Gu Qi chuckled. "Then may I ask, dear prophetess, do you know if the morning embrace star will face disaster again?" Ling Mao. "It seems I do not know." "It will. Based on the zombies." She offered an answer. What if the virus spread globally? If she truly were a prophet, this question and answer exchange would count as completing the task, yet the issue remained. There was no system notification. Gu Qi looked at the girl, smiling without a word. Ling Mao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Just say I am foolish." At that moment, she completely abandoned the idea of using her brain. Once one learns to let go, the entire world becomes remarkably clear. Why bother deciphering mysteries when one can simply enjoy shopping with Gu Qi? Ling Mao genuinely relished this feeling. Having no thoughts, just walking alongside Gu Qi, feeling the breeze as they meandered down one old street after another. She wished the road would stretch just a bit longer. As night deepened, a thin mist began to rise in the air, and the two found themselves back at the restaurant entrance. Just like on the first day, the establishment was now closed. Ling Mao tentatively asked, "Should we head back to the hotel?" Since their last time leap, she had not slept, and fatigue was creeping in. Would Gu Qi permit her to rest tonight? Would she encounter zombies again upon waking? Gu Qi glanced at the time, 10:18 p.m. Let us wait a bit longer. For whom they were waiting, Gu Qi did not specify, but Ling Mao guessed. Are we waiting for Chu Tianque? Yes. Gu Qi gazed at the night sky, his words laden with concern. With Bai Yong and Chong Hui dead, they must be on the brink of the end. Although I am uncertain of the time flow on that side, I sense it is drawing near. I hope Chu Tianque can hold on. Hoping that Chu Tianque could endure. Ling Mao sensed something odd in Gu Qi's tone, though she could not articulate what felt amiss. Moreover, how did Gu Qi know to wait here? Just as she was about to inquire, a voice interrupted from behind. "Thank you for your concern. I hope I am not late." Ling Mao turned and was taken aback. It was indeed Chu Tianque. The man still wore his gold-rimmed glasses, and beneath the lenses his smile was refined and gentle. After so many days, or rather, so many years, he appeared unchanged, though a large bloodstain marred his white shirt. "You're hurt." Gu Qi frowned and quickly approached Chu Tianque to examine his injuries, beckoning Ling Mao to assist in tending to him. Chu Tianque waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "It's just a minor injury. No need to trouble yourselves." Ling Mao, who had just raised her hand, let it fall, puzzled by why Chu Tianque would refuse treatment. Could it be that this man was a masochist who enjoyed pain? She refrained from probing further, merely casting a curious glance at Chu Tianque before dutifully retreating to Gu Qi's side. Did you also encounter zombies and a blizzard? Gucci inquired. Chu Tianque nodded. On the way to the clock tower, we also ran into a polar bear. Gucci, do you remember Neil's letter? Chu Tianque. He has a father named William who works at the police station. Gucci. William died in the hospital. Chu Tianque. The homeless and sanitation workers. Gucci. There is no prophet. Chu Tianque. If there was one, he would have died long ago. Gucci. Past, future. Chu Tianque. Present. The two spoke increasingly rapidly, their words growing sparse. Finally, Chu Tianque chuckled. Our experiences are the same. Gucci laughed as well. It seems you have deduced the prophet's whereabouts. Chu Tianque. You are quite astute. Gucci. You are not too shabby yourself. Ling Mao? Wait, what are these two talking about? How did they deduce the prophet's location and then start complimenting each other? Is this how conversations unfold between high intelligences? She couldn't comprehend a single word. Ling Mao, move aside. Just then, Gucci suddenly drew his handgun, startling Ling Mao into retreating to the side. Bang! The sharp gunshot shattered the night. Not far away, beneath a street lamp, a man collapsed, convulsing in a pool of blood. A plastic bag still clutched in his hand, having failed to dispose of it in the trash. Ling Mao stared vacantly. Gu Yuan, why? Why did you shoot him? Chu Tianque was also taken aback from observing Gucci with the headset. He could surmise the reason behind Gucci's action, but did not expect him to be so decisive, especially with a gun. What if it attracted the police? Wouldn't that only complicate matters? Yet Gucci seemed unconcerned with potential trouble. He only knew the cries in his headset had ceased. The wailing that had persisted throughout the day abruptly stopped at the moment the man fell. And he could even hear the nurse's jubilant exclamation. Still unclear? Gucci addressed Ling Mao. Why is it that the first to be infected when the zombie virus erupts are the homeless and sanitation workers? Because the trash can is the source of infection. On November 13th of the previous 5776, this man had thrown the virus into the trash can before their eyes, leading to the ensuing zombie apocalypse. Ji Yuqi's decision to wait for Chu Tianque here was also rooted in this reason. Chu Tianque possessed remarkably keen observational skills, as evidenced by his initial note of the number of homeless individuals. Such individuals typically have sharp minds that if he had noticed someone discarding garbage that night, it was certain that Chu Tianque would have as well. Should Chu Tianque successfully reverse time and return to this day, he would undoubtedly come to the restaurant entrance to prevent the virus from being disposed of. For this was a crucial step in locating the prophet. We must ensure the prophet survives until tomorrow, Gucci stated. Does that mean the prophet is actually in the city? Ling Mao struggled to grasp this concept. She somewhat understood the need to ensure the prophet's safety. She recalled Neil mentioning that if a prophet truly existed and was of little significance, he should have been torn apart by zombies by now. But the problem was that they had inquired of so many people that day, and not a single one had heard of a prophet. Could it be that the prophet is an inconspicuous child? Ling Mao posited. No. Even the smallest child, should they exhibit any semblance of the extraordinary, would not go unnoticed, unless no one could understand their speech. Gucci explained. Neil had mentioned hospitals both in conversation and in his letter. And with the imagery of time reversal, hospitals have appeared 3 times in total. What sort of person resides in hospitals, speaks in a manner that everyone finds incomprehensible, and does not attract attention? Ling Mao was bewildered. What kind? An infant. Chu Tianque adjusted his glasses and provided the answer. At the current point in time, the prophet is merely a newborn. Ling Mao was even more confused. A newborn? Precisely. Perhaps the dungeon was nearing its conclusion. For Gucci exhibited exceptional patience tonight as he elaborated. Neil had ridiculed the prophet for not emerging to warn everyone and prevent the outbreak of the zombie virus. In truth, the prophet had already given a warning, but no one could comprehend his cries. Since they cannot understand, the term prophet cannot be uttered. And after today, the zombie virus will erupt, and the hospital receiving the homeless will become a disaster zone, with the prophet falling prey to the zombies. Thus, we have been unable to glean any information about the prophet from beginning to end. When the prophet was alive, he could not be found. After his death, He became even more elusive that Jiuqi had previously been striving to uncover a thread that could weave together all the clues. And it was during a reversal of time, as he glimpsed the fleeting images of the past, that he discovered it, time itself. From the very beginning, the most crucial hint lay right before their eyes. The darkest shadows exist beneath the lamp's glow. This encapsulates the entirety of the logic within this scenario. It is both a challenge and simplicity intertwined. Ling Mao was utterly stunned, gazing at Gu Qi with an expression that questioned the very nature of existence, setting aside the validity of the above deductions. Could it truly be within human capacity to unravel so much from mere fragments of information? So he had been validating his speculations all afternoon. This man is remarkably formidable. In truth, there was one more point Gu Qi had not mentioned. There should not be just one prophet. The eye exists on every timeline that has not been extinguished. These timelines correspond to various dimensions of time and space, that the zombie timeline they are traversing is merely one of the myriad parallel worlds diverging from time influenced by the clock tower. The game deliberately separates the 7 players, pushing them through the same narrative across different temporal and spatial realms, serving as a reminder of this fact. Furthermore, due to the clock tower's influence, the time and time-discrepant city diverges significantly from the outside world. It is a unique entity within this realm. It is possible that while only a few days have passed outside, decades have elapsed within time-discrepant city, or vice versa, that it may even be that no time has passed at all. And time begins to reverse, which accounts for the peculiar situation where their leader is aware of the prophet, yet the residents of the city remain in ignorance. This bears a slight resemblance to the saying only those within the mountain can understand its essence. After hearing Gu Qi's deductions, Chu Tianqua felt a weight lift from his shoulders. I can now confirm that my thoughts were indeed correct. While he couldn't assert that this conclusion was 100% accurate, if Gu Qi's thoughts aligned with his own, then this scenario was indeed drawing to a close. With a smile, Chu Tianqua drew his gun, aiming it at Gu Qi. Chapter 20. Destruction is rebirth in the night. The shadows of 3 figures were elongated by the streetlights. Chu Tianqua. What are you doing? Ling Mao, still entangled in the narrative's threads, was taken aback by Chu Tianqua's sudden action of pointing a gun at Gu Qi. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the seemingly refined man before her. Until this moment, Chu Tianqua maintained a gentle smile. For reasons unknown, he felt inclined to speak more today, which was uncharacteristic of him, yet he couldn't suppress the urge. Surprised, are we? That makes sense. After all, you are still a newcomer, so it's normal to be perplexed. Chu Tianqua chuckled. Consider this a lesson from me. The gun in his hand was not provided by the scenario. Its barrel was significantly larger than standard. Gu Qi cast a glance at it, then averted his gaze. As if the gun were not aimed at him at all, he looked at Chu Tianqua and asked, "Is this for the reward?" "Yes," Chu Tianqua admitted candidly, realizing there was no need to hide it any longer, his tone laced with a mix of sincerity and irony. "What can I say? The rewards for S-level scenarios are simply too generous. The Pure Land game has never truly embraced a team-based mode, even when everyone's tasks are the same. This is because the rewards from the scenario are calculated based on the final assessment, which hinges on 2 key factors: whether the scenario is completed and how many teammates survive by the end. To put it plainly, in a team setting, the more teammates that perish, the higher the score for the remaining players upon completion. This mechanism was originally designed to encourage players who bravely navigate perilous situations. But it can also be manipulated to grow faster than others. One must resort to certain tactics, such as eliminating Gun Ash and Bai Yang. Initially, Chu Tianqua had not intended to confront Gun Ash so soon. Including Gu Qi, there were 4 seasoned players in this game, and a 1-on-3 scenario left him with slim odds of success. Therefore, Chu Tianqua opted to attempt persuading Gun Ash to form an alliance, aiming to deal with Bai Yang first before returning to confront Gu Qi and the others who had not perished in the narrative. Chu Tianqua discerned that Gun Ash harbored a strong disdain for the 3 newcomers, primarily out of fear that they might hinder his progress, which was, in essence, also about the rewards. Under such circumstances, he believed Gun Ash would not refuse. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to what Chu Tianqua had anticipated. Gun Ash not only rejected his proposal for collaboration, but also launched an attack against him. The seemingly indifferent man had an unexpectedly solid bottom line. Upon realizing the situation, Bai Yong immediately joined the fray, teaming up with Gun Ash to eliminate Chu Tianqua. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, having preemptively controlled the shadows of Gun Ash and Bai Yong, and at the last moment, he manipulated their shadows to execute a surprise attack, narrowly emerging victorious. The process was somewhat perilous, yet ultimately, he triumphed. Once he dealt with Gu Qi and Ling Mao, he would become the greatest victor of this scenario. Are you not afraid that you cannot overpower us? Gu Qi inquired. Chu Tianqua tilted his gun slightly, allowing the exquisite silver patterns on its surface to glimmer in the light. This gun belongs to Gun Ash. You cannot withstand it. Gu Qi had no doubts about this. With his feeble physique of 6, lacking any equipment, he could not endure even a standard handgun, let alone one wielded by a player specializing in firearms. Yet the question remained, can you hit me? There was a hint of provocation in his tone. Chu Tianqua smiled. I shall give it a try. With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the barrel, the bullet traveling at an imperceptible speed, piercing through Gu Qi's body and striking the brick wall behind him. The shot missed. When he turned to look, Gu Qi had vanished from sight. Chu Tianqua was not surprised. He had intended to test Gu Qi's capabilities, that if he could end the confrontation with a single shot, that would be ideal, but missing was also acceptable, that he didn't even bother searching for Gu Qi's whereabouts, instead redirecting the gun towards Ling Mao. The reflection in the lenses perched on his nose captured the image of the girl in a state of panic, and his extensive gaming experience allowed him to swiftly deduce that Ling Mao's charm level was at least 7. Chu Tianqua had to concede. Ling Mao was indeed an adorable girl, particularly her frantic attempts to draw her weapon, accompanied by the fear etched upon her face, evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Consequently, Chu Tianqua fired his second shot. Bang! Ling Mao's body stiffened, her pupils dilating in horror as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She numbly lowered her head, discovering a gaping wound the size of a fist in her chest. Blood began to saturate her clothing. What a pity, such a lovely girl. Chu Tianqua felt a twinge of regret. He had anticipated that Gu Qi might come to her aid, only to be surprised that the latter was also devoid of compassion. Your injury seems quite severe. Gu Qi's voice echoed from behind Chu Tianqua. It is a bit serious, but killing you is sufficient. As he spoke, Chu Tianqua slightly turned his body, raising his left arm to effortlessly deflect the dagger that had been thrust from behind. Gu Qi vanished once more. Dong. Ling Mao collapsed into a pool of blood. The entire street now felt desolate and empty, with Chu Tianqua standing alone, a solitary figure amidst the void. Did you think this would allow you to evade me? Chu Tianqua chuckled as he closed his eyes. In that moment, his auditory senses heightened to an extreme degree, allowing him to hear even the faintest whispers of air currents. Tilting his head slightly, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes and raised his gun towards the right. Pulling the trigger for the third time, bang! A spray of blood mist erupted in the night. The Gu Qi, moving at high speed and rendered nearly transparent, was struck by the bullet, revealing his true form. He stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his left shoulder, crimson blood oozing between his fingers. The ability to become invisible is impressive, though your assassination skills leave much to be desired. Chu Tianqua approached Gu Qi step by step, his shadow elongated by the light strangely detaching from the ground, wrapping around Gu Qi's body like black tape, binding him tightly in place, that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. In fact, the shadow only tightened its grip. This aligned with Chu Tianqua's expectations. Gu Qi possessed few defensive measures that at this moment, Gu Qi gained a more direct understanding of the power of seasoned players. Noticing his cessation of struggle, Chu Tianqua inquired with a smile. Have you given up? Gu Qi raised his gaze. Do you think I only possess a modicum of assassination skills? No, I have never believed that you only excel in assassination. Chu Tianqua shook his head and stated, your primary attribute is mental strength. Is it not? If my deductions are correct, you should be able to temporarily control the thoughts of others, alter their perceptions, and even implant or erase portions of their memories. Only such abilities could elucidate why the police's demeanor had inexplicably shifted upon their initial capture, and why no further inquiries were made afterward. Not only that, but Gu Qi was also able to extract information from the seemingly impenetrable officers, as if he were well acquainted with the local police. But could that truly be the case? It was evident that Gu Qi had employed a player ability. While the exact nature of that ability remained unclear to Chu Tianque, it was certain it was related to the mental realm. Players adept in mental attacks typically exhibit lower physical combat prowess. Gu Qi's recent actions served as a testament to this fact, which is why Chu Tianque had declined Ling Mao's offer to tend to his wounds. He firmly believed that even in a wounded state, Gu Qi would still not pose a threat to him. Conversely, if Ling Mao discerned that his injury stemmed from a player, that would present a genuine dilemma. After all, he still needed to cross-reference clues and logic with Gu Qi should the two teams encounter divergent narratives. It was imperative to weave their clues together to achieve completion. Ensuring his own success in the scenario was paramount. Otherwise, eliminating his teammates would hold no significance. Chu Tianque was not new to this strategy. In this regard, no one possessed a clearer mindset than he did. From the moment I drew my gun, I have been on guard against your mental assaults. Chu Tianque paused before continuing, including just now when we exchanged blows. The most formidable aspect of mental skills lies in their element of surprise. Against the unsuspecting, they can be devastatingly effective. However, once the target is forewarned, their efficacy diminishes significantly. Moreover, his mental attribute is no trifling matter, standing at a solid 7 points, which places him above average among all players. This is one of the reasons for Chu Tianque's unwavering confidence. Having discerned Gu Qi's area of expertise, he knew he could not fall into Gu Qi's mental traps. Is that so? Gu Qi tilted his head. Then where are you now? As his words fell, buzz, before Chu Tianque could respond. The scene before him shattered abruptly, like a mirror smashed to pieces. The street, the lampposts, the trash cans, the man lying in a pool of blood, and the bell cat, all consumed by the dense night. Fragmented in an instant, akin to fleeting time, elusive and irretrievable. Chu Tianque's eyes flew open. The gun, known as Gun Ash, had somehow found its way into Gu Qi's hands, and at that moment, Gu Qi was aiming it squarely at his forehead. The confident smile vanished from Chu Tianque's face for the first time, replaced by profound shock and bewilderment that he could not fathom when he had been ensnared. Gu Qi did not afford him the opportunity to inquire. Thank you, Mr. Chu, he said, and then bang, player Chu Tianque has died, mission failed. Remaining players. Chu Tianque was dead. The gun ash possessed formidable power, rendering Chu Tianque's demise rather gruesome. His head was gone. Yet the bellcat felt no pity for Chu Tianque. Her face still bore an expression of anger. Although she had not participated in the dream, she had overheard Chu Tianque's mutterings. This fellow, seemingly gentle and refined, turned out to be so sinister, plotting to eliminate everyone. This fate was entirely of his own making. He deserved it, humph. Nevertheless, on another note, Gu Yuan, how did you know Chu Tianque wanted to kill us? The bellcat inquired. He was injured, Gu Qi replied, whereas you are not. The bellcat's hand had been cut by the yellow dial's pointer during the time reversal. But upon returning, it had returned to its original state, indicating that time reversal could heal players' wounds. Chu Tianque must have sustained his injuries only after returning to the City of Deception. Gu Qi did not believe that any native from this ordinary era could harm Chu Tianque. Only fellow veteran players by Yang and Gun Ash possessed that capability. Regardless of the reasons behind their conflict, one side must bear the fault, as for who was at fault. Gu Qi could not be bothered to speculate. It sufficed to subdue the individuals involved. Thus, he had unexpectedly drawn his gun to incapacitate the poisoner, and, seizing the moment Chu Tianque was momentarily distracted, had employed hypnosis on him. Yes, from that instant, Chu Tianque had been drawn into a meticulously constructed dreamscape. Hypnosis plus dream weaving equated to an illusion. For this dream, Gu Qi had spent the entirety of the first night preparing, dedicating his time to memorizing the scenes. The bellcat had thought he was slacking off. In reality, he was preparing for the dream. Under an architecture that was nearly indistinguishable from reality and exceedingly detailed, the dream Gu Qi ultimately created bore almost no difference from the real world. Chu Tianque had a habit of adjusting his glasses with his index finger. Such individuals often possess profound thoughts alongside keen observational skills, and being a veteran player, Gu Qi had to take extra precautions to prevent the dream from being uncovered. Previously, when Gu Qi expressed hope that Chu Tianque would be unharmed, It was all an act for Chu Tianqua's benefit. He had already sensed Chu Tianqua's approach and deliberately emitted signals of goodwill to lower his guard. Chu Tianqua's verbosity stemmed from a desire to provoke him into speaking. I see. The bell cat finally understood, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gu Qi. This man is truly clever. Gu Qi cast a sidelong glance at the girl and said, if you had shot me just now, the rewards for this instance might have been entirely yours. Impossible. I would never kill you, the bell cat exclaimed, having never even considered such a notion. Why not? Gu Qi inquired. Because the bell cat began, but suddenly halted, turning her head away from Gu Qi, murmuring, I just can't. What if I wanted to kill you? The bell cat. This question left the girl utterly stunned. She turned her head to meet Gu Qi's gaze. His pitch-black eyes were so calm, they instilled a sense of fear, deeper than the night itself. His gun was long and formidable. The bell cat realized that this man did not seem to be jesting. Consequently, she swiftly executed a series of moves even Gu Qi had not anticipated, a flurry of actions. The bell cat squatted low, her hands clutching her head, curling into a ball, turning her back to him. Trembling as she said, then, please be gentle. I fear pain. Gu Qi, aren't you going to offer even a token resistance or ask why? Never mind. Being foolish can be quite endearing. After all, the foolish often have their own blessings. Gu Qi decided to cease his teasing, putting away his gun. Get up. We're heading back to the hotel. The bell cat dared not move. Aren't you going to kill me? Gu Qi replied, I suddenly changed my mind. The girl, however, said, it's all right, Gu Yuan. When I heard Chu Tianqua's words earlier, I realized that throughout this journey, you have been guiding me. Without you, I would not have made it to today. I might have been bitten by a zombie the next day. Honestly, to survive this long in an S-rated instance exceeds my initial expectations that I'm already quite satisfied, so if you wish to kill me, go ahead, I want to run. With that, the bell cat tightly shut her eyes. Bracing for Gu Qi's impending shot, the Jiu Qi gazed at the girl, both timid and brave, and couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had merely intended to tease the bell cat, but unexpectedly, she had revealed a hidden skill. The bell cat had indeed been on his task list. Compared to veteran players, dealing with newcomers was evidently easier. However, now that he had fully acquired his task rewards, there was no further need to kill the bell cat. This was also why Gu Qi had expressed gratitude when dealing with Chu Tianqua. It was sincere. Were it not for Chu Tianqua eliminating by Yang and Gun Ash, the instance would not have concluded in a timely manner. Ensuring the mission could be completed before taking action. This aligned with both Gu Qi and Chu Tianqua's thoughts. The prerequisite for a 500 reward was to complete the instance that he just hadn't anticipated that the heads would come so easily. With two brave teammates and Chu Tianqua's assistance, he had exerted little effort. Furthermore, Chu Tianqua had gifted him a gun. The gun belonging to Gun Ash was classified as a player's personal item and could be taken out of the instance. With two task progressions and an item, Gu Qi felt somewhat remiss not to express his thanks. Moments later, the bell cat, still squatting with her head in her hands, noticed that Gu Qi had moved over 10 meters away and couldn't help but open one eye. Cautiously glancing back, she found Gu Qi had already walked out considerably. The bell cat was taken aback, calling out to Gu Qi's back. Are you really not going to kill me? Gu Qi continued walking. In a few minutes, the police should arrive. That if you wish to spend the night in the station, you might as well keep squatting there. Right, the police. The bell cat hurriedly stood and chased after Gu Qi grabbed the plastic bag. Oh! Upon returning to the hotel, they found themselves back in room 401 that the mystery had been solved and the special mission was complete, leaving Gu Qi feeling considerably lighter. Can we sleep tonight? The bell cat asked. Yes, Gu Qi nodded. Let us sleep a little longer until the eye grows. Then I'm going to take a shower. The bell cat exclaimed joyfully as she dashed into the bedroom. Gu Qi did not linger in the living room, heading straight back to his own room. Tonight he planned to rest well. Tomorrow, he would seek out the eye to inquire about the calamity, and that would allow them to clear the instance. Such were his thoughts. However, the unfolding events slightly deviated from his expectations. The prophet need not seek out whom they wished to meet. After they fell asleep, the clock tower's hands began to spin rapidly once more. Outside the window, the sky brightened and darkened, shifted from clear to overcast, from snow to rain, like a fast-forwarded slideshow, 20 years passing in a blink. Did I end his dreams? Gucci beheld a blinding white light. So bright, it was almost painful. Within the light stood a shadowy figure. He squinted, attempting to see clearly, but the figure vanished, leaving behind a line of swirling golden script. Do not fear disaster. Destruction is but rebirth. Do not fear disaster. Does that mean calamity will indeed descend upon Qin Yongxing once more? Before Gu Qi could ponder further, flames ignited upon the script, reducing it to ashes that scattered with the wind. The system's notification echoed in his ears. I have time travel strategy completed. Reward settlement in progress. Chapter 21. Return. I have time travel strategy completed. Completion time. 57, 46, 23. Rating. SES. Worldview exploration. 74. Rating. S. Clue collection, including non-main lines. 83. Rating. SS. Task contribution. 85. Rating. SS. Achievements unlocked. 9. Rating. SS. I'm incredibly tough. You shattered a zombie's sharp teeth with your arm, leaving it momentarily bewildered. You are indeed formidable. May you also be so in other respects. I am not a decorative vase. Unlike those charming individuals with charm values exceeding 7 points. You have proven yourself through strength. You are not only alluring but also captivating. Your intellect surpasses your beauty. Man, you have successfully caught my attention. I can be ruthless even to myself. You utilized your abilities on yourself with remarkable results. This is quite commendable. However, it would be preferable to reward such endeavors in the future. First Blood, Gold. You have claimed your inaugural PvP kill in the Sanctum of Games by vanquishing a player 10 levels above your own. This achievement is classified as a golden hidden one. Its gleaming appearance is indicative of its superior value compared to other accomplishments. The skills and attributes employed during the kill will consequently receive some valuable enhancements. Click here to view more achievements. Considering the overall evaluation, your final rating for the Eye of Time and Space Dungeon is SS, Special Task Settlement, Code 06 in this game. 5 players have failed their tasks, resulting in a 500 increase to your completion rewards. You may freely choose to enhance either the quantity or quality of your rewards. The option to select. Gucci discovered that this game possesses a commendable level of user-friendliness. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a decision. Choosing between 6 low-tier blind boxes and 1 high-tier blind box is akin to selecting one from the 2. Regardless of limits, the high-tier blind box invariably surpasses the low-tier ones. Furthermore, due to the existence of a game library, low-tier blind boxes can, to some extent, be mass-produced. With sufficient effort, 6 games could be completed in roughly half a month. In contrast, the high-tier blind box with a 500 enhancement likely offers rewards that rival the completion bonuses of SS Nightmare-level dungeons, perhaps even exceeding them. Such rewards cannot merely be obtained through effort. One must be fortunate enough to encounter them. Thus, with logic laid bare, the choice becomes straightforward, and it bears no relation to Gu Qi's desire to gamble. He has always been a rational individual, and he certainly does not subscribe to the notion that handsome individuals are invariably lucky. Quality. Gu Qi declared as he made his selection. In the next instant, a series of system prompts materialized in his view. Items obtained. Ancient coins 1,000. These carry no difference in value from ordinary old coins, but may occasionally bestow unexpected good fortune. Purple Pills 3. Rare significantly boosts your mental power for a short duration. Twin Pack 1. Epic allows you to designate a player who, when summoned, is forcibly included in the game. Eternal Seal 1. Epic upon exiting the dungeon, you may choose a temporary ability to imprint permanently. Pure Strength Essence 1. Rare upon use. Can elevate any strength-related ability of level 5 or below by 1 level. Eye Divination 1. Epic, a special item for Eye of Time and Space. Automatically utilized. You will gain partial knowledge of the next game's details 3 days in advance. Eye Omen 1. Epic, a special item for Eye of Time and Space. Automatically utilized. You will learn the content of the Eye's next prophecy. Crystal Fragment Eye. Choose an attribute. The memory crystal synthesized with this fragment will surely yield an ability focused on that attribute in total. He acquired 4 epic items, 3 powerful pills, 1 skill experience potion, along with a dungeon preview. Profitable. Gucci was thoroughly satisfied with these rewards, that he estimated that while they may not quite match the high-scoring boxes of Nightmare Dungeons, they certainly reached the standard of S dungeons, and all seemed quite practical. Even the seemingly incompatible pure strength essence could be sold for a considerable sum, being one of the most valuable items in the Sanctum of Games. The only item whose purpose remained unclear was the Eye's Omen. Perhaps there will be a dungeon related to Eye in the future. The above are the rewards you obtained in this game. Next summon countdown. 7 days. Inside the apartment, Gucci reappeared as abruptly as he had vanished, landing on the bed with a thud. Something hard pressed against him. Oh, it was his phone. The battery icon in the upper right corner had turned red. Gucci plugged it in, instinctively checking the calendar. October 24, 43:99, Saturday, 7:47 a.m. Should I have breakfast? Gucci pondered for a couple of seconds before deciding to eat something light. After all, a healthy body is the foundation of happiness. He ordered a meal and purchased a high-speed train ticket to Shia City for the afternoon. Then he rolled out of bed, opened the window to air the room, and retrieved a fresh towel from the wardrobe before heading to the bathroom. After a quick shower, he felt refreshed and ready to dive back into the game, but he recalled that during the settlement, there was an achievement that granted attribute bonuses. While drying his hair with a towel, he tapped on Personal. Instantly, an experience bar magnified tenfold appeared before him, rapidly climbing. Player level up, 1-5. Friend function unlocked. Store function unlocked. Auction house function unlocked. Guild function unlocked upon reviewing his personal panel. Player, Gu Yuan current gender. Male game sessions. 2 level, 5 constitution, 6 mental power, 9 0.1 agility, 5 strength, 6 charm, 9 talent, none skills. Stone skin LV1, dream control LV6, 1. Only a mere 0. 1 increase. What a stingy game. Gucci knew that attribute enhancements were one of the most challenging aspects of this game, and while he felt grateful, it did not hinder his ability to voice his grievances. In contrast, the skill enhancement was quite generous, granting a full level increase, essentially netting him a high-grade mental skill essence without cost. The precise extent of the enhancement remained uncertain, but he planned to test it with Dr. Chen another day. Closing the personal panel, Gucci opened his inventory. Aside from the rewards from 2 dungeon completions, he also possessed 2 skewers of charcoal-grilled Blue Ghost and the firearm delivered by Chu Tianqua. Gray Eagle, rare modified firearm requiring specialized ammunition, magazine capacity, 4-1. This handgun was exceptionally powerful. A single shot could likely fell a bear, and it possessed surprisingly little recoil. Its appearance was equally exquisite. Adorned with silver engravings, a matte grip, and a long barrel with a large caliber, combining elegance with a strikingly violent aesthetic. The only drawback was the difficulty in acquiring ammunition that Gucci contemplated for a moment, deciding to list the pure strength essence on the auction house, then set his personal information to private before accessing his friends list. Search ID, Gun Gray, send friend request. Gun Gray has accepted your friend request. That was quick. Gucci cut to the chase. Your gun is with me. Gun Gray. Did you defeat Chu Tianqua? Gucci. Yes. Gun Gray. Name your price. Gucci. Gun Gray. Gucci. Why should I name a price? Gun Gray. Aren't you selling the gun to me? Gucci. No. I'm here to buy bullets from you. Gun Gray. Gucci. Name your price. Gun Gray. Chapter 22. He is quite the agile individual. Gun Gray was genuinely taken aback by Gucci's approach, momentarily rendered speechless. It was akin to losing a phone only to have someone inform you that they possess it. Initially devoid of hope, you might feel inclined to offer a reward for the return, only to discover that the individual isn't here to return the phone, but merely to inquire about your unlock code. Gun Gray. Fortunately, he had more than one phone, having been overpowered and robbed of his firearm. The weapon now belonged to someone else, leaving the decision to sell it entirely at the new owner's discretion. Gun Gray was not inclined to become agitated over such a trivial matter. Moreover, Gucci had taken down Chu Tianqua, which in a manner of speaking avenged him. He could consider Gucci a friend. Gun Gray offered a price. 1 ancient coin per bullet. How many do you need? Gucci. Let's start with 50 rounds. And I'll also take 3 magazines. Gun Gray. Magazines are 18 each. Gucci. No problem. Gun Gray. I'll list them on the auction house later. Just search my name for the order. Guki, okaka. He had secured an initial weapon. Gucci had expected to have to negotiate extensively, but Gun Gray was unexpectedly straightforward, and he didn't bother haggling that a simple exchange of words allowed them to complete a mutually beneficial transaction. Quite satisfactory. At 8:30, the delivery arrived, a bowl of clear beef noodle soup. Gucci had few hobbies, primarily three: taking showers, eating noodles, and depending on the situation, he was quite an adaptable person. Sitting in the small living room, Gucci began to eat breakfast while exploring the newly unlocked features. Suddenly, a friend request popped up in the lower right corner. Player reinforced concrete request to add you as a friend, added via shake. Would you like to accept? Gucci. This game even has a shake feature. How does one shake? Where does one shake? Gucci clicked to accept. The newly accepted reinforced concrete immediately sent a message. Bro, do you have a guild yet? Very direct. From just these few words and the ID, Gucci sensed a rugged charm, likely indicating that the person on the other end was a burly man. He inquired, "Are you from the Hongta Guild?" Reinforced concrete sent a surprised emoji. "How did you know?" Gucci, "Just a guess." Reinforced concrete, "Bro, you're really sharp." Gucci replied, expressionless. Hee. Considering the entire forum was dominated by their guild-seeking members, it would be strange not to guess. Reinforced concrete, "So, brother, have you joined a guild yet?" Gucci, "Not for the moment." Reinforced concrete, "Why not consider joining us? We offer ample benefits, a pleasant atmosphere, and lively activities in the group every night. I assure you, once you come, you won't want to leave." Gucci, "Is there any, adult content?" Reinforced concrete, "You have retracted a message." Gucci, "But I don't wish to join a guild right now." Reinforced concrete, "Come on, brother, it's exhausting to tackle dungeons alone. The game is far more enjoyable with more people." Reinforced concrete, "Moreover, our guild's research is fully maxed out. Don't believe me? Just check the leaderboard." Gucci, puzzled, "Research? What is that?" Reinforced concrete, "That's right. Reinforced concrete. Every game grants an additional 10 experience and 10 more old coins." Reinforced concrete, "After clearing a dungeon, there's a 5 chance of obtaining an extra skill fragment and a 3 chance of acquiring a random item." Reinforced concrete, "Additionally, there's a 5 reduction in transaction fees, a 1 increase in the match rate for high difficulty dungeons, and a monthly exemption from death penalties." Reinforced concrete, "So, what do you think? Pretty good, right?" Reinforced concrete, "Brother, are you still there?" Gucci, "Yes, what did you say at the beginning?" "The beginning?" Reinforced concrete, "Our guild's research is fully maxed out." Gucci, "No, the previous sentence." Reinforced concrete, "Tackling dungeons alone is tiring." Gucci, "1 sentence earlier." Reinforced concrete, "Why not consider joining us?" Gucci, "All right, add me." Reinforced concrete. Gucci felt that reinforced concrete made a compelling point. Games are indeed more enjoyable with more players. Soon, an invitation arrived. Reinforced concrete invites you to join the guild, Red Tower. Do you agree? Agree. You have joined the Red Tower Guild. With a system prompt, a new interface appeared before Gucci. A cursory glance revealed a considerable number of members. 404,500, however, it was still early, being the weekend, and many had yet to rise. Most IDs on the list were gray, either in-game or silent in the chat channel. Reinforced Concrete sent a welcome message and privately messaged Gucci. "It'll be lively tonight. These folks are all night owls." Gucci, "No problem, I was just planning to take a nap." Reinforced Concrete, "Then rest up, I'll continue recruiting." Gucci, After finishing his meal, Gucci tidied the table and did a quick cleanup. Once his stomach felt less full, he returned to bed, picking up his charging phone to text Xiaolong and Xiaoling. Balance must be maintained. In a certain apartment in Xia City, buzz. The phone vibrated twice. A small, delicate hand emerged from the bundled-up blanket, fumbling around near the pillow. Unable to find it, the hand paused and slipped under the pillow. After a chaotic search, the phone was finally retrieved and brought back to the warmth of the blanket. 3 seconds later, swish. Xiaoling suddenly sat up straight, kneeling on the bed, the pale blue bedding billowing around her like an oversized cloak. Rubbing her eyes, she doubted her vision. Could it be that Gucci had time to come to Shiha to see her and Xiaolong? Was the sun rising from beneath the blankets? Strangely, Xiaoling felt a surge of emotion. The heartless fellow had finally remembered her and her childhood companion. Sobbing softly, the girl wiped away non-existent tears, tossed aside the covers, slipped on her slippers, and stepped out of her bedroom. Upon opening the door, she heard the thud, thud, thud of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. Huh? Xiaoling glanced into the living room. Xiaolong, are you awake? Xiaolong, not turning her head, replied, just got up. Xiaoling tilted her head in confusion. Did you not stay up late last night? Realizing, she quickly added, oh right, you don't stay up late anymore. As she spoke, the corner of her eye caught sight of the phone on the dining table. Her heart stirred. It seemed Xiaolong hadn't seen Gucci's message yet. Xiaolong, will you accompany me to watch a movie this afternoon? Xiaoling asked. It's just been released, and I've heard it's quite good. Not going. Xiaolong didn't even inquire about the genre. Xiaoling, are you studying at home? Xiaolong, Xiaoling, so, that means you're not free this afternoon, nor tonight? Xiaolong, all right then. Xiaoling sighed. Looks like I'll have to go to the station to pick up Gucci by myself. Suddenly, Xiaolong's actions came to a halt. Who are you picking up? Xiaoling blinked. Gucci, of course. He's coming to Xia? Xiaoling asked. When will he arrive? Xiaoling teased. If all goes well, maybe around noon. Xiaolong glanced at the clock. Less than 4 hours remained. She untied her apron, dropped the knife, and headed towards her bedroom. As she passed by Xiaoling, she even caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze, moving at an astonishing speed. Hey, breakfast isn't ready yet. No time. I'll wash my hair, and we can eat out. Weren't you saying you were busy? Now I am free. I knew you would say that. Xiaoling. How women? Chapter 23. One like summer, one like autumn. As the largest provincial capital city in the southwest, Xia possesses a notable characteristic. It is densely populated. Especially today, being a weekend, the entire passenger transport square was a sea of people, with heads bobbing in every direction. Even so, some individuals could still draw attention without physical barriers. A few students, dragging their suitcases from the exit, walked while chatting and laughing. Suddenly, one boy's eyes widened in excitement as he tapped his companion on the shoulder. What's up? Look over there, beautiful girls. 2 of them. Tish, look at you, so eager. There are plenty of beauties in Xia. What is the big deal, whoa? As his companion casually glanced over, his eyes widened in astonishment. These were not just beautiful girls. They were ethereal beings. Identical in appearance, yet entirely different in style. Their flawless looks could easily overshadow their equally striking outfits. When girls reach a certain level of beauty, the quality of their clothing becomes irrelevant. After all, no attire can outshine them. Wherever they stand becomes a scenic view. In that moment, the boy understood what true divine beauty meant and why 113 while he was lost in thought. 2 female companions beside him were equally excited. They had spotted a tremendously handsome boy, his sculpted features and chiseled face. Such descriptions felt too mundane. He seemed to be the tallest suspension bridge in the world. Merely a glance would send one's heart racing. No way. I must get his contact information. Maybe it's best to let it go. The other girl, more timid, pulled her back. There are so many people here. Being rejected would be so embarrassing. What is there to fear? Youth is an adventure without return, the girl declared resolutely. We cannot allow a moment of weakness to lead to lifelong regrets. Saying this, she shook off her friend's hand and resolutely chased after him. The 2 boys watched in admiration as the female classmate's figure disappeared. They didn't dare to approach the 2 girls for their numbers. Thus they admired those who had the courage to do so. The girl jogged and finally caught up to Gucci, just as he was nearing Xiaolong and Xiaoling. Hey, handsome eye, Gucci. Before the girl could finish, Xiaolong stepped forward, linking her arm with Gucci's. Then turned to the girl with a calm gaze. Is there something you need? The girl. She felt her friend had been mistaken. The awkwardness came not from rejection, but from being turned down by the other's girlfriend. In truth, she had briefly wondered whether Gucci knew these 2 girls. Yet having chased after him, she couldn't leave without asking. The result was worse than silence. The awkwardness was secondary. The most disconcerting aspect was that Despite the calmness in Xiao Long's eyes, the girl felt an inexplicable chill, as if winter had arrived prematurely, freezing her earlier courage into ice, which shattered into countless pieces with a single blow. Xiao Ling stifled a laugh and winked at the girl. "Miss, are you perhaps asking for directions?" The girl quickly stepped onto the stairs. "Oh yes, I wanted to ask how to get to the Alps Hotel." Xiao Ling pointed towards the left intersection. "Go straight there. Turn right, then left, and you'll reach it in a few hundred meters." Thank you, thank you." The girl gratefully glanced at Xiao Ling before fleeing in haste. The Jiu Qi had remained silent throughout, merely smiling. Xiao Ling shot him a glance and released her grip, saying, "Just helping you out." Gu Qi smiled without replying that he gazed at the lovely visage before him. It had been half a year since they last met, and Xiao Lung seemed even more beautiful than before. The girl's delicate brows and eyes, her fair and rosy skin, her lips tinted with a creamy apricot hue that gleamed softly, made her appear utterly delectable. "You've put on makeup." Gu Qi felt a flutter of joy, knowing Xiao Lung rarely wore makeup. Xiao Lung responded with a simple just a casual application. Xiao Ling nodded vigorously from the side. Yes, just a casual application, which took 2 hours. "Xiao Lung," Gu Qi added, "that outfit suits you well too." A gray-pink knitted dress paired with a pure, white outer layer. Such fitted attire could be difficult to carry off if one's figure was lacking. Yet on Xiao Lung, it instead accentuated her graceful silhouette. The soft color of the dress complemented the girl's understated makeup, exuding both innocence and femininity. Xiao Lung remarked, "It's just casual wear." Xiao Ling replied, "Yes, indeed, just casual wear. I only tried on over 10 outfits." Xiao Lung responded with a silent pause. The Jiu Qi interjected, "And the shoes?" Xiao Ling quickly answered, "The shoes were just a random pair I grabbed from the shoe cabinet, although it did take me half an hour." Xiao Lung thought to herself, "Why am I suddenly feeling the urge to hit someone?" Gu Qi stifled a laugh and turned to Xiao Ling, asking a question that had been on his mind since the beginning. "Aren't you cold dressed like that?" Today, Xiao Lung and Xiao Ling were not in matching outfits. On the contrary, their styles were separated by an entire season, one resembling summer, the other autumn. As winter approached, and given the higher latitude of Shiha, Xiao Ling was still wearing a denim miniskirt, while her long, fair legs were indeed stunning. One couldn't simply prioritize style over warmth. Could they? "I'm fine, I don't feel cold," Xiao Ling tilted her head, stating, "I'm used to it, it's no problem." "Used to it?" Xiao Lung retorted. "Didn't someone say at home that it was freezing at 13 degrees today?" Yet she insisted on dressing this way for Gu Qi, even if it meant freezing outside. Xiao Ling was left speechless, caught off guard by the swift retaliation. Her face flushed crimson. She shot Xiao Lung a glare and decided to drop the fade. Taking Gu Qi's hand as she headed out of the square, deftly changing the subject. "Let's go home for dinner. I'm starving." It was indeed quite cold. Xiao Lung observed their intertwined hands and remarked, "Is this your excuse for being touchy?" Xiao Ling huffed lightly. "Is that not allowed? If you're capable, why not hold hands too?" Xiao Lung fell silent. With her temperament, it was naturally out of the question to indulge in her sister's antics. Yet, "Let us go," Gu Qi said, taking Xiao Lung's small hand and winking. "I'm hungry too." Xiao Lung might not engage in frivolity, but she wouldn't reject an invitation either. The warmth of their clasped hands dispelled the autumn chill. Xiao Lung glanced sideways, her gaze lingering on Gu Qi's profile, captivated by it as if it were a sight she could never tire of. Feeling the intensity of her stare, Gu Qi jested, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because I miss shaving?" "You're clean," Xiao Lung replied nonchalantly, averting her gaze but tightening her grip on his hand. Nearby, a boy who had witnessed the entire exchange felt inexplicably lost. He couldn't comprehend why he felt such pangs of heartache when it was not his classmate who was being rejected. Chapter 24. Too Big to Contain. 3 years had passed since Xiao Lung and Xiao Ling had been in college, and they had always resided at home. This house was specifically purchased by their mother in Shiha for the two sisters. Gu Qi had visited before. He opened the small shoe cabinet on the far right, revealing 2 pairs of slippers, one new and one old, both belonging to him. "So, how does it feel to be out shopping with 2 stunning beauties?" Xiao Ling inquired. "It feels nice, but it does attract a bit of envy," Gu Qi replied. Their rate of being turned to gaze at had reached an astounding 300%. On average, each passerby would glance at them 3 times. And a mere 2 seconds of eye contact with either of them would reveal the depths of jealousy ignited within. Once in the car, the taxi driver frequently glanced at them through the rearview mirror, prompting Gucci to worry he might drive onto the sidewalk. Well, that's the price of enjoyment. One must pay something, Xiaoling said with an air of maturity. I'm going to change into something else. Xiaoling didn't need to change. She simply removed her outer layer and hung it on the coat rack, revealing her beautiful figure in a fitted knit dress. There was also a hint of fragrance in the AI, in addition to the delicate scent from Xiaoling. Gucci caught a whiff of something savory. Did you make soup? Yes. Bone soup? Yes. Especially for me? Yes. Once they arrived home, Xiaoling reverted to her usual cool demeanor. Sometimes, after spending extended periods with her, Gucci felt as if she resembled a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs, making it hard to imagine that she had once been a spirited and somewhat proud girl in high school. Fortunately, Gucci had grown accustomed to this and didn't waste time guessing Xiaoling's thoughts, opting instead to treat her cool exterior with warmth. The kitchen in their sister's home was open concept. After changing his shoes, Gucci walked straight to the stove and glanced around, asking, "Is there anything else to prepare? I can help." "No need," Xiaoling replied, following him. "You sit for a bit. I can manage." She retrieved the vegetables from the fridge that she hadn't finished chopping earlier and resumed her work. When an ordinary girl says no, it might be a polite refusal, but when Xiaoling says it, she genuinely means it. Her culinary skills and knife work were exceptional, despite her appearance not suggesting that she was the type to cook. Her beautiful hands, pale as jade, were even whiter than the peeled radishes lying on the cutting board. After watching her for a moment, Gucci took an apron, slipping it between her slender waist and the island counter. Helping her tie it on, Xiaoling paused her movements and slightly raised her arms, allowing Gucci better access. For a fleeting moment, Gucci was incredibly close to her, his arms almost encircling her waist. And she could even feel his warm breath, both hot and somewhat ticklish. "All done. Be careful not to cut yourself." Gucci then went to the living room. As she resumed chopping, a faint smile graced the corners of Xiaoling's lips. She never forgot to wear an apron in the kitchen, unless Gucci was present. Xiaoling emerged from her room in pajamas, noticing Gucci sitting on the sofa, turning on the television with the remote. She walked over, plopped down next to him, kicked off her slippers, and as she used to, draped her legs over Gucci's lap. Gucci glanced down and remarked, "You might as well not have changed." The only difference was that her lower garment had transformed from a denim miniskirt to a pair of pure cotton shorts with pink edges. The rounded, elongated shape of her legs, slightly together, was fair and radiant, glistening under the light. The graceful lines extended from her legs down to her ankles, leading to her petite, delicate feet, clean and smooth, with faint blue veins barely visible. Oh, not only were the shorts quite short, but she was even wearing socks this time. Xiaoling blinked innocently, asking, "Doesn't Gucci like this?" Gucci maintained a stoic expression. "You're blinding me." Xiaoling, however, responded earnestly, "Look, Gucci, Xiaoling and I are about the same height and build, and we look alike. When you look at my legs, it's like you're seeing 2 pairs at once." "Isn't that a bargain?" Gucci replied, "Yes, quite a bargain, double the distraction." Xiaoling scoffed, such a pretender. Gucci rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if he weren't pretending, she would be in for it. He picked up an apple, using the smooth surface of Xiaoling's white legs as a cutting board, resting his wrist upon them as he peeled, all the while listening to the news on TV. Xiaoling was uncertain whether Gucci was doing it deliberately, but as he peeled, the long strips of apple skin fell onto her legs, moist and slippery. The apple skin hadn't broken, and with Gucci's movements, it rubbed against her skin, the juice splattering coolly, both refreshing and ticklish. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed slightly, but she said nothing, pretending not to notice as she scrolled through her social media on her phone. At that moment, Gucci's phone rang. It was a call from a school administrator. Gucci adjusted the apple peel, letting it spiral into 2 loops on her legs, then placed the apple on top. The process was somewhat intricate, and his fingers inadvertently brushed against her soft skin. Xiaoling's body trembled imperceptibly, her face reddening further. Director Yang, Gu Chi said as he pulled his phone from his pocket. Answering the call. Gu teacher, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Director Yang inquiret. Not at all. I was just about to eat. Gu Chi replied with a smile. Is there something you need? Actually, today the school received a notification from the education department indicating that they are considering making dream psychology an official elective course and rolling it out broadly. The relevant evaluation policies have been established, and you can check online shortly. The classification of elective courses is merely a distinction between public and professional. Director Yang emphasized the word official because dream psychology isn't widely recognized in the system, with many schools lacking it altogether. Though labeled as an elective, it resembles more of an interest class, primarily aimed at broadening students' horizons without affecting their credits. Genuine elective courses differ significantly, with specific requirements for both students and teachers. Gu Chi was recommended by Dr. Chun, which granted him a degree of flexibility, but the newly established regulations were non-negotiable. Director Yang had no doubts about Gu Chi's professional capabilities. After all, it was Gu Chi who had treated his insomnia. But in this matter, it required more than just Gu Chi's word. The school suggests you find time to take the certification exam as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary complications, Director Yang advised. Understood. I'll take care of it, Gu Chi agreed. All right, I'll let you go then. Enjoy your meal. Director Yang ended the call. The Gu Chi tucked his phone back into his pocket and resumed peeling the apple. Contemplating the unexpected path of making a subject like dream psychology subtly mystical, an official discipline. Fortunately, he was indeed proficient in it. Otherwise, navigating such connections would be quite challenging. Xia Ling, reclining, immediately propped herself up once she saw Gu Chi had finished peeling the apple. Leaning in towards him, opening her mouth for a bite, the Gu Chi was unreserved, spinning the large, sweet apple a quarter turn and directly feeding it to her. Xia Ling's eyes widened. No, it's too big. Gu Chi paid her no mind. You said it yourself. To enjoy, one must pay a price. Xia Ling protested. It really is too big. I can't fit it. Take your time eating. Chapter 25. A big shot hidden among us after successfully silencing the young lady. Gu Chi made his way to the kitchen with the remaining apple. Xia Long was busy stir-frying. Open your mouth. It's time for dinner. It's fine. A bit of fruit before a meal can aid digestion and reduce food intake and fat accumulation. Gu Chi sliced a small piece of apple and brought it to Xia Long's lips, saying, My dear lady, I trust you don't wish to develop a little belly, do you? Xia Long, why did that sound so strange? Gu Chi insisted. Come on, be obedient. Open wide, Xia Long. This was even stranger. Was he treating her like a child? Xia Long shot Gu Chi a glance before parting her lips and gently taking a bite. The Gu Chi nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Xia Long. She chose not to respond and turned back to her cooking. In the living room, Xia Ling sat on the sofa, her eyes filled with resentment as she watched the scene unfold. This guy had always been like this. No matter what he did or what gifts he bought, he would always consider both her and Xia Long. From the initial lollipops and toys to later ice creams and milk teas, it was always in two portions. Sometimes, when money was tight, Gu Chi would rather go without than not satisfy them first. Back in middle school, Gu Chi even tried to modify the back seat of his bicycle to accommodate both sisters, hoping to take them home together. The attempt, of course, ended in failure. Yet this guy was undeterred, raising funds to buy a small tricycle from the secondhand market, taking them through narrow paths every day to avoid being caught by traffic police. Xia Ling remembered all of this vividly. Their father had passed away early, and their mother was busy at the time, leaving Gu Chi, who was merely a year older, to take care of them and make them laugh. This man had practically borne the entirety of their sense of security and satisfaction in life, even without their parents' company. Neither she nor Xia Lung ever felt lonely. Gu Chi was truly wonderful in every way, handsome too. Though he was a bit greedy, of course, that wasn't the main point. The real issue was that despite their mouths forming the same shape, why was hers so coarse while Xia Lung's was so delicate? Wasn't that favoritism? With a sharp crunch, Xia Ling bit into the apple in frustration, chewing angrily. 10 minutes later, the dishes were served at a simple spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Not extravagant, but brimming with the essence of life. And it truly smelled delightful, especially the plate of twice-cooked pork, stir-fried with green and red peppers, each piece glistening with oil. Rich yet not greasy, Ji polished off 2 bowls of rice and a large bowl of soup in one go, praising Xiaolong as he ate. Your cooking skills seem to improve with every meal. Not as good as yours. After all, you've been at it for over 20 years. Pfft, cough, cough. It was rare for Xiaolong to engage in conversation. And when she did, it nearly choked. Xiaoling looked at her sister in astonishment, as if she were meeting her for the first time. Xiaolong handed Gucci a tissue and pushed the twice-cooked pork towards him. The young lady's delicate face retained little expression, yet Xiaoling could tell that her sister was in a good mood today. After dinner, Xiaoling took the plates to the kitchen. The sisters had clearly defined roles. One cooked, the other washed the dishes. Ji wished to help, but a glance from Xiaolong was enough to send him out of the kitchen. It turned out that even without Xiaoling calling her sister, the bond of blood still held sway. It was merely a matter of whether Xiaolong wished to wield it. As night fell, the television in the living room was on, neither too loud nor too soft. Xiaolong sat at the dining table reading, while Xiaoling, as before, rested her legs on Gucci's lap. Wearing headphones and watching a drama on her tablet, the Ji was busy browsing the internet for information regarding certification on Xiaolong's notebook. The three remained silent. Yet Xiaolong did not feel the atmosphere was cold. Often, there isn't much to discuss between people. Instead of awkwardly forcing conversations to ignite enthusiasm, she preferred this quiet, enduring companionship. Able to withstand solitude, she could also endure the mundane, even after long periods of no contact. When they reunited, everything felt unchanged. In the end, no one altered, only time did. What brought Xiaolong the most comfort was simply being able to glance up and see him, just like now. Gucci was focused on the notebook. While she was watching Gucci then, Xiaoling caught her in the act. Xiaoling winked at her, holding up 3 fingers, as if to say, "Isn't sister supposed to be studying diligently?" Why has she looked at brother Gucci 3 times in such a short span? Xiaolong, with an expressionless face, she turned her head back to her book. At that moment, Gucci had already grasped the assessment system and was chatting with Dr. Chen. He had initially intended to ask Dr. Chen if he wanted to take the exam together. Dr. Chen indeed wanted to take it. Nowadays, the more qualifications one had, the more paths opened up. Eventually, as dream psychology developed, merely attaching a certificate to any institution could yield financial gain, without any shame in doing so. However, they didn't need to take the exam at the official designated location. Dr. Chen said, "No need for such trouble. I'll take you to the club when the time comes. You just register as a member, and we could take the exam there." Gucci expressed his skepticism. "Can your club substitute for the official exam?" Dr. Chen replied, "Promoting dream psychology was a suggestion from our club to the higher-ups. And the official examiners are also sourced from our club, so can you doubt it?" Gucci, "Well, then it was settled." That Dr. Chen asked, "How about the day after tomorrow? Are you free?" Gucci replied, "Sure, you can arrange it." Dr. Chen, "Okay." The time in the lower right corner was nearing 11 p.m. With the certification matters settled, Gucci closed the notebook and took a sip of water. Xiaoling pulled off one earphone and asked, "Are you done?" Gucci nodded. "Great. Finally I can go to sleep." Xiaoling removed the other earphone, stretching lazily, causing her top to rise slightly with the movement, revealing her flat, fair abdomen and a slender waist. Xiaoling stretched for a good 10 seconds without lowering her shirt. Gucci was reluctantly forced to look for those 10 seconds. "Is it nice?" "It's decent." Gucci's face remained calm. "Have you all been waiting for me?" "Of course. You're the guest, and if we don't keep you company, how can we sleep?" Xiaoling feigned a pitiful look, her large, watery eyes gazing at Gucci. "Considering how hard we've worked, shouldn't brother Gucci reward us a bit?" Gucci replied, "Sure, I'll reward you 500 million. 500 million? Xiaoling's face flushed instantly. She didn't even know why she understood it so quickly, but she knew this guy was truly mischievous. "I'm off to take a shower." Xiaoling, her cheeks burning, retracted her legs and, wearing slippers, headed to the bathroom, casting a fierce glare at Gucci before entering. Looking quite fierce, the Gucci felt a chuckle coming on. "You initiated this. I merely joined in, and then you ran off. Are you both clumsy and playful?" At this moment, Xiaolong also closed her book, preparing to return to her bedroom. "Get to bed early. You too, don't stay up late," Gucci advised. Xiaolong softly replied, mm. After finishing the water in her cup, Gu Qi entered the guest room. The bed was neatly arranged with a change of clothes and a bath towel. All new. It seemed he had earned another set of new clothes. This was how it always was whenever he came to Shia. The sheets and quilt had also just been changed. Still carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent, the Jiu Qi drew the curtains, sat on the edge of the bed, and opened the gaming platform. After a day's time, the pure strength essence he had listed in the auction house had sold for a flat price of 500, that the gunpowder's listing was also up, offering 50 bullets and 3 magazines for 100 old coins. Gunpowder had given him a discount. After accounting for the 9.5 seller's fee, Gucci now had a total of 2,352 old coins, of which 1,000 were aged coins. If it weren't for the fact that this money was virtual currency, he would have truly wanted to withdraw those aged coins to see just how old they actually were. Player by Guishi joined the guild. Player Zhao Gongzi joined the guild. 2 system notifications popped up in the chat channel. Gucci casually clicked on the guild to check. Originally at 408,500, it had now become 500,500. Full capacity. Goodness, steel reinforced concrete had recruited an entire day's worth of players. There certainly weren't any lies there. The guild was filled with night owls. Including the newcomers, 427 out of the 500 members were online, chatting avidly in the guild channel. Ding ding. Steel reinforced concrete sent a message. Brother, you came at the right time. We're preparing to send a truckload of B-level dungeons for newcomers. And there are 2 spots left. Do you want to join? Gucci politely declined. Thanks, but I can't make it for now. It's not convenient. Steel reinforced concrete. No worries. I'll see if I can organize another run when you're free. The member list of the guild displayed each player's level. And Gucci was only level 5, leading steel reinforced concrete to regard him as a complete newbie. If he weren't so inexperienced, he wouldn't still be in the beginner phase after 2 months. However, steel reinforced concrete didn't seem to mind Gucci. After all, everyone had to start as a newbie at some point, right? Gucci typed a curious expression. What prompted our guild to suddenly recruit so many members? Steel reinforced concrete replied, Sure, that's a guild secret. A secret? Now, that piqued his interest even more that Jiu Qi was just about to activate his persuasion mode when steel reinforced concrete added. But since we've filled up now, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The Red Tower Guild never actively kicked members out unless they made a significant mistake. Now that it had reached 500 members, it would likely remain that way for a long time, Jiu Qi reassured him. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll keep it confidential. Reinforced concrete, he said mysteriously. Our vice president speculates that there may very well be a prominent figure among us. Gucci inquired. What do you mean? Are you familiar with the offline mode? Gucci replied, Yes. What about the difficulty of an A-level dungeon? Gucci responded, I understand, it's quite challenging. And what about the offline mode for an A-level dungeon? Gucci remarked, It's even more difficult. In the offline mode, each player possesses but a single life. Once they perish, it is a true demise, and no one dares to recklessly gamble with their lives. Moreover, the absence of task prompts results in a remarkably low margin for error, rendering the dungeons that descend into reality significantly more arduous than their online counterparts. Exactly. It is indeed a challenge upon a challenge. Yet this prominent player I speak of managed to conquer the A-level dungeon in the realm of reality just a week ago, achieving a score of .do you grasp my meaning? Gucci gasped. Incredible. Chapter 26. There's no time to explain. Get in the car. Gucci had initially found it rather peculiar that the Red Tower Guild was recruiting members at this juncture. After some deliberation, it became clear that they were targeting him. While he could comprehend the guild's desire to recruit formidable players, the question remained, how did they deduce that he was a novice? The previous regional announcement had discreetly anonymized his identity, a gentleman who prefers not to disclose his name. The only information gleaned from those 12 words was his gender, and perhaps a hint of his attractiveness. Gucci had to admit he was handsome, but that had no bearing on whether he was a newcomer, unless it was possible that the vice president, as mentioned by Reinforced Concrete, had also stumbled upon the dungeon in reality and cleared it, thus acquiring the identity of a player. Even if not, he likely knew others who had undergone similar experiences. Coupled with the game update announcement the following day, one could reasonably conclude that the conqueror must be a novice. In this light, The vice president of the Red Tower Guild seemed to possess some noteworthy credentials, likely being one of the legendary players. The Jiu-Chi glanced at the second line of the guild member list. ID. Feng Huiyintang, position. Vice President, level 20, current status. Onlaguchi committed this name to memory. Level 20 represented the highest attainable level for players at present, yet as the gaming community often states, reaching the maximum level is merely the beginning of the game. The exorbitantly priced high-end food items in the shop further corroborated this notion. Golden Crow rice, sourced from the southern star domain of the Milky Way, irrigated with heavenly spring water, it can slightly enhance a player's physique and strength, with prolonged consumption yielding even better results. Price: 6,480 old coins per pound. Green Emperor Dream Rice, harvested from the western star domain of the Milky Way, manifested from the rice of dreams. It can marginally enhance a player's spirit. Price: 3,280 old coins per pound. Stainless steel rice, hailing from the northeastern star domain of the Milky Way, renowned as the hardest rice in the galaxy. It can slightly boost a player's physique, but is not recommended for the elderly. Price: 3,280 old coins per pound. In addition, there were shadow rice to enhance agility, rouge rice for beauty enhancement, and 6-flavor emperor rice to bolster bodily functions. Among others, fruits and meats were equally extravagant, with no exceptions to their exorbitant prices. The B-level dungeons, which were the most abundant and easiest to farm, yielded a mere 50 old coins for an A rating clearance. Indeed, only 50. Achieving an S rating garnered 100. An SS rating yielded 200, an SSS rating brought in 300, while an rating provided 500, tenfold that of an A. Yet, acquiring an rating was no simple feat. The majority of players earned only between 300 to 500 old coins monthly, akin to the income of working professionals in the real world. The prices of high-end food items paralleled those of gourmet foods in reality. With rice costing several thousand per pound, it would take months to afford a single course of meals. Countless veteran players toiled day and night, grinding dungeons to earn their keep. Currently, the skill levels in the game had an upper limit, maxing out at level 10. While attributes remained unfettered, the Jiu-Chi had amassed 2,000 old coins after 2 dungeons, which was quite commendable. Yet he still fell short of affording the finer delicacies that he had never anticipated a day when he would struggle to even afford a meal. Nevertheless, he had the roulette. With a few more buffs like Code 06, his money-making speed would surely accelerate. That a slight increase in task difficulty was inconsequential, as long as the rewards were commensurate. With this thought, Gucci took out the roulette to inspect it. No response. He gave the pointer a swift slap. In truth, aside from the high-end goods, the shop still offered a plethora of intriguing items. After much deliberation, Gucci selected 3 items from the thousands available. A reverse needle, one of the Meow 36 needles, an automatic medical device that applies medication without needing to be aimed at acupoints. Upon activation, the recipient will experience persistent hiccups for half an hour, inducing internal energy backflow, which is remarkably effective against inhaled toxins. Price: 1 old coin per needle. Fragrant honey lip balm, colorless, non-toxic, sweet, and edible. Applying it grants 0. 1 to charm. If charm exceeds 8, it triggers the additional effect sweet talk, making one's speech exceptionally pleasant for 30 minutes. Price: 9 old coins per stick. Icy mint pop rocks, the same memories. Different flavors, delicious and even more fun. Price: 1 old coin for 10 bags. Gucci purchased 3 silver needles, 1 stick of lip balm, and 10 bags of pop rocks, totaling 13 old coins. Within the pristine shop, there were no items that could directly enhance personal combat power, save for the memory crystals. A single memory crystal was priced at 648 old coins, with the skills it provided being entirely random, making grinding dungeons a far more sensible investment. Jiu-Chi was adamant about not indulging in overpriced items, that if he were to roll, it would be prudent to wait until after the next summoning. The eye's divination would allow him to glean partial information about the dungeon 3 days in advance. Should he find it daunting, he could always choose to refrain from participating, to be more cautious. Gucci could even forego purchasing the 3 selected items, opting to wait for the dungeon information to emerge first. However, browsing the game shop was akin to shopping in reality. Having made the effort to visit and peruse for so long, it felt unsatisfactory not to purchase something. After all, it was not a significant expense. One should live a little more freely, It was merely a few bags of pop rocks, not a financial burden. After spying on the guild channel for a while, Gucci closed the gaming platform. Sleep? Oh, wait. He hadn't showered while et de Gucci was a germaphobe. He simply had a profound fondness for bathing. The sensation of warm water enveloping or cascading over his body was utterly delightful that if it wasn't tea, then surely the position was wrong. A re-wash was recommended, gently pushing the door open. He realized the water had ceased flowing outside, so he grabbed a towel and headed to the bathroom. The next day, Xiaolong intended to study, preparing for next month's graduate school entrance examination. Xiaoling had nothing pressing to attend to, so Gucci accompanied her to watch a movie and then strolled through a supermarket, purchasing some household necessities. Upon returning home, Xiaolong had already prepared dinner. Watching the girl in an apron bustling about in the kitchen, Gucci suddenly turned to Xiaoling and asked, "Do you know what I feel like right now?" Xiaoling placed the bag on the coffee table. "What feeling?" "You are the daughter, and I am the father." Gucci paused. Daughter and father. Xiaoling's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. She didn't understand why she comprehended it so quickly, just as she was about to feign anger and scold this rogue. She noticed Gucci take a step back and add, "I have a wonderful wife, and you have a great mother." Xiaoling. The girl's blush dissipated in an instant. Xiaoling stared wide-eyed at Gucci, believing this man was flirting with her, only to realize he was taking advantage of their familial hierarchy. "Gucci, you're incorrigible," Xiaoling fumed, gritting her teeth, chasing after Gucci to deliver a flurry of playful punches. In the kitchen, Xiaolong smiled, unsure whether it was from witnessing Xiaoling's embarrassment or for another reason. Time gradually passed in this simple, yet joyous life, to be why the third day, Tuesday, Gucci was to visit Dr. Chun in Jin City. Xiaoling and Xiaolong accompanied Gucci to the station. Xiaoling felt a twinge of reluctance, opening her arms for a hug. After embracing her younger sister, she had to hug her elder sister too. Fairness was paramount. Thus, Gucci drew attention in the bustling public space. "All right, I'm heading in," Gucci said. "You two should head home. It's chilly outside." Xiaolong nodded gently. "Stay safe." The sisters watched as Gucci entered the station, their gazes lingering until his figure vanished amidst the crowd. Alas, Xiaoling sighed softly, it's going to be dull again. In truth, the three of them had spent most of their time at home over the past 2 days without engaging in anything particularly extraordinary. Yet, Xiaoling felt that days with Gucci were far more interesting than usual. However, what could be done? She couldn't prevent Gucci from leaving. He had work and exams to prepare for. "Xiaolong, do you think Gucci will pass?" Xiaoling asked. Such exams are typically the most challenging right after they're released. "You might want to worry about yourself instead," Xiaolong replied, casting a sidelong glance at her sister. Like Xiaoling, she only knew that Gucci could control his dreams, with little else being clear. However, Xiaolong had faith in Gucci. Even if he didn't succeed, it wouldn't matter. She would support him. In contrast, Xiaoling felt she couldn't offer much assistance. "PFF, what do I have to worry about? It's just a PvP match," Xiaoling huffed. "Don't forget, I still have an identity card I haven't used." "As long as you're confident," Xiaolong said, casting one last glance in the direction Gucci had left before turning to walk toward the bus terminal. Xiaoling hurried after her, wrapping her arms around her sisters, her voice suddenly sweetening. "Sister, look, you've finally stepped out. Let us linger outside for a while longer, shall we? There's another movie that's quite good. Shall we give it a try?" "No." Meanwhile, on the other side, when Gucci arrived at Jincheng, Dr. Chun was already waiting outside. That as soon as he saw Gucci emerge from the exit, he rushed over, grasped Gucci's arm, and pulled him outside, startling Gucci. One might think he was being abducted. "Why are you in such a hurry? There's no time to explain. Get in the car." Chapter 27. Dream Shadow Club Doctor. Chen's urgency was certainly warranted. He had arranged with manager Jiang, the club's head, to bring a friend for membership today, while also undergoing an assessment. They had even prepared the necessary documents in advance. As long as both he and Gucci passed the evaluation, they would be able to receive their qualification certificates on the spot. However, a traitor within the club had leaked the news that the club members could obtain certificates through internal assessments, which was not supposed to be announced until next week. Consequently, the usually sparsely populated headquarters was now teeming with people, and those applying for membership were queuing out the door, that Ji was somewhat surprised. Are there really so many people in Jinqing interested in lucid dreaming? Not entirely. Most are just here to join the commotion, Dr. Chen replied while driving. Our club also offers courses in dream psychology, which you could consider akin to a training program. Lucid dreaming had always been somewhat niche, with many having never even heard of it. The influx of visitors today was closely related to recent developments. Certain so-called experts had contributed significantly to this surge. Think about it. Why did our country's education department decide to include dream psychology in university electives? To foster progress, to expose the younger generation to new concepts. Right. And what happens after that? Shouldn't they learn? Once they've learned and graduated, won't they bring these new ideas into society and apply them, creating value? And when that value reaches a certain height, won't it spark a new wave that gradually transforms our lives? Just like the internet. Back then, who could have imagined that today we could shop, play games, and watch films with just a few taps on our phones? I believe my point is quite clear. Everyone, do not doubt it. We are indeed standing at the forefront of a new era. Seize this opportunity, lead the charge, and you could become the next industry titan. At that time, when faced with a reporter's interview, you will say that money is merely a number and that you have never had a love for wealth. Gucci, watching this short video, thought, such eloquence. It would be a shame not to engage in pyramid schemes, that Dr. Chen inquired. Isn't it a bit absurd? Gucci replied, a little. There's something even more absurd. Dr. Chen braked, turned off the engine, removed the key, and continued, he might actually be right. Gucci was puzzled. What do you mean? Are you serious? He couldn't help but glance at his personal panel, that if that were the case, his level 6-1 dream control skill was quite impressive. Indeed. Get out of the car. Oh! As Dr. Chen had mentioned, the Dream Shadow Club was bustling with activity. The queue stretched in 2 lines, resembling those waiting to enter a concert, excitedly discussing topics related to dreams. Gucci was also taken aback to learn from Dr. Chen that the Dream Shadow Club seemed to possess considerable wealth. They had rented an entire building in this near city center location, with over 60 floors all to themselves. But the question lingered. Could they recoup their expenses solely from selling dream courses and psychological consultations? Gucci was skeptical, much like certain online authors who excel at describing long legs. This club undoubtedly had some side business that Dr. Chen led Gucci past the throngs of people waiting in line and directly into the lobby, taking the elevator to the 11th floor. The 11th floor was where the club conducted internal assessments for its members. Under normal circumstances, Gucci would have to register, pay, and pass a basic test to become a formal member before qualifying to take the assessment. However, he had Dr. player. Dr. Chen was an elite member of the club and wielded a bit of influence. It was just inappropriate to cut in line. Fortunately, Dr. Chen's driving skills were commendable. He ran a red light and managed to arrive just before closing time. Had they been even 10 minutes late, they would have missed out on today's opportunity. They were second to last in line, with 5 rounds ahead of them. While waiting, the two filled out their forms, and Gucci additionally completed the membership application that Dr. Chen had brought. The club's assessment process was remarkably efficient, with 10 participants per round, and it wasn't long before their turn arrived. They entered a room that was comfortable in temperature and as immaculate as a surgical suite, albeit significantly larger, containing 10 beds. Each bed was equipped with an electroencephalogram machine. This was quite similar to what Gucci had envisioned. During dreaming, the mid-low frequency brainwaves generated in the occipital lobe would diminish to a certain extent, allowing for the observation of brain activity in that region to determine whether a person was dreaming, with an accuracy rate of up to 90%, that the content of dreams was associated with high-frequency brainwaves. And the regions activated would vary, depending on the type of dream. For instance, when dreaming of faces, the fusiform gyrus responsible for face recognition would exhibit high-frequency brainwaves, which would cease if one were to eliminate that person in the dream. Using modern scientific methods, this was the most straightforward way to discern whether someone could control their dreams. Hello, Professor Luo. Professor Luo, several individuals who entered at the same time as Gucci and Dr. Chen greeted the examiner. The examiner was an elderly gentleman dressed in a white practice outfit with graying hair, yet he appeared sprightly, sporting a friendly smile as he responded to everyone. That Dr. Chen leaned over and whispered in Gucci's ear. This is the big shot of our club. His surname is Luo. Gucci nodded and whispered back. You don't need to say the last two characters. I can hear them. Dr. Chen. Gucci handed the completed forms and his phone to the assistant next to Professor Luo, and upon instruction, he removed his shoes and lay down on bed number 4. Dr. Chen took the 5th bed. The beds were not far apart, and a few acquaintances engaged in hushed conversation. I thought we would have to endure needles. I didn't expect the examiner to be Professor Luo. Elaborate on the needles. Why would it involve needles if it weren't Professor Luo? Use your brain. How would you fall asleep without needles? And if you don't sleep, how can you dream? The assessment method for dream psychology was quite unique within the academic community. Prior to the exam, a needle would be administered, and upon awakening, the assessment would conclude with immediate results. However, if the examiner was Professor Luo, there was no need for the needle. Why was Professor Luo considered a big deal? Because he was not only a renowned psychologist and sociologist in the country, but also the vice president of Haijing University. His expertise in the field of dream studies had surpassed level 9, entering the legendary realm. This kind-hearted elder was a true master of dreams who could use hypnosis. The newcomers, having just joined the club, looked at Professor Luo with reverence as they listened to the conversation. Could there truly be someone capable of hypnosis in this world? All right, let's settle down. Any discussions can wait until after the assessment. First, let me explain today's assessment content. Professor Luo began after confirming the information with his assistant. We will start with bed number 1, and I will hypnotize you one by one. That once hypnotized, you will enter the dream I have pre-constructed for you. And your task will be to destroy as much as you can see it. Do you understand? Understood. Good. Then please remain quiet to avoid disturbing others during their assessments. With that, Professor Luo nodded to his assistant, signaling the start of the timer, and approached bed number 1 to facing his first ever hypnosis. The young man on bed 1 appeared somewhat anxious. Professor Luo smiled, saying, Don't worry, there won't be any discomfort. Just count to 3 with me. All right. 1, 2, 3. No sooner had he spoken than the young man slumped forward as if dozing off. The others in the room widened their eyes, quickly covering their mouths. Had Professor Luo not instructed them to maintain silence, they would have sucked all the air from the room, though they had known from the start that Professor Luo could perform hypnosis. Knowing it was one thing, witnessing it was quite another. The entire process took less than 10 seconds before Professor Luo had successfully put him under. If he were to stroll around the school, wouldn't that be delightful? It could only be said that he was indeed a master of dreams. Impressive. Professor Luo tucked in the young man on bed 1 before moving to bed 2. The girl on bed 2 similarly fell into a gentle slumber after counting to 3. The same happened with bed 3. At this moment, everyone looked at Professor Luo with admiration, and no wonder hypnosis was considered the most mysterious field in psychology. It wasn't just mysterious, it was awe-inspiring. A technique that bordered on supernatural ability. Dr. Chen felt a twinge of envy. Who wouldn't want to possess such talents? Next, it was Gucci's turn. Professor Luo sat down beside the bed as before. All right. Let's count to 3 together. Gucci hesitated slightly. How about we try a different method? No need. Just relax. Professor Luo replied with a smile, unaware of Gucci's reasoning, perhaps thinking that using the same method too often might render it ineffective. It is not magic. It is genuine hypnosis, devoid of any possibility of failure. Dr. Chen cast a glance at Gucci, signaling him to remain calm. Focus on my eyes. Do not get distracted, Professor Luo said kindly. Just do as I instruct. Gucci responded with a silent acknowledgement. This time, not only he, but the others joined Professor Luo in silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. As the count concluded, a thud was heard. Professor Luo collapsed onto the bed. Dr. Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion, and the assistant stood bewildered. The others were equally perplexed. Chapter 28 Friday. Professor Luo's sudden fall deepened the already profound silence in the room. The assistant was the first to react. Hurrying to check on Professor Luo's condition, he extended 2 fingers to assess the professor's breath. Gucci interjected softly. There's no need for concern. Professor Luo is merely asleep. The assistant confirmed that Professor Luo was still breathing. And upon hearing Gucci's words, he quickly improvised, using an EEG to conduct a full assessment. A sleep spindle appeared on the monitor. indicating that Professor Luo had bypassed the initial stage of sleep and entered a deep sleep phase that is notoriously difficult to awaken from. Indeed, Professor Luo was sound asleep. The assistant exhaled a sigh of relief. His relaxation signaled to the others that Professor Luo was fine, and they too felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, their relief was short-lived as a troubling realization dawned upon them. Wait, how could it be that Professor Luo was simply asleep? This seemed illogical. To suddenly collapse onto the bed was more indicative of a heart attack than mere sleep. Yet, the reality before them contradicted this logic. Professor Luo had been hypnotizing the man in bed for, and yet that man appeared unharmed, while Professor Luo himself had succumbed to slumber. Did this imply that the man was more adept at dream psychology than Professor Luo? Not only was he immune to hypnosis, but had also managed to rebound without harm. As this thought settled in, a collective shock reverberated through the group, prompting them to inhale sharply. They turned their gazes towards Gu Qi. As if he were an enigma, Dr. Chen's face was etched with incredulity. When had his good brother become so formidable? Gu Qi remained silent, deciphering Dr. Chen's unspoken thoughts through his expressions, yet found himself unable to respond. Surely, he could not claim to have always been this impressive. How did you accomplish that? The assistant inquired, unable to contain his curiosity that he had been with Professor Luo for many years and had never witnessed a failure in his hypnosis techniques. Yet, it was more than just a failure. Professor Luo had been rebounded, experiencing the effects of his own hypnosis that it was a matter of technique, Gu Qi explained, feeling the need to clarify, as he was there to demonstrate his skills, not to undermine them. Professor Luo's instruction to count to 3 was intended to enhance the psychological suggestion. Most hypnosis methods revolve around this principle. Professor Luo initially suggested that they would soon be hypnotized. This alone served as a psychological cue. Then, when he instructed the male occupant of bed 1 to count to 3, it effectively added a countdown to the suggestion, the by counting along with him. The male subject's subconscious was further influenced by the suggestion. Following Professor Luo's guidance implied a level of agreement, and the resulting sense of affirmation heightened their belief that they would indeed be hypnotized in 3 seconds, leading to the actual occurrence of hypnosis. For less experienced hypnotists, this layered approach to suggestion significantly boosts the likelihood of success. However, it also bears a conspicuous drawback that if faced with another skilled hypnotist, these layers of suggestion could transform into layers of vulnerability. When 2 individuals count together, the effect becomes reciprocal. While you are suggesting to another, they are simultaneously suggesting to you. Should the hypnosis fail, one may easily tumble into their own anticipated false conclusion. If one is utterly convinced of the outcome, the likelihood of triggering this false conclusion escalates dramatically. This manifests as an immediate loss of consciousness, accompanied by dreams of successfully hypnotizing the target, a phenomenon colloquially termed as a mental victory. Thus, Gu Qi had previously asked Professor Luo if a different technique might be employed, but he had done nothing but concentrate on Professor Luo's eyes and count along, and yet Professor Luo had collapsed onto the bed. Gu Qi felt quite helpless that it was entirely Professor Luo facilitating his own hypnosis to demonstrate his innocence. Gu Qi elaborated, and the assistant grasped the majority of his explanation, save for one lingering question. How do you know so much at such a young age? Gu Qi hesitated, pondering. Perhaps it was a natural gift. The assistant regarded Gu Qi with admiration and envied. At just over 20, he had already reached heights in the field of dream studies that others could scarcely imagine. Moreover, he was exceptionally handsome. Whether it was talent or looks, if he were to receive even a fraction of either, he would soar to great heights that he would not merely surpass Professor Luo. At the very least, he would no longer be just an assistant. The group's gaze towards Gu Qi shifted as well. Their admiration had not dissipated. It had merely found a new focus. They seemed to have discovered a new idol. The 2 girls sparkled with excitement, while the 4 boys looked at Gu Qi with fervent interest, eager to approach him. Sensing the shift, Gu Qi quickly addressed the assistant. Professor Luo should awaken in about an hour. When he does, I would appreciate your help in explaining. Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. The choice of the word explain was quite clever. While seemingly apologetic, it subtly hinted to Professor Luo, you've been rebounded. Kindly ensure my assessment goes smoothly. Upon receiving the assistant's nod of agreement, Gu Qi took Dr. Chen by the arm and made a hasty exit. There was no point in lingering. especially since he had no desire to be surrounded by individuals seeking his phone number. Nor did he wish to serve as a free lecturer. They descended the elevator to the first floor. Manager Jiang spotted the two and inquired, "How did it go?" Dr. Chen replied nonchalantly, "It was fine." He collapsed. Manager Jiang, puzzled, asked, "Collapsed?" Dr. Chen affirmed, "Yes, my brother put Professor Luo down." Manager Jiang was left speechless at this moment. Dr. Chen's tone remained relatively calm, and a hint of pride could be detected upon closer inspection. However, once they entered the car, Dr. Chen's demeanor shifted. He shot Gucci a sidelong glance and huffed indignantly. "Umph." Gucci raised an eyebrow, contemplating, "Is someone sulking?" As he blinked in surprise, he queried, "You're not actually upset, are you?" "Upset? Why would I be upset?" Dr. Chen retorted, glancing in the rearview mirror as he started the car. "Whether you choose to tell me is entirely up to you. I'm not upset." "Humph." Gucci stifled a laugh, attempting to explain. "I didn't mean to keep it from you. I rarely use hypnosis that I couldn't very well arrange for someone to demonstrate it for you, could I? Otherwise, you'd say I was showing off." Though he had contemplated testing it with Dr. Chen a few days prior, Professor Luo had taken the initiative. That Dr. Chen asserted, "You don't need to explain anything to me. You're my best friend, and I'm fine with whatever you do." "Humph." Gucci teased, "Do I have to placate you now?" Dr. Chen replied, "No need. I'm not your childhood sweetheart." "Humph." Unable to contain himself, Gucci laughed. All right, just tell me how I can avoid you being upset." "I am not upset." "Humph." Dr. Chen insisted. Gucci playfully swatted him. "Spit it out already," Dr. Chen demanded. "Teach me." Gucci agreed. "Sure, I'll teach you when we get back," Dr. Chen responded. "Now that is more like it." "Humph." The car sped westward onto the highway. That evening, upon returning to Baisher Town, they grabbed some skewers from a nearby stall before preparing to part ways. Tomorrow was Wednesday, and both were due at work. "The meal from the last time I substituted is on you next time." Dr. Chen reminded Gucci as he dropped him off downstairs, not bringing up the hypnosis again, that he wasn't genuinely interested in learning. He merely enjoyed bantering with Gucci, while he certainly wished to possess the ability to hypnotize. Dr. Chen recognized he was not suited for it. Instead, he preferred to spend that time honing his own skills, confident that in due time, he would be the one protecting Gucci, rather than the other way around. "I might have something come up in a few days. If the school urgently needs the certificate and you can't reach me, feel free to call Manager Jiang." Dr. Chen waved his phone. "I'll pass along my business card." "All right, I'll take my leave now. Make sure to rest early." Dr. Chen closed the door and drove off. Upon returning home, Gucci took a shower and sent a message to Xia Lung and her sister to notify them of his safety before collapsing onto his bed. Too exhausted to even log into a game. Having spent much of the day in transit, fatigue overwhelmed him. He resolved to tackle any pressing matters tomorrow. Setting an alarm, he drifted into sleep. A peaceful night passed. The following day, Gucci awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. His alarm had failed to ring. He groggily reached for his phone to check the time. An unsettling realization jolted him awake. He flung aside the covers and leaped out of bed, rushing into the bathroom to wash up. Halfway through his routine, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a minute. Something felt amiss. Toothbrush in mouth, he emerged from the bathroom, grabbing his phone from the bedside. A glance at the screen sent his heart racing. 10:14, Friday, October 30th. Friday, shouldn't today be Wednesday? How could it possibly be Friday? Chapter 29, The Disappearing 2 days. The sudden date shift led Gucci to instinctively think of the eye and the clock tower. However, the dungeon had already been cleared. Eye and the clock tower should not manifest in the real world. Gucci spent a full minute trying to ascertain whether he was dreaming. His phone displayed several missed calls and messages, the senders being the Shaoling sisters and Dr. in his haste to rise earlier. He had overlooked them. Now, having perused the messages, Gucci finally confirmed that indeed, 2 days had elapsed in the real world, that he responded to each of them, and then opened the gaming platform. At this moment, the global chat was in utter disarray. What on earth is happening? Did a dungeon drop yesterday? No. Check the announcement records yourself. The last drop was half a month ago at Baisher Town. And the completion rating was in. Only players near the dungeon drop area receive system notifications. Others do not get alerts but can check for themselves. No way it's really in? Which big shot is responsible for this? No idea. It is anonymous. Are you guys missing the point? If there is no dungeon drop, why are there supernatural events occurring? Who knows? I just came out of a dungeon. I wouldn't have noticed if you and T mentioned it. In fact, one could deduce the date discrepancy from the game duration and their entry time into the dungeon. Yet for a serious player, the first thing after clearing a dungeon is to check for rewards. Who would bother with the date? Someone online claims they saw a clock-like light in the sky early this morning and even recorded a video. Someone go get a knowledgeable person to authenticate its validity. I've watched it. It's deemed a hoax. Gucci caught the phrase clock-like light and opened his browser on his phone, soon discovering that this time jump was not a localized event. It was affecting the entire globe. The international news section was rife with reports related to time jumps. Regions in Southeast Asia, the West, and the North had all captured images of the clock-like light, which appeared almost identical. The entire clock exuded a hazy texture, its hue leaning towards yellow, as if a flashlight were illuminating through mist. The numbers and hands on the clock were blurred, yet it was discernible that it was indeed a clock that in some regions. During the night, a faint halo surrounded the clock, and no matter how Gucci looked at it, he felt it bore a striking resemblance to the yellow dial on the clock tower of the time-bending city. As more and more people realized that 2 days had inexplicably vanished. A plethora of opinions began to rapidly proliferate online, such as the miracles of Kronos, God's watch, the revival of spiritual energy, and time no longer exists. Doomsday theories and conspiracy theories also emerged in abundance. Governments worldwide remained silent for the time being, initially dispatching a group of experts to dispel rumors and stabilize public sentiment. What? Existing scientific explanations are inadequate. Well, that doesn't matter. If you can't explain it, just make something up. Aren't you experts at that? At the very least, suppress those incendiary comments proclaiming, "Doomsday is imminent. Humanity will ultimately perish." Consequently, a renowned scholar from the West posted an update. I trust everyone has seen that video. It is indeed not a special effect, nor has it been digitally altered, but it is not the miracle everyone is claiming either. It is merely an ordinary aurora that, through a series of peculiar transformations, has taken on the shape of a clock. Due to space constraints, I want to elaborate further. Those who understand, understand. A magnetic field expert from Southeast Asia stated, "As we all know, our planet is a colossal magnet, with magnetic fields omnipresent and influenced by various factors. Just yesterday, a friend of mine, notable in the field of astronomy, informed me that he observed a colorless comet passing near our planet. Hence, there is no need for concern. Time is not stolen away, rather. The surface magnetic field has become chaotic due to the comet, resulting in our clocks malfunctioning. That is all there is to it." A sociologist from an island nation remarked, "It is well known that our planet is a beautiful blue, with approximately 78% of its surface covered in water. Humanity cannot survive without water, which is intrinsically linked to our lives, as is time. Thus, we can equate time with water. If time is problematic, then it is water that is problematic. Here, I personally urge everyone to care for the environment, to stop throwing garbage into rivers, and to refrain from discharging wastewater into the oceans." It must be said, the leaders of various nations displayed remarkable wisdom in their actions. The experts were equally effective. Through official media, they effortlessly redirected public attention onto themselves with just a few simple statements. Social media was rife with criticism. Are you kidding? Do you think everyone is a fool? Have you considered what nonsense you're spouting? What has actually gone missing is not time, but your IQ. The effect was striking, and the leaders felt a sense of relief. However, this was far from completely quelling public discourse. Indeed, total eradication was impossible. The rapid dissemination of information in the digital age made it so. They could only find ways to create other hot topics, attempting to bury this issue as much as possible. But before that, they had to address some pressing matters. The 2 days that had vanished caused immense repercussions worldwide. Without delving into the various losses, the critical question was how to navigate the ensuing days. Many patients in hospitals were due for discharge on Friday, but today was indeed Friday. Should they be discharged or not? Projects scheduled for completion on Friday inexplicably lost 2 days and were incomplete. Should compensation be issued? Films set to release on Wednesday and Thursday missed their slots. How should they be rescheduled? These were merely some of the practical issues. Those conducting experiments and research faced genuine predicaments that Yuchi too found himself somewhat perplexed. Should he attend classes according to the Wednesday schedule Or the Friday one? Upon arriving at school, classes were canceled. The students, more bewildered than the teachers, were divided. Some thought it was Wednesday, others believed it was Friday, and still, others thought it was Thursday. The classrooms and playground were in chaos. And the principal, feeling utterly drained, sighed and said to the other leaders, "Let us skip classes today. Saturday and Sunday will remain holidays, and we'll resume, according to Monday's schedule, the day after tomorrow." October 30th. 4399 undoubtedly marked one of the most chaotic days in the history of organized humanity. Gu Chi felt this incident was likely tied to the clean land game and possibly related to the eye, but he had no time to search for clues to decipher it. Reality was not a game, and it was not his place to worry. Including today, he had 3 consecutive days off work, and Gu Chi's sole concern was this. The temporal leap in reality had also affected the cooldown for summons. He could now see the information for the next dungeon. Upon returning home, Gu Chi first set the spinning wheel aside. He was due to enter a dungeon tomorrow, and prior to that, the wheel should spin once more. He needed to keep an eye on it. Shifting his gaze to his personal inventory, the icon for divination of the eye had inexplicably transformed into 3 cards that Gu Chi gently tapped, and the 3 cards materialized, floating before his eyes. Without hesitation, he opened the first card. The illustration depicted 2 simple blades, their edges crossing to form an X, with 3 crimson letters inscribed below. PvP. The second card bore a similar motif, displaying a capital S that without needing to think, it was evident that this denoted difficulty. 2 consecutive S-rank dungeons. Should he deem this fortunate or unfortunate? The information on the third card morphed into a number. 18, that Gu Chi. This 18, surely it could not mean what he thought it did. If it did, then that would be absolutely splendid. To clarify, Gu Chi harbored no ulterior motives that a gentleman appreciates beauty, but he does so through proper means that he held no interest in NPCs whatsoever. His thoughts were solely about the number 18, if it did not signify 18 itself. It likely represented the number of players that in PvP mode. Gu Chi certainly hoped for fewer players. The tantalizing allure of 18 presented him with a significant advantage. With his vast experience in battle, he could leverage his formidable composure to strike while other players were entranced by beauty. Sadly, logic dictated that this probability was minuscule. 18 was highly likely to indicate the number of participants. An S-rank dungeon difficulty combined with PvP, with more than 18 players. It was practically a hellish mode. The Gu Chi sighed softly that PvP was his weakest area at present, that he was merely a novice who had just created his account. In his last game, he had effortlessly defeated Chu Tianqua, but that had been under circumstances where the opponent was unprepared. Chu Tianqua had been focused on ensuring his own clearance while also attempting to eliminate other players. Never suspecting that others intended to eliminate him from the outset, that in PvP mode, every player would heighten their vigilance, making it impossible for him to hypnotize them casually. This was the most critical aspect. At present, aside from hypnosis, Gu Chi had no other skills suitable for combat. That if he were to raise the level of stone skin, it might serve as a makeshift defensive skill, but he was reluctant to invest resources into a skill that appeared to have a low ceiling. That would be unwise. Gu Chi had initially planned to pull an all-nighter on Wednesday and Thursday, engaging in a couple of simple dungeons to accumulate skill shards, hoping to unlock a new skill, and then strategizing on how to allocate the remaining funds based on the dungeon information. However, plans fell victim to unforeseen changes, and the sudden leap in time had directly bypassed the dungeon grinding phase. It was now too late to pursue that avenue. Gu Chi's current personal combat capabilities were exceedingly limited. He could not guarantee that he could clear 2 dungeons within 24 hours. If he delayed the summons, it would cost him 10,000 old coins that in this game. Finances could indeed drop into the negative. Missing 1 summons could render 10 dungeon runs futile. Only upon reaching level 20 can players freely determine the timing of their summons. Prior to that, the cooldown for summons is entirely random. Their essay saying, "ISNT there." The inexperienced have no choice. Gu Chi pondered for a moment. He had already perused the shop last time, finding no items of assistance. There was an appealing entrance effect which, if utilized well, could serve to intimidate others, yet ultimately it would not enhance his true strength. Currently, he had 2 avenues to bolster his combat prowess. The first method. Gu Chi opened the Friends panel. Gun Ash, Friendship Level 1, Current Status. In-game Gu Chi. Excellent. Gun Ash's status was still online yesterday, indicating he had just logged in and would not be available for a while. Requesting Gun Ash's assistance in crafting a primary weapon was futile. Only one path remained. To draw a memory crystal, it seemed the game was coercing him into becoming a great fool. The crux of the matter was that he had no choice but to comply to Gu Chi was not inclined to be idle. He was counting on exploring further in the next dungeon, hoping to acquire a better temporary skill, which he could then seal with the eternal mark. Wasn't he that far superior to grinding for fragments? The prerequisite for exploration was survival, for the sake of a hopeful future. This great fool, let it be Gu Chi mused, uncertain whether he was merely indulging himself in false hopes. To that moment, a friend request popped up. Player Bellcat requests to add you as a friend, added via ID search. Without much thought, Gu Chi clicked to accept. Bellcat immediately sent a flurry of exclamation marks. Bellcat, I finally added you. Gu Chi, what do you mean finally? Had you attempted to add me before? Bellcat, crying, I couldn't find your ID before. I thought you had blocked me. Last week. Upon exiting the game, she hadn't even checked her rewards. Her first action was to add Gu Chi as a friend. However, no matter how she searched, even trying Gu Yuan and Gu Yin, the system persistently indicated that the player did not exist. She had been upset for quite some time. How much must Gu Chi have disliked her to block her immediately upon leaving the game? Amidst her sorrow, Bellcat's temper flared. If he wished to ignore her, she could just as easily ignore him. She had resolutely decided to forget about that fleeting figure in her heart. Yet today's temporal anomaly unearthed the ID Gu Yuan from her subconscious. While berating herself for being so weak, she decided to give it one last try. And to her surprise, she succeeded in adding him. Gu Chi, upon seeing the words blocked, had a rough idea of the situation. It was likely that he had been bathing at the time and had not opened his personal panel. Thus, his experience had not been calculated, resulting in his player level remaining at 1, which had not unlocked the friend feature that Gu Chi contemplated briefly and typed. It might be a system bug. Bellcat immediately erupted in anger. This broken game can't even handle a friend feature properly. It'll be shut down sooner or later. Guki, punto. Bellcat was both furious and delighted. Delighted that Gu Chi had not genuinely blocked her, and furious at the bug that had led to her misunderstanding, nearly causing her to miss out on him. After a moment, seeing that the girl had not spoken, Gu Chi inquired, Did you need something from me? If not, he would proceed to become the great fool. The girl's emotions were fleeting. Upon hearing Gu Chi's question, she deduced that he must be busy, thus sending a cute cat emoji to conclude the conversation. Having added Gu Chi as a friend was already a significant satisfaction for Bellcat. One shouldn't be too greedy as a cat. Their brief exchange was merely a minor interlude, having no bearing on Gu Chi's decision, primarily because he had no other options that as per his usual routine. Gu Chi first washed his hands in the restroom, physically making himself a bit cleaner, and upon returning, he opened the shop to find the memory crystals. 648 for one. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune that Gu Chi extended his finger. Just as he was about to touch the purchase button, a glimmer of light suddenly flared at the edge of his vision. Turning his head, he noticed that the spinning wheel on the bedside table, which had remained still, was now finally in motion. The patterns within the slots began to shift. The exquisitely crafted floral pointers sped up, then slowed down, ultimately halting at the 12 o'clock position. The pattern it pointed to was thus fixed that it depicted a man with disheveled hair. Eyes closed, seated in a meditative pose. Acquired status. Reincarnation of the Emperor. Reincarnation of the Emperor. It is well known that even the mightiest individuals, upon rebirth, become mere novices and may even suffer amnesia. However, I have stated, you are not like them. A skinny C is still larger than A. Even if your spiritual power has waned and your cultivation has been lost, your strength remains incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. For your greatest strength has never been your cultivation or spiritual power. Acquired special ability. Tao Law Word Spirit Chapter 31. Starry Sky Martial Tune, Tao Law Word Spirit. Manifestation of speech. When used, it will consume a certain amount of Tao rhythm based on the manifestation effect. Current Tao rhythm. 35-35. The description remained as succinct as ever, yet one could glean certain insights. The absence of a level next to the skill name indicated that this skill was complete at level 1 and did not require specialized training. Dao Rhythm served as the exclusive resource for word spirit techniques. With a maximum of 35 points, Gucci contemplated for a moment. This should be the total sum of 5 personal attribute values. 69569, which conveniently equals 35. Most skills are linked to a single attribute. But word spirit techniques are associated with 5, and the Dao Rhythm limit, determined by these 5 attributes, also corresponds to the maximum effect of the word spirit technique, that if one were to consider damage alone. Could it not be simply and bluntly understood that this skill, when fully realized, surpasses the combined might of 3 to 5 fully leveled skills? Gucci. This intensity seems rather absurd. Yet this is not even the most formidable aspect of the word spirit technique. The true essence of this skill lies in the articulation of law. Gazing at the buffs in the status bar and the newly acquired skill in his personal panel, then glancing at the eternal mark in his inventory, Gucci fell into a moment of silence. He suddenly questioned, what is so flawed about this game? Why is everyone disparaging it? It is clearly so thoughtful and engaging. As for the 648 per crystal, the white radiance that shimmered on its surface flickered like a beautiful maiden winking, beckoning Gucci to hastily purchase her, to unveil her crystalline exterior, and experience her inner beauty. With utmost seriousness, Gucci replied, I apologize, though you are indeed stunning. I already have Xiao Yin, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I believe our paths shall not cross again in this lifetime, that I wish you happiness. Farewell. After purchasing an entrance effect, Gucci closed the shop interface. When a typically composed and indifferent man suddenly acts erratically, there are only 2 possibilities. Either he is exceptionally joyful, or he has truly lost his senses. That Gucci was evidently the former. The current time was 1:17 p.m., with less than 19 hours until the next summon. He reflected on the time of his last dungeon run and calculated the next entry time. Rounding up, that Gucci contemplated briefly, opened the auction house, and entered the keyword, Dao Rhythm. He clicked to search. No items found matching your query. Perhaps try a different term. Gucci replaced Dao Rhythm with Dao Law. Still nothing. After several more attempts without success, he ceased his efforts. That a skill like word spirit was undoubtedly rare, and the drop rates for related materials were likely quite low. Even if a few items appeared, others might not be willing to part with them. He was merely testing his luck, hoping to find something that could restore his Dao Rhythm. If nothing turned up, it was of little consequence. With 35 points of Dao Rhythm combined with Dream Control, as long as he operated skillfully, he should be able to defeat at least 3 players. That would suffice. At the very least, he had secured the qualification to be the last one laughing. As for how to ensure that last laugh, he would delve into the game and examine the mechanics further. This was akin to playing a battle royale. If the odds were unfavorable, it was best to lay low for a while, deciding the victor only in the final circle. If conditions allowed, he might even be able to fight his way through. With the skill issue perfectly resolved, there seemed to be no other matters at hand. Gucci opened the guild to sneak a peek at the screen, while also seeking an opportunity to get acquainted. However, he had forgotten that the guild members were all night owls. The channel was rather quiet. Scrolling through the member list, he found that less than a quarter of the members were online, most of whom were actively playing the game. The guild announcement had shifted from welcome to all joining Hongta to please enhance your strength as soon as possible. The world channel was still discussing the temporal anomaly, but the speed of the text scrolling was significantly slower than before. It was evident that this recent incident in the real world had instilled a sense of urgency in the players. If the apocalypse were truly approaching, every bit of strength would enhance their probability of survival. Bellcat sent a message. I'm heading to grind a dungeon now. We'll chat another day. Gucci casually inquired. When's your next summon? Bellcat. The day after tomorrow. And you? Gucci, sigh. What a pity mine is tomorrow. Was she hoping to take me along? Oblivious to the truth, Bellcat cheerfully replied. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just don't mind if I'm weak. That would depend on the dungeon. Gucci mused, typing back to Bellcat. You go ahead and grind. I'll take a little rest. Bellcat, waving. Having not eaten since getting up that morning, Gucci ordered some takeout and removed his shoes, lying down on the bed in a comfortable position while browsing the forum. The 18-player dungeon could be considered a medium-sized instance, allowing players to experience over 70 of the game mechanics, such as encounters, NPC affinity, hidden quests, and so forth. That Gucci sought out posts summarizing experiences from other seasoned players. Whether they would prove useful was secondary, for gaining knowledge could never be a misstep. Furthermore, he took the time to revisit one of the pinned posts titled Compilation of Talent and Skill Information. Since the game's built-in skill descriptions lacked numerical specifics, veteran players conducted their own tests. Through meticulous comparison and calculation, they compiled detailed tables outlining the effects and potency of the majority of commonly encountered skills. While the descriptions and values might not be entirely precise, they provided a general understanding, enabling players to discern which skills could withstand direct confrontation and which should be avoided entirely. Time passed swiftly. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Gu Qi, clad in his pajamas, vanished from his bed in the darkened expanse of his vision. Lines of small text gradually materialized. Year 5775, summer. After millennia of reconstruction and development, even the most desolate of planets among the starry clusters has finally blossomed with the brilliance of humanity. This land, once unrecognizable and strewn with ruins, has now shed its initial scars and desolation, giving rise to a brand new civilization. The three emperors once emulated Pangu, transforming flesh into mountains and rivers later. The seven saints, as guiding lights, forged a grand formation that ensured the persistence of spiritual energy, naming the stars beneath their feet Wu Chu, thus turning the first page of the history of the immortal martial era. To this day, spiritual energy has pervaded the world. Even in the mortal realm, a myriad of miles distant from the grand formation, the era of cultivation has gradually dawned. Here, sects and dynasties coexist. With both martial worlds and hidden realms, there is revelry and merriment, as well as bloodshed and chaos. This is both a prosperous and tumultuous age. Only true strongmen can ride forth, singing boisterously, living freely. You have come for this very reason. Whether you sing high or low is immaterial. What matters is living with flair. It would be best to gain renown throughout Beichuan, lest your journey through the martial world be in vain. Many share your sentiments. Current number of players, 100. Difficulty, S. Time limit, 3 years Gu Qi. Is it not rated 18? What is the meaning of 100 players? Gu Qi's expression grew slightly peculiar. Could it truly be that 18? Please select one of the following 3 techniques or spells as your initial ability. 1. Condensed Qi technique. Forge Qi into a sword. Requires the accompanying heart method of the Beichuan sword sect. 2. Flourishing brush. One of the basic heart methods of Junzi Pavilion, upon mastery, allows the study of related spells. 3. Ethereal celestial sound. Nothing else, merely sound and resonance. Note, you may expend 100 old coins to refresh options. Chapter 32. The Fate Lamp Bureau refreshing is an impossibility. Typically, such mechanics become increasingly costly. The first refresh costs 100, the second 200, the third 400, and so forth. Furthermore, each refresh tends to yield an option that appears superior yet is ultimately of little utility. Designed to convey the message, continue, do not halt, the next refresh will be even more splendid. Capitalizing on sunk costs and expectations to stimulate players' spending is a ruse he is well acquainted with. He will not be deceived. Gu Qi promptly disregarded the refresh button and scrutinized the 3 options before him. It was immediately clear that this was a traditional, fantastical martial arts scenario. Many have harbored dreams of wielding a sword across the world, primarily because swordplay is undeniably impressive. Fingers dancing like clouds, winds weaving through sword flowers. One could stand there, without movement, allowing the wind to billow their garments and hair, and in that moment of grandeur, opponents might simply vanish. Such ethereal grace. Who among maidens would not feel their hearts stirred? Gu Qi envisioned this vividly, and thus chose the 3rd technique, ethereal celestial sound, a celestial rendition of the lion's roar technique. There were 2 reasons for not selecting condensed Qi technique. Firstly, it could not be utilized directly. It necessitated the accompanying heart method, requiring a visit to the sword sect, which was too cumbersome. Secondly, traversing the martial world does not necessarily require a sword. A spear would suffice. Given the background context, Beichuan is a mortal realm where spiritual energy has only recently begun to flourish, implying that martial prowess would likely not be exceedingly high. Therefore, A spear would be more effective, precise, and swift within 7 paces. As for the matter of appearance, Gucci felt his charm rating of 9. 1 rendered that consideration moot. The reasons for not selecting flourishing brush mirrored those for condensed chi technique. With a dynasty and sex present in Beichuan and 100 players, it was evident that the map would undoubtedly be vast. However, he remained oblivious to the locations of Junzi Pavilion and the sword sect. In initial ability was not worth such extensive effort. In contrast, ethereal celestial sound offered considerable value, as it could be directly paired with the art of spoken spells. Acquired temporary skill. Ethereal celestial sound. As the text faded, a scroll appeared before Gucci. Please select your desired location to alight. The scroll unfurled, revealing a magnificent map of mountains and rivers before Gucci's eyes. There were no words inscribed. One could only glean from the terrain and contours of towns that this realm was roughly divided into 5 regions. The lower right corner depicted a vast ocean, shrouded in a blanket of mist on the opposite shore, rendering it impossible to discern anything. Clearly not a selectable option. After a brief contemplation, Gucci opted for a small town in the central region. This instance of the quest did not explicitly issue a task, but there was a keyword. Renowned throughout Beichuan, it was reasonable to assume this pertained to reputation. The central region, densely populated with towns, would facilitate both reputation farming and navigation. You have chosen Zhangyan Town. The player leaderboard will be activated in 1 hour. You may view it on your personal interface. Explore further rules on your own. May you enjoy the game. Beichuan, Qinyuan Kingdom, Bianzhou, Zhangyan Town. The night was as dark as ink, the moon and stars sparse. Stone lanterns with 3 open windows flickered with flames, casting a dim glow. The hour had reached the time of Z. Ordinarily, the town crier would ring the gong at this hour, a slow and rapid sequence, totaling 3 strikes. Yet the gong remained silent, rendering this night's atmosphere particularly still. However, it was not peaceful. The crier was dead. In a narrow alleyway to the south of the town, the crier, clad in a long coat, lay upon the ground. His lantern toppled against the wall, illuminating a pool of blood, while the copper gong lay obscured beneath a black shoe with white socks. The alley was not devoid of life. There were 3 individuals present. The other 2 wielded knives, one still dripping with blood. They were clad in dark attire but bore no masks. Their face coverings had slipped to their chins, perhaps explaining the crier's demise. This was not a battle of equals. The slender figure on the left, dressed in black, clutched his shoulder, blood seeping from his mouth. While his back hunched, the ghostly green fate lamp hanging against the wall flickered like a candle in the wind, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In stark contrast, the robust figure on the right remained unscathed, his fate lamp shining brightly, resembling a green bulb. Why would they bring fate lamps to a fight? The tale is lengthy. Both were disciples of the Mountain Ghost sect. However, one was an auxiliary disciple while the other was a formal disciple to In Truth, as a microsect that had transitioned from a bandit stronghold. There was little need for such rigid distinctions, considering their numbers were scant. Yet times have changed. The current era flourishes with spiritual energy, and everyone endeavored to cultivate immortality. The Mountain Ghost sect naturally sought to keep pace with the trends, at the very least presenting a semblance of a proper sect to avoid being looked down upon by their peers. Zhang Qing, once a mere lackey, now bore the title of auxiliary disciple, though the title was more appealing. The duties remained unchanged. Previously, he stood guard at the entrance. Now he still stood guard, only to find that his share of the profits and year-end rewards had diminished. All funds were diverted to renovating the stronghold and supporting the more gifted senior brothers and sisters. He had anticipated that with the resurgence of spiritual energy, circumstances would improve, but instead, his life grew increasingly difficult. Particularly concerning was the fate lamp. This lamp, bestowed by their sect's benefactor, the Floating Yin sect, could directly control a person's life and death, effectively rendering these disciples into puppets, incapable of rising against their fate. Thus, Zhang Qing revolted. Even a solitary act of rebellion was still a rebellion. Seizing a moment when the sect leader was preoccupied with cultivation, he stealthily took the fate lamp, also pilfering a vial of pills that he knew not what sort of pill it was, but its placement alongside the fate lamp, in a location typically inaccessible even to formal disciples, assured him it was no ordinary item. This was also the reason Li Ming appeared here, that he had witnessed Zhang Qing's theft and escape firsthand, and he was acutely aware that he could not resist the allure of that vial of pills. Moreover, he had grown weary of living under someone else's thumb. While the treatment of formal disciples was superior to that of auxiliary disciples, it was hardly a far cry from being mere playthings in another's hands. Thus, Li Ming decisively stole the fate lamp and pursued Zhang Qing, leaving behind the money. Engaging in combat while wielding a fate lamp was undeniably foolish. Fortunately, the opponent was no different, and thus it mattered little. They disregarded the fate lamps, allowing for a fair contest. Moreover, Li Ming's cultivation surpassed that of Zhang Qing, granting him an advantage. Hand over the pills, and I may spare your life, recalling our past camaraderie as fellow disciples, Li Ming intoned, his deep voice resonating with an imposing presence, accentuated by his robust physique. Yet, Zhang Qing would not yield. After all his efforts to escape, he believed that once he left the boundaries of Jiangyan town, the Mountain Ghost sect would hold no sway over him. He envisioned a future where he could soar freely. Even if he lacked the talent to cultivate immortality, selling the pills would still net him a considerable fortune, enabling him to marry several wives and sire numerous sons. What a splendid life that would be! For the sake of his future, Zhang Qing was resolute. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged at Li Ming. You underestimate your own strength, Li Ming scoffed. Brandishing his knife in response, as the distance closed, the two engaged in a ferocious clash. Fueled by a reckless determination, Zhang Qing matched Li Ming blow for blow, their blades clashing and sparking as they exchanged a flurry of strikes, each inflicting and receiving wounds. However, insufficient strength ultimately proved to be his downfall. As the fight progressed, Zhang Qing began to falter, allowing Li Ming to seize the opportunity and inflict a series of crimson gashes upon him. With another strike delivered, Zhang Qing's movements had grown sluggish, unable to keep pace with Li Ming's swift assaults. Seizing the moment, Li Ming raised his left hand and mercilessly struck Zhang Qing's chest. The force of the blow generating a shockwave that shredded the fabric of Zhang Qing's clothing, leaving a deep imprint of his palm. Blood gushed forth from Zhang Qing's mouth as he was sent flying, tumbling several times before collapsing to the ground. Motionless, that Li Ming had poured all his strength into that strike, channeling his entire cultivation into it. Even if Zhang Qing survived, he would surely suffer grievous injury. Confident in his own prowess, Li Ming remained vigilant, knowing that to kill required a follow-up. His eyes gleamed with ferocity as he propelled himself forward at lightning speed, intent on ensuring Zhang Qing's demise to prevent any unforeseen complications. Yet, just as he raised his blade, Zhang Qing unexpectedly rolled over, flinging a streak of light towards him. I knew it! Li Ming had anticipated this move, deftly sidestepping the hidden weapon with ease. Clever evasion. Cough, cough. Zhang Qing coughed blood while laughing heartily. Realizing something was amiss, Li Ming abruptly turned, just in time to see the streak of light strike his life lantern. Sizzle. A faint sound echoed as the lantern shattered. Extinguishing its flame in an instant, Li Ming's eyes turned pitch black, as if his very soul had been wrenched from him. It dawned on him that he had committed a grave error. He should have targeted Zhang Qing's life lantern directly instead of pursuing him. Ultimately, it was his lack of experience that led to this oversight, having never engaged in a battle involving a life lantern before. Vital energy surged from his body, and he realized he could no longer deliver a follow-up strike. Turning his blade now would be too slow. Zhang Qing could easily evade. However, the life lantern would not escape. As his life force waned, Li Ming summoned the last remnants of his strength and hurled his knife at Zhang Qing's lantern, determined to drag this despicable creature down with him. In that moment, Zhang Qing was also at his wit's end, wishing to intervene but lacking the strength to do so, that he could only watch helplessly as the knife hurtled towards his life lantern. The life lantern crafted by the floating yin sect was exceedingly fragile, shattering at the slightest impact. Alas, Li Ming's aim was off. The hilt struck the wall, causing the lantern to tumble to the ground. In that instant, Zhang Qing's heart leapt into his throat. A second later, he erupted into laughter once more. It didn't break. Ha! It didn't shatter. Surviving a great calamity brings fortune. Zhongqing, shall surely achieve greatness in the future. Huh? At that moment, the air surrounding the lantern began to warp, splitting open a fissure that widened as if someone were tearing apart the fabric of reality that a foot emerged from the rift. The laughter ceased abruptly. Zhongqing's eyes widened in terror as he screamed in despair, "No!" Yet the newcomer appeared oblivious to his cries, stepping down regardless. Sizzle. The life lantern shattered. Jiu Chi. Chapter 33. Gu Changa. Fish in the pool. Gu Chi felt as though he had stepped on something. Lifting his foot, he discovered a pile of remnants, charred black with a hint of green. Fragments of the floating Yen's sex life lantern, infused with fine tea leaves during crafting. Suitable for brewing. Possesses a pleasant flavor. Gu Chi. What a peculiar mix of ashes and remnants. He surveyed his surroundings. The lantern still flickered with a faint candlelight, and 3 corpses lay in the narrow alley, bearing evident signs of struggle. So one of these individuals was inadvertently crushed underfoot by him. This person must have just won a fierce battle, and a Pyrrhic victory at that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have neglected to safeguard something as vital as their life lantern. Believing that dispatching an opponent ensured safety, fate had conspired against him, leading him to encounter someone who had activated a special effect upon entering the game. Gu Chi quickly pieced together the situation, concluding that the fault did not lie with him. Who engages in combat while carrying a life lantern? Are they so eager to meet their demise or so carefree? Frankly, Gu Chi was also taken aback by the turn of events. He had not anticipated claiming a life so soon after entering the instance. Alas! This is truly a transgression. With a sigh, Gu Chi approached the corpses, deftly scavenging their belongings. Acquired gold wound ointment 3, common a classic healing salve. Topical application accelerates wound recovery. Acquired copper coins, 251 1. Acquired innate life elixir 1, spirit grade increases lifespan by 30 years. Repeated use diminishes effectiveness. Acquired silver, 10 taels. Acquired copper coins, 5 1. The total haul from the 3 bodies amounted to these meager items. It felt somewhat lacking, though the spirit-grade elixir appeared valuable. Nevertheless, Gu Chi did not begrudge the effort. It was a small price to pay for a reward, especially since the system had not allocated any funds to players this time. Money had become a precious commodity. The final 5 were retrieved from the man in the horse coat. The presence of a lantern and a gong suggested he was a night watchman. This was undoubtedly a perilous profession. Encountering bandits or witnessing something forbidden typically resulted in immediate silencing. Those who held such positions were well aware of the risks, hence they seldom carried money on their person. Those with wives would provide for them, while those without would stash it away, leaving only enough for breakfast to avoid losing everything that if those 5 were indeed meant for breakfast, then calculating based on 2 buns. Gu Chi roughly estimated that 1 tael of silver was worth around 4,000 coins. 10 taels amounted to 40,000, more than sufficient for lodging and indulgences, provided one did not opt for the top courtesans, who generally commanded a higher price. Selling the innate life elixir would suffice, as it held little utility for him. In summary, Gu Chi was quite pleased with this beginning. The teleportation effect had proven worthwhile. Now, it was time to reward himself with a hearty meal, especially since he had skipped breakfast that day. Emerging from the alley, Gu Chi strolled for 10 minutes along the street until he discovered an inn. Wynn's Arrival Inn. A fine name. Gu Chi stepped forward. Knock, knock, knock. His rapping echoed like the sound of a watchman's call, rousing the innkeeper. Rubbing his eyes, the innkeeper climbed up from a makeshift bed made from 4 tables and grabbed an oil lamp to open the door. At this hour, the inn had long been closed, but if a guest knocked, they would still accommodate them, albeit only for lodging, not meals, as the cook would be asleep. The Jiu Chi understood this well. However, he possessed money. Once inside, he casually selected a table, dusted off his sleeves, and boldly declared, "Bring forth your finest food and drink." The innkeeper hesitated. "Young master, our cook." Smack! Gu Chi slammed a 10-tael silver ingot onto the table. "What about your cook?" Instantly, the innkeeper perked up. "Our cook is still awake. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Please wait. I shall summon him to prepare your meal." Moments later, sounds of bustling came from the back, accompanied by a crowing rooster. It was indeed a laborious task to start a fire and cook at such an hour. Having risen early and been busy throughout the day, staying up late would leave one utterly exhausted the following day. Yet, there was no choice. The payment was generous. After a while, the table was laden with food and drink, and Gucci feasted heartily. One unexpected delight was that this inn actually offered chili peppers. Or rather, this era had chili peppers. This thrilled Gucci, who relished spicy food, ensuring the next 3 years would not become monotonous. As he savored the fine wine and sumptuous dishes, he found himself in a comfortable room. Notably, the rooms were categorized not by the traditional heavenly, earthly, and human divisions, but rather by the labels of immortal, mysterious, spiritual, and mundane. Although the inn remained an ordinary establishment, the rooms were typical as well. It was clear that the presence of spiritual energy was gradually altering the era. This served as a subtle hint that the quality of items might also adhere to these 4 classifications. In hour passed, and Gucci opened his personal interface to check the rankings. Player real-time rankings: 1. Fish in the pool, 43224862. Old friend, 243.3. Undying, 75.4. Spring water commander, 55. Chow Mo, 49.6. Cae, 33.7. Tang US Yang, 33.8. Rejecting infantile aesthetics, 12.9. Non-negotiable lowly dealer, 0.10. By Shinran, 0.11. 0. 100. Gu Yuan, 0. Gucci. What is going on? The numbers following the player IDs should represent current scores. While he understood his own 0 score, how did the top player, Fish in the Pool, amass 4 million points in such a short time since entering the game? Gucci. This was quite absurd. However, it was still early in the game, and the current rankings were not definitive. Over 3 years, anything could happen. The early bird might get shot, and who knew if that player would suddenly meet an untimely end? Gucci carefully scanned the names, confirming there were no familiar faces, then closed the leaderboard and began contemplating a new ID. The real-time rankings utilized players' actual IDs, making it impossible for Gu Yuan to remain concealed. Otherwise, anyone overhearing would immediately know he was a player, potentially leading to trouble. That he needed to adopt a new identity. Although he would eventually be recognized, at least in the initial stages, he could avoid significant issues. Guchanga it is. Gucci resolved to use the name under which he had once flourished in his dreams. Personally, he rather enjoyed this world infused with ancient charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent an entire month dreaming of immortal heroes. His aspirations bore no relation to saintly princesses. Rather, Gucci cherished a boundless sense of freedom and liberation. Time was on his side, and he had no desire to rush for points or rankings. Impatience was not his style, that he intended to first familiarize himself with this world, experiencing its ancient customs while gathering information. This was the correct approach to navigating this instance. For instance, as previously suggested, strolling through the pleasure quarters. Chapter 34. The young master is truly extraordinary in the realm of wandering the Jianghu. Aside from one's innate prowess, the most crucial element is intelligence. To commit murder and seize treasures, one must know precisely where the treasures lie in matters of romance. It is equally essential to comprehend the lineage and appearance of the other party to eye in a vast territory like Beichuan. Mastering the overall situation necessitates reliable and accurate intelligence. Historically, brothels and taverns have been the most well-informed establishments. Let it be reiterated, Gucci harbors no interest in NPCs. Indeed, his visit to the brothel is not for leisure, but for serious business. Between the brothel and the tavern, with a charm value of 9.1, it is only natural that he would gravitate towards the company of women. One must understand how to leverage one's strengths and advantages. After a night of profound contemplation, Gucci had formulated a relatively mature plan, succinctly encapsulated in 9 characters. Immortality and cultivation begin in the brothel. The following day, Gucci inquired with the innkeeper about the location and selected an opportune moment to stroll along the street. Qinghuan Tower, the only brothel in Jiangyan town. At this point, Gucci had changed his attire. The garments provided by the system were of too low a quality and unattractive, prompting him to visit a tailor and select a set of pristine white canvas clothing. The collar and cuffs were adorned with red, the belt embroidered with silver patterns, and a piece of jade pendant dangled from his waist. His naturally lengthening hair was simply tied back with a ribbon, leaving a few delicate strands beside his ears. The simple, yet elegant attire complemented his handsome visage, exuding an aura that showcased his charm value of 9.1 without reservation. Merely standing there, the maidens at the entrance could hardly contain themselves. This was the first time Gu Qi had encountered such a youthful matron. The woman appeared to be just over 20, radiant and strikingly beautiful, with captivating, watery eyes that sparkled enticingly. She stepped over the threshold, eagerly approaching Gu Qi and grasping his arm, sweetly exclaiming, "Young master, you've arrived." Her grip was neither too forceful nor too light, ensuring that it did not offend while drawing them close enough for Gu Qi to genuinely feel her fervent enthusiasm. This was professionalism. Gu Qi mused at a man beside the entrance, about to enter, stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Miss Shaya, does Qingyuan Tower not have a rule against welcoming guests outside?" Indeed, the women of Qingyuan Tower almost never stepped outside to greet patrons, nor would they actively solicit customers. However, this was not a rule, but rather a matter of preference. The term rule was merely a euphemism. If young Master Sun were to possess such a striking demeanor and noble bearing, I might consider breaking the rule just for you, Shui Wei remarked, her gaze fixed on Gu Qi, admiring his chiseled nose and meticulously arched brows. Oh, how alluring! Young Master Sun could hardly miss the implication that Shui Wei found him lacking in looks. His fan trembled as he pointed at her, his face flushing crimson as he stammered, "Why were you shallow?" "Ah, I am indeed shallow. What of it?" Shui Wei replied with a light scoff, dismissing him as she turned her sultry gaze back to Gu Qi. "Young master, shall we go inside to talk?" Gu Qi nodded. "Very well." Young Master Sun, incensed and grinding his teeth, attempted to pursue Shui Wei for a confrontation, only to be intercepted by another beautiful maiden at the entrance. "Jinghua, step aside," Young Master Sun implored. "I must have a word with her." Jinghua chuckled softly, her voice like wind chimes. "Young Master Sun, perhaps you should return another day. I fear your constitution may not withstand it." This was no longer a matter directed at young Master Sun. It was a genuine rule. She and Shui Wei were not the matrons. Standing at the entrance was not to solicit customers, but to assess individuals. The same patron must wait at least half a month between visits to Qingyuan Tower. Otherwise, no amount of money would grant them entry. Jiu Qi quickly understood that Jinghua's mention of not being able to withstand was a matter of literal consequence. The two conversed as they made their way to a private chamber. After a few exchanges of pleasantries and a few cups of wine, Shui Wei, already bewitched by Gu Qi's beauty, could hardly contain herself. It was still early in the evening, yet she eagerly drew the curtains. With a flicker of the candlelight, she was ready to shed her garments and enter the warm embrace of the bed. With a face flushed like a ripe peach and a voice soft as silk, she cooed, "Young master, wait a moment, Miss Shui Wei." Gu Qi interjected, "You haven't asked for my name yet." Shui Wei paused, then quickly recovered, throwing a flirtatious glance at Gu Qi. Could it be that the young master wishes for Shui Wei to call out his name later? That would not be necessary. Gu Qi replied, "Please do ask." Following his suggestion, Shui Wei blinked and inquired, "Might this humble servant have the honor of knowing the young master's esteemed name?" "Gu Yuan," he stated, using his real name. Shui Wei lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering like water, seemingly lost in thought as she complimented, "What a grand name the young master possesses." Gu Qi. It would be best if she were indeed referring to his name. Reputation. When Gu Qi glanced at the leaderboard, he remained at the bottom, but his score had risen from 0 to 1. This indicated that reputation was indeed an integral component of the scoring system. "Young master, I have already remembered your name." Shui Wei sighed, her breath fragrant as her garments slipped from her shoulders, revealing her fair, fragrant skin. The two delicate red ribbons at her collarbone were particularly eye-catching, as if a gentle tug could turn this room into a paradise of spring. "Miss Shui Wei, please slow down. I have a few questions I would like to ask you." In the presence of such beauty, Shui Wei was eager, yet she feared displeasing Gu Qi and thus stifled her heated emotions. Saying, "Young master, please, I shall answer all your inquiries." "All your inquiries, indeed? Then I shall not hold back. From matters of sex and courts to the lives of common folk, including the cultivation system, current events, currency exchange rates, and intersect relations, I shall inquire about everything conceivable." To his surprise, Shui Wei's responses exceeded his expectations that he had indeed come to the right place. Qinghua Tower was far more than a mere brothel. It was one of the 9 foremost powers in Beichuan, with branches spread throughout the entire Qianyuan kingdom. Even Gu Qi, who had seen much of the world, had to express admiration. Previously, he had believed brothels to be categorized into 2 types, the Qingguan, who composed poetry, and the Hongguan, who indulged in leisure. Most were shrouded in the veils of a mysterious organization, either accepting contracts for assassination or gathering intelligence, and it was precisely this that Gu Qi sought. Yet now a 3rd category emerged. They were in essence a prominent sect in plain sight. All the women within Qinghua Tower were cultivators, with over 50% practicing their arts, drawing upon the yang, energy, and lifespan of men. Typically, they would absorb a quantity sufficient for 10 days. Due to the enchanting beauty of the women at Qinghua Tower, who excelled in music, arts, and literature, any one of them could rival the top courtesans of other brothels. Hence, many, despite knowing that engaging with them might diminish their vitality, still chose to be regular patrons. A to die beneath the flowers of a celestial maiden is to embrace a life of indulgence. Furthermore, the currency among practitioners was silvered, to date. Beichuan had not discovered any large mineral veins. While spiritual stones and jades existed, they were exceedingly rare and reserved for cultivation, leaving little for trade. Thus, Qinghua Tower's business was, in fact, quite lucrative, serving dual purposes, enhancing cultivation while generating profit. This was not a secret. A little inquiry would unveil it that Shiyue's revelations were merely casual discourse, not detrimental. What she did not reveal to Gu Qi was that the women of Qinghua Tower found it challenging to detach from men. They were required to engage in dual cultivation at least once every 10 days, or their progress would stagnate, and prolonged abstinence could even lead to regression. Coincidentally, today was Shiyue's 10th day, which explained her overwhelming attraction upon seeing Gu Qi setting aside the potential influence of his 9. One charm. For the women of Qinghua Tower, the greatest fortune was to encounter a kindred spirit to assist in their cultivation. That it was akin to having someone join you under the gaming desk, playing together while enjoying the experience. Who could refuse such a prospect? Gu Qi's numerous inquiries undoubtedly indicated that he too was a cultivator. Consequently, Shiyue's gaze toward Gu Qi grew even more fervent. Cultivators were desirable. Not only were they physically robust, but they also need not worry about lifespan. The benefits of a single innate life-preserving pill could last for hundreds of encounters. With a blushing face, Shiyue could no longer contain her desires and was ready to devour this man whole. "Young master, have you finished your questions? Shall we wait?" Gu Qi interjected. "There is one last matter." "Please, young master, go ahead. I do not have any money." Shiyue, Chapter 35. The demon capture ordered to arrive at Qinghua Tower without money. Did he intend to exploit her? Did he truly believe that his handsome looks granted him free rein? This shall not happen again. The young master need not worry about money. If you shower me with affection a few more times, that will suffice." Shiyue replied coyly. "That seems rather improper." Gu Qi produced a small silver piece and placed it on the table, maintaining a demeanor of propriety. "Though it is insufficient for the initial expenses, I do have some funds for wine. That I thank you for your hospitality, Miss Shiyue. I shall return another time." Shiyue, seeing Gu Qi rise, she felt as though a blazing fire had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Oh, so it turned out that young Master Gu Yuan did not intend to exploit her. Rather, he wished to leave without indulging at all. This man had come to Qinghua Tower solely to gather information. His lack of funds was merely an excuse. Much like their claim of never stepping outside to greet patrons, Shiyue felt a twinge of reluctance, genuinely wishing to bind Gu Qi and toss him onto the bed for proper service. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Should she act upon them, the proprietor would expel her from the sect. Qinghua Tower was not the 100 Flowers sect. They did not engage in the abduction of individuals for their own purposes. As Gu Qi prepared to leave the room, Shiyue had no choice but to tidy her attire and follow him, gazing at him with a lingering, wistful look, reminiscent of a forlorn woman left alone in an empty chamber. He had nearly resigned himself to the prospect of giving up, yet this fellow surprisingly refused. At the entrance, Jinghua was taken aback to see 2 individuals emerge. "Young master, you are back so soon?" Gu Qi remained silent, for he was, in truth, rather enduring. He feared that speaking might hinder his departure today. Without offering an explanation, he simply addressed Jinghua. "Would you care to inquire about my name?" Jinghua, perplexed, responded, not fully comprehending Gu Qi's intent. She glanced at Shueiyue, who, feeling unwell and as though her heart were being scratched by a cat, was reluctant to speak. The most irritating part was that she could see it but could not touch it. Gu Qi urged Jinghua, "Please ask quickly." How should she inquire? Tentatively, Jinghua ventured, "May I ask, what is the honorable name of the young master?" Gu Qi replied, "Gu Chang'e." He had introduced himself with an alternate name. Reputation 1, Gu Chang'e. Jinghua murmured softly twice, finding the name quite pleasant. However, Shueiyue lifted her head. "Isn't the young master known as Gu Yuan?" Gu Qi did not rush to respond. Instead, he summoned another young lady over. "Greetings. I am Gu Genshua." Reputation 1. The young lady looked bewildered. Shueiyue echoed her confusion. "How many names do you actually possess? It was one thing to refuse a gift, but to deceive me regarding your name as well." It seemed that changing names could not conceal his identity. Thus, Gu Qi ceased his attempts and gently remarked to Shueiyue, "My dear Miss Shueiyue, a name is merely a symbol. There is no need to dwell on it." "Then why did you prompt me to ask?" Shueiyue persisted. "You must tell me your true name." Gu Qi countered, "Does it truly matter?" "Very much so." "Very well. Gu Chang'e is indeed my true name." Shueiyue scrutinized him intently. "Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Gu Qi affirmed, "I am not." The young ladies of Qinghuan Tower frequently changed roles, both to offer patrons a sense of novelty and to pursue further training at Junzi Pavilion. Thus, it was evident why their business thrived. Who would not be enamored by women of both beauty and talent? To gather intelligence, he might find himself visiting Qinghuan Tower often, likely encountering Shueiyue and Jinghua again. So it would not hurt to have a commonly used name. That evening, Qinghuan Tower was bustling with patrons. The air was filled with melodious cries, echoing like sorrowful laments. "Chang'e, Chang'e, reputation 1, reputation 1, reputation 2." Gu Qi, reclining atop the roof of Fenglai Inn, gazed at the moon. Is this even possible? It seemed he had unlocked a new method to accumulate reputation. He cast a glance at the lively Qinghuan Tower before retracting his gaze to continue organizing the information he had gathered throughout the day. He had acquired a wealth of information from Shueiyue, yet it was still insufficient. After departing Qinghuan Tower in the afternoon, he visited a tavern and later consulted 2 storytellers to gain insight into the influential figures of Beichuan. Gu Qi had dedicated the entirety of the day to intelligence gathering. There was good news. The martial prowess of Beichuan was approximately as he had anticipated. According to the storytellers, the sword sect possessed immortals capable of moving mountains, stirring seas, conjuring thunderstorms, and transforming spiritual energy into myriad sword shadows, directing them with mere fingers. The mighty figures of Junzi Pavilion could achieve enlightenment through painting. With a brushstroke, they could summon true dragons from the sea and unleash a stampede of beasts. The beings of Fuxing Island were equally formidable, capable of stirring clouds and rain over vast lakes, summoning towering waves that could obscure the sun. The proprietor of Qinghuan Tower was particularly fearsome. Having once been besieged by the sword sect, yet she managed to fend off 100 foes and retreat unscathed after slaying dozens. In addition, there were renowned figures such as the Qianyuan Emperor, the Phoenix Mountain Goddess, the great heavenly officer of the Demon Seizing Department, and the Dean of the Wenchang Academy, all of whom were illustrious and wielded considerable influence. This was likely why this scenario was classified as S-rank. The depths of Beichuan were indeed profound. Ding! Player Lezerin has died. Mission failed. Remaining players, 99. Gu Qi. See? I told you it was deep. 3 years of existence condensed into a single day equated to instant demise. For players like them, the Xinxiao world was undeniably perilous. Any misstep could lead to elimination in the blink of an eye. The reason this was considered good news was that these words originated from the storytellers, whose embellishments were their forte. From Gu Qi's understanding of this trade, the claims of moving mountains and stirring seas contained at least a 50 exaggeration. Though still formidable enough to intimidate the vast majority of players, he did not fall within that vast majority. After all, he was the reincarnation of an emperor. While it might be uncertain if he could fight, Escaping was certainly within his capabilities. For instance, Gucci brushed off his clothes and rose, extracting a wanted poster from his pocket. This was a demon-slaying order issued by the Jiangyan Town Demon Seizing Department. Torn from the city wall, essentially a side quest. The illustration depicted a small creature with horns in a highly abstract manner. 8 miles east of the town, at the foot of Ainshir Mountain, there are wild spirits causing havoc and endangering the populace. To ensure the safety of Jiangyan Town, a reward of 1,000 taels of silver is offered for the elimination of these threats. A mere 1,000 taels for a little demon? This seemed too easy to Ji Yuqi, with a mere thought, sensed that something was amiss. But that was of no consequence. The stranger, the better. He relished the peculiar. It was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of his language spirit technique. With this step, I can traverse 10 miles. Tao rhythm -1. Upon uttering these words, Gucci faced eastward and, in an instant, vanished from the rooftop. 10 miles was a relatively accurate distance, excluding the route from Fenglai into the city gate. Gucci directly arrived in the woods at the foot of Ainshir Mountain. The night was dense, illuminated only by a faint moonlight that in the darkness. He could barely discern the lush surroundings, the trees standing like shadows. Rustling in the night breeze, the swaying branches above obscured the sky, resembling a sinister net intent on ensnaring anyone within. An inexplicable eeriness hung in the air. Yet Gucci felt no trepidation. Without any illumination, he strode toward Ainshir Mountain. Before long, he perceived flickering flames ahead. As he approached, he discovered a group of young boys and girls. Who goes there? They had spotted him as well. A young man drew his sword, its blade glinting in the light, his gaze wary as he scrutinized Gucci. Noted a jade token at the young man's waist, inscribed with the character Zheng, likely indicating he was a disciple of Xingyang's sect, as mentioned by the storyteller. However, that was not the main point. The focal point was the girl seated by the fire, cradling a book, with an open package at her feet containing several stacked volumes. Sensing the essence of skills, Gucci smiled gently. Do not be alarmed. I, too, am here to exorcise demons. You? Exorcise demons? The young man's youthful face was filled with skepticism. He detected no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Gucci. Gucci queried, Do you not believe me? I do not. The young man was refreshingly candid. Just as he was about to press Gucci for his intentions, the seated girl suddenly exclaimed, Watch out behind you! Directed at Gucci. The young man's eyes narrowed. He noticed a decaying, muddy hand breaking through the earth behind Gucci, clawing its way up. It's a mud corpse. Step aside. The young man fully unsheathed his sword. But he was no match for Gucci's swiftness. The Ji had inexplicably acquired a long, thick object in his hand, and without turning back, he swung it with a flick of his wrist. Bang! The muddy hand exploded. Falling silent, the young man stared wide-eyed. What kind of treasure was this, to possess such ferocity? Gucci grinned. Do you believe me now? Chapter 36. I generally do not use profanity. The grove at the foot of Ainshir Mountain was known as Ein Wind Forest, often plagued by strange creatures and spirits, making it a rare passage for travelers. Especially at this late hour, Lin Onping, the young man, had to exercise caution. However, after witnessing Gucci's prowess and confirming that he harbored no ill intentions and was genuinely there to exorcise demons, Lin Onping's demeanor shifted. He sheathed his sword and, with a clasped fist, apologized to Gucci. My earlier rudeness was unwarranted. I beg your pardon. Despite his curiosity about Gucci's treasure, Lin Onping refrained from asking further questions. In just a few brief exchanges, a camaraderie blossomed that belied their years. The girl seated on the ground wore a mature style of clothing, not due to precociousness, but because the concept of adolescence in ancient times differed vastly from the contemporary notion of 13 or 14. At this moment, they were the most amiable companions, possessing thoughts yet not overly so. Gucci's few words quickly forged a bond among them. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration, perceiving this elder brother as gentle, his smile illuminating his features, and his treasure, a silvery, unfamiliar shape, captivated her curiosity. She yearned to borrow it for a closer examination. By the way, we still do not know your name, Lin Onping remarked. Gu Changa, Gu Chi replied. Then I shall call you Brother Gu, Lin Onping said with a grin. Subsequently introducing Gu Chi to Bai Chi and the others. The five of them were indeed disciples of Xingyang sect, having descended the mountain for training. Upon entering the city that morning, they had heard tales of hauntings in the vicinity and decided to investigate. Xingyang sect emphasized engaging with the world. If they could drive away demons and exorcise spirits, it would be a service to the people. The Jiu Chi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but reflect inwardly. How competitive it was. Due to the late arrival of spiritual energy, Beichuan had yet to establish a unified cultivation system. The more favorable interpretation was that diverse schools flourished. There were various practices: body cultivation, spirit cultivation, soul cultivation, Confucian cultivation, and nature cultivation. There was a plethora of disciplines, each with distinct terminologies for their realms, leading to a conundrum. Was it necessary for me to memorize the terminologies of every sect while cultivating in one? Otherwise, how could I describe others' cultivation levels? Thus, a simple and memorable classification emerged, universally recognized across sects. First realm, second realm, third realm, and celestial human realm. The leaders of the 9 major sects in Beichuan were at the celestial human realm, while Lin Onping and his companions had yet to reach even the first realm. They were merely 5 Qi refinement novices, descending the mountain for experience. In modern times, it would undoubtedly overwhelm countless individuals. Rustle. As the hour of the rat approached, the ground began to emit subtle sounds, reminiscent of something brushing against fallen leaves. This time, not only were there the mud corpses, but dozens of ghostly serpents, glowing a vivid green, slithered towards them from all directions. Ethereal figures floated in the woods, translucent and elusive, appearing and vanishing intermittently. They're coming. Lin Onping and the others perked up, rushing forward without hesitation, swords drawn and knives unsheathed. Displaying no fear whatsoever among the 5, only Bai Chi remained still. This presented a splendid opportunity. Jiu Chi settled on the ground, leaning slightly toward the girl, and inquired, "Why don't you join?" Bai Chi, feeling a bit shy, replied, "I am a weaponsmith. I am not very skilled in combat." "Ah, a weaponsmith. That explains it." Jiu Chi nodded, choosing not to pursue the conversation further, merely placing his gun on the ground. He noticed the curiosity of Lin Onping and the others regarding his weapon, especially Bai Chi, who had stolen glances at his gun several times but had refrained from asking. That a girl so adept at understanding boundaries should typically be quite endearing. Yet what Gu Chi desired was not merely her sense of propriety, that if you do not inquire, how can I make my request? Thus, Gu Chi tossed a piece of wood into the fire, unintentionally nudging the handgun closer to Bai Chi. She stole another glance, then quickly averted her gaze. "That I mustn't ask. I mustn't. Magical artifacts are vital for a cultivator's survival, immensely significant and deeply personal. Borrowing one is an act of considerable discourtesy." Observing the girl remain unfazed, Gu Chi shifted his sitting posture, inadvertently nudging the gun closer again. Bai Chi again cast a furtive glance before averting her eyes. The Jiu Chi changed positions once more. Bai Chi continued to sneak peeks. After the third shift, Bai Chi bit her lip, unable to tear her gaze away. That be why the 5th adjustment. She could no longer restrain herself. Jiu Dage's casual handling of the artifact, kicking it about, seemed to imply that it was not of great importance to him. If that were the case, perhaps it wouldn't hurt to ask. For a weaponsmith, the allure of a novel artifact is immense, akin to a cat's fascination with fish. Gu Dage. Bai Chi's cheeks flushed as she whispered, "May I take a look at it?" Gu Chi swiftly reclaimed the gun, exclaiming, "This is my treasure." His act was convincing. Bai Chi. It appeared that it was not possible. That a tinge of disappointment washed over the girl as she prepared to apologize to Gu Chi. However, he sighed and said, "Ah, although it is a treasure, it pales in comparison to your smile, Bai Chi. That if you wish to see it, then please take it." With that, Gu Chi removed the magazine and handed the handgun to the girl. Bai Chi hesitated to accept it at first, her heart racing, her face even redder than before, pondering the meaning behind his words. "Pales in comparison to your smile." Yet Gu Chi offered her no chance for contemplation. "If you do not take it soon, I shall reclaim it." Upon hearing this, Bai Chi hurriedly accepted the handgun. "Thank you, Gu Dage." How kind of him to lend her his precious artifact. Yet, just as she began to examine it, Gu Qi spoke again. Bai Qi. My dear, Bai Qi looked up. What is it, Gu Dage? Gu Qi continued. Do you believe that communication between individuals should be rooted in equality, with a principle of reciprocity? Bai Qi nodded. Of course, if someone gives a gift, one must return the favor. One cannot take advantage without cause. Gu Qi added. Then, having seen my treasure, should you not also show me yours? Bai Qi. Oh no, it seems she has fallen into a trap. Had Gu Dage said this earlier, she would have never accepted the gun. Now that she had gazed upon it for so long, it was too late to backtrack. Regret washed over her. Gu Dage was not so nice after all. Bai Qi bit her lip and softly replied, Gu Dage, I do not possess anything. Gu Qi gently countered, That is all right, a book would suffice. Bai Qi. The book was a gift from her master. While it was not classified information, she could not freely show it to anyone outside of Xinjiang's sect. Yet in this moment, Bai Qi found herself at a loss for how to refuse. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Gu Dage had shown her his life-preserving artifact. Could she truly deny him a few books? The innocent girl, untouched by the world, was experiencing the treacherous nature of the martial realm for the first time. That Gu Dage was quite the rogue. Unable to refuse, she acquiesced. Bai Qi pouted, temporarily setting down the gun, and handed her books to Gu Qi, saying, Be careful, Gu Dage. Do not damage them. Fear not. Gu Qi replied with a smile. Though he relished the situation slightly, he did not intend to bully Bai Qi. If he did not take this approach, or if she remained obstinate, he would have to resort to hypnosis in the dead of night, in a secluded grove, with a solitary girl. Such elements, combined with hypnosis, could yield peculiar results. Although proficient in this area, he seldom employed it. Dreams and thoughts belonged to the realm of personal privacy. He typically refrained from intruding, as it was a matter of principle. Gu Qi opened the topmost book, titled Xinjiang Heart Method. Before he could even read a single word, a system notification appeared. Gained temporary ability. Xinjiang Heart Method. Xinjiang Heart Method. Spiritual level allows for the learning of techniques from the Xinjiang sect. Cultivation mode activated. Your cultivation will automatically grow over time based on the quality of the heart method, and can also be enhanced through spiritual stones, spiritual jade. Current realm, mortal realm. Gu Qi. He merely flipped the cover, and now he had learned it and could gain experience passively. It was somewhat absurd yet strangely reasonable. After all, 3 years was a limited time frame. One could not expect players to genuinely cultivate. However, this meant the gameplay would need to shift. That if he could cultivate to the celestial realm, perhaps he could win without relying on the spirit language. Before Gu Qi could delve deeper into this, a figure suddenly soared towards them. Bang! Lin Onping was sent flying, crashing against a tree, and spitting out a mouthful of blood as the trunk splintered in response. Lin Shixiang, Bai Qi exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. The remaining members quickly returned, bearing numerous wounds and looking utterly disheveled. Then, Gu Qi felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him like a frigid wind. Looking up, he saw the sky had turned a dark purple. Around them, an ominous barrier had materialized, shrouded in swirling smoke, resembling an inverted bowl, trapping them in its center. From the depths of the woods, a child approached them step by step, clad in blood-stained white garments. A massive, ghostly figure floated behind it, while the child's head was held in its hand. The disfigured face wept blood, with bulging eyeballs and a nose and mouth that were each half-rotted, creating a horrifying sight. Without hesitation, Gu Qi grabbed the handgun and loaded it. Bang, bang! 2 shots rang out, one aimed at the head, the other at the heart. The bullets struck true, embedding themselves into flesh and bone, yet they failed to halt the child's advance. The blurred mouth of the child twisted, forming a half-smile, echoing with a lively yet eerie laughter throughout the woods. It's futile. This is a Ziwu grievance ghost, second realm. Ordinary artifacts cannot harm it. Lin Onping wiped the blood from his lips, watching the approaching child with fear. He could not fathom why a Ziwu grievance ghost would exist in these woods. Typically, such terrifying and bloodthirsty entities would not permit a town to thrive in their vicinity. The inhabitants would either be slaughtered or the ghost would be vanquished by the town's cultivators. There were only these 2 possibilities. Yet, the Ziwu grievance ghost had appeared near Jingyan town that Jiu Qi surmised the reason. It was likely targeting him. He had unveiled that lucrative bounty for capturing demons. If all went as expected, someone must be manipulating the Ziwu grievance ghost from behind. That AS for who? Now is not the time for such considerations. Are you certain this is a second realm entity? Guqiquidia Lin Anping. Absolutely. Lin Anping coughed up another mouthful of blood. He had narrowly evaded the child's ghostly aura, sustaining severe injuries that if he had not reacted quickly, he would have been dead by now. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to remain calm, contemplating a means of escape. They might be able to contend with a first-realm entity. But a second realm was truly insurmountable. It was a creature on par with the elders of their Xinjiang sect. Jiu Qi, however, remarked, "My shot is precisely capable of slaying a second-realm entity." Dao rhythm. 2 before Lin Anping and the others could react. Gucci had already pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound was like thunder. Under the enhancement of the spirit language technique, this shot transformed. The ordinary bullet radiated with golden light, darting through the air like a streak of heavenly lightning, striking the ghostly child and instantly obliterating it into fragments, scattering electrified remnants across the ground. Lin Anping. Bai Qi. The power of this artifact could actually be amplified. The expressions of the group shifted from fear to astonishment. If Gu Dage could obliterate the Ziwu grievance ghost's offspring with a single strike, could he not also slay their elders in one blow? What level of cultivation did he possess? The battle was not yet over. Just as they were left in a daze, the pieces of the child's remains began to stir, gradually coalescing into a new, ghostly child. Without hesitation, Gu Qi fired again. Dao rhythm to bang. The dark energy dissipated, and the ghostly child was once more reduced to a bloody pulp. Yet, merely a few breaths later, it reformed. Dao rhythm 2, bang. The third shot, as the saying goes, 3 strikes is a charm, and even 3 lives should meet their end. Yet the truth was, the ghostly child rose once again. Lin Anping regained his senses and urgently exclaimed, "Gu Dage, target the ghost mother." "Ghost mother?" Gu Qi inquired, puzzled. "Yes," Lin Anping quickly explained. The Ziwu grievance ghost is also known as the mother-child grievance ghost. Formed from a mother and child who died at midnight, that as long as we eliminate the ghost mother, we can completely vanquish the ghost child. Gu Qi, such crucial information, it would have been wise to mention it sooner. I never expected that this young one from the Xinjiang sect possesses quite a bit of knowledge. At that moment, the ghostly child suddenly spoke, the bloodied split in his head moving in sync with his words, presenting an extraordinarily peculiar sight. "Who are you?" Lin Anping exclaimed, gripping his sword tightly, clearly taken aback that the vengeful ghost could articulate human speech. However, Gu Qi remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of surprise, and even inquired, "What is your connection to the demon hunting division?" The ghost child offered no response, instead stating, "Hand over your magical artifacts, and I shall spare your life." Gu Qi retorted, "Answer my question, and I shall not slay your ghostly puppet." Most ghost-controlling techniques require the practitioner to expend their own lifespan. If the puppet is harmed, the puppeteer suffers equally, and should the ghostly puppet perish, the controller would lose half their life. The ghost child let out a mocking sound. "Oh, naive boy, do you believe that simply knowing how to kill a child ghost guarantees your success? Do you even know where its mother is?" Gu Qi shook his head. "I need not know her whereabouts." The ghost child scoffed. "Do you think you can forcefully kill a child ghost?" Gu Qi fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I apologize." The ghost child was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Boy, are you begging for mercy from me?" Gu Qi, however, spoke earnestly. "I typically refrain from using foul language, even when I must. I never involve family. Yet, I may need to make an exception this time." The ghost child asked, "What do you wish to convey?" Gu Qi replied, "Your mother is dead." As the words fell, an indescribable force radiated outward, bearing an undeniable oppressive pressure. Deep within the woods, a figure with long hair lurking in the shadows exploded forth without warning, and the barriers of demons and ghosts surrounding the group shattered in layers at that very moment. With the death of the ghost mother, The ghost child was instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind in the wind. The individual controlling the ghost child, bereft of their puppet, could no longer communicate with Gu Qi. The entire forest fell into an eerie silence. Until, with a clang, Lin Onping's sword clattered to the ground. He remained in the posture of gripping his sword, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. Bai Qi's small mouth seemed to have swallowed an invisible egg, her gaze vacant, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. The remaining three exchanged glances, each perceiving the tremors in the pupils of the others that a single sentence had obliterated a second-tier vengeful ghost. Surely, even their master could not achieve such a feat. Could it be that they had encountered a true celestial being of the heavenly realm? In truth, whether referred to as immortal, celestial being, or true immortal, these are merely honorifics bestowed upon the most formidable by the cultivators of Beichua, that in their eyes, the three realms represent the pinnacle of mortal flesh. While the heavenly realm transcends shackles, becoming invincible to human strength. Just as common folk would address a practitioner capable of flight as an immortal, this reverence is one of the reasons why Qinghuan Tower has remained prosperous for many years. It represents the divine. Reflecting upon the fact that he had just regarded Gu Qi as an ordinary person devoid of spiritual energy and had even addressed him as a brother, Lin Onping felt a flush of warmth on his face. Overwhelmed by shame, yet possessing a commendable temperament, he forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil and lowered his head towards Gu Qi, saying, "I have offended the celestial being. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." No longer daring to call him Brother Gu. "Please forgive me." "Celestial being," the other three hastily echoed. Only Bai Qi was flustered and at a loss, having not only called the celestial being a brother, but also touched his treasures. What was she to do? In her frantic thoughts, the girl, feeling utterly helpless, could only retrieve all the books from her pack and present them with both hands. Please accept these, celestial being." Gu Qi did not take them, nor utter a word. He was contemplating a matter that if the sixth level of Tao rhythm could eliminate a second-tier ghost under conditions where it was invisible and intangible, with only a causal relationship, could the remaining Tao rhythms face-to-face slay a third-tier cultivator? If so, could he leverage this battle to acquire sufficient resources and information to rapidly elevate his realm? The challenge appeared daunting. The most challenging aspect was not the cultivator themselves, but their sect and connections. A misstep could lead to endless pursuits. After some contemplation, Gu Qi opened his personal panel, intending to check the experience bar and calculate the speed of his idol cultivation. Player: Gu Yuan. Current gender: male. Game sessions: 2 level, 5 constitution, 6 spirit, 9-0. 1 dexterity, 5 strength, 6 charm, 9 talent, none skills. Stone skin technique LV1, dream control technique LV6 1. Ethereal celestial melody, Xinjiang heart method, spiritual, special, Tao technique. Word spirit Tao rhythm. 2235, realm. Mortal realm cultivation. 1-1000. Click to view current dungeon real-time rankings. Wait a moment, Tao rhythm. Gu Qi suddenly lost interest in the speed of cultivation. When he tested the relationship between name and reputation earlier today, he had opened the panel twice without seeing this plus sign. Was it filled to the brim? Fearing overflow, Gu Qi pressed the button. You may choose one ability to refine into Tao rhythm. The ability will be lost upon refinement. Note, this operation is irreversible. Please choose wisely. Gu Qi's breath quickened as he chose the Xinjiang heart method he had just comprehended. Lost ability, Xinjiang heart method, Tao rhythm 1, the automatic growth symbol for cultivation disappeared. And Tao rhythm became 2335. At that moment, Gu Qi accepted the books from Bai Qi's hands. Until now, he had remained silent, and Bai Qi and the others had also dared not move. Still maintaining their bowed posture. What a familiar scene this was. Seeing Gu Qi finally accept the books, Bai Qi and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that Jiu Qi opened the Xinjiang heart method a second time. No response appeared that skills could not be comprehended repeatedly. Thus, Gu Qi switched to the Spirit Fire technique. Acquired temporary ability. Spirit Fire technique, spiritual. Spirit Fire technique. Transmute spirit into fire. When using this fire to refine treasures or elixirs, the success rate may be slightly increased. Gu Qi pressed the button once more. Lost ability. Spirit Fire Technique. Tao Rhythm 1. No misunderstanding there. Now a question arises. Word Spirit Celestial Technique Infinite Endurance what? Who? Guki excited softly. His previous thoughts were not incorrect. It was time to adjust his strategy. Beichuan is vast, home to 9 major sects and 1 dynasty, with countless smaller sects beneath. With so many factions, gathering 1,000 techniques should not be too difficult. Right. If he couldn't contend with the top sects, surely he could bully the mid-tier ones without issue. According to the dungeon settings already discovered, elevating one's realm would likely accompany an increase in personal attributes, which means that the word spirit technique could possess a higher ceiling. When the time comes, even if he were to confront a celestial being in a fair fight, his odds would not be meager. With a plan forming in his mind, Gucci no longer felt urgency that he leisurely flipped through the books Bai Chi had given him. There were a total of 6, and his Tao rhythm restored to 28. At that moment, in the woods, over a dozen shadows were swiftly approaching. Big brother. What big brother? Call me senior brother. The one referred to as Big Brother protested. How many times must I say? We must keep up with the times. Right, keep up with the times. The other quickly echoed, then added, Senior brother, the soul jade just flashed. The sect master is summoning us back. Understood. Shall we retreat? Retreat my foot. The senior brother muttered under his breath. Are you foolish? Have you forgotten where our sect is? I haven't forgotten. If you haven't forgotten, why ask? The senior brother exclaimed, exasperation evident in his tone. The sect is beyond the Een Mountain, while this place is the Een Wind Forest. Perfect for capturing people on the way home. Right. Would they really bypass their target right under their noses? Although there is a rule stating that when the soul jade lights up, all activities must cease immediately to return to the sect. Rules are lifeless, and people are alive. The sect master likely has no knowledge of what they are doing at this moment. Such an urgent summons likely implies that they have temporarily given up on the life-preserving elixirs for something more pressing. In other words, the sect master has already abandoned hope of capturing people or finding elixirs. But if they could bring both back, wouldn't that be a delightful surprise for the master? Do you understand why you are the junior brother, and I am the senior brother? The senior brother admonished, in the future, think more when doing things. The junior brother hurriedly replied, Yes, senior brother is right. Let us go. Take action. With a wave of his hand and a commanding voice, over a dozen individuals leaped out from the woods, surrounding Gu Qi and his companions. Lin Onping and the others were initially startled, but upon seeing Gu Qi's calm demeanor, their hearts settled once more. With the celestial being present, what was there to fear? Do you know what you are doing? Lin Onping shouted. The brat from Zhengyang sect. It is not your place to speak here, the senior brother retorted sharply. Noticing the jade pendants at their waist, that he snorted and then turned to Gu Qi. Hand over the life-preserving elixirs and come with us. Or else, said he. His tone was quite imposing. Lin Onping regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Did he just threaten to kill the celestial being? Lin Onping was about to speak, but was stopped by Gu Qi. Have you marked the life-preserving elixirs? Gu Qi inquired. What else could it be? The senior brother taunted. Do you really think the treasures of the Shangwomen are so easily obtained? Oh! Shangwomen, how fortuitous. Gu Qi replied, Fine, I will consider this my defeat. Gu Qi stood up and said, One person does the deed. One person bears the consequences. Do not trouble them. I will go with you. Didn't he see that coming? You re quite loyal. The senior brother replied with a hint of sarcasm, and then consented, stepping aside. Then please. The strength of the Zhengyang sect is not inferior to that of the Shangwomen. It is best to avoid conflict to prevent unnecessary trouble. Thus, Gu Qi, under the peculiar gazes of Lin Onping and the others, followed the senior brother of the Shangwomen towards the Een Mountain. Beyond the Een Mountain lay the grand hall of the Shangwomen. With disheveled hair, Master Gong is currently engrossed in his painting. His face is gaunt, with blood still trickling from the corners of his mouth, his garments stained with vivid crimson marks, presenting a picture of utter disarray, clearly indicating he has sustained severe injuries. Yet he seems oblivious to it all, his entire focus devoted to the canvas before him. The Mountain Ghost sect has evolved from a humble mountain stronghold to its present stature, largely owing to his astuteness in gauging the times, knowing when to advance and when to retreat, and his remarkable adaptability. but he had assumed that the individual summoned to capture the demon would be an ordinary practitioner of the first or second realm. So upon receiving the news, he set up an ambush in the Een Wind Forest, only to be met with a true deity, in the instant his painstakingly crafted mother and child grievance ghost was obliterated. Master Gong realized that this young man was far beyond his capacity to contend with. Thus, disregarding his own injuries, he promptly activated the Soul Jade to summon all the disciples of the Mountain Ghost sect back to avoid any calamity. And, relying on his memory, meticulously sketched a likeness of Gu Qi, intending to inform his disciples to steer clear of this individual should they encounter him in the future, fearing that his depiction may not be sufficiently accurate. He pondered each stroke for a considerable time before committing it to the page. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the portrait was completed, bearing a striking resemblance to Gu Qi. Only then did Master Gong set down his brush, wipe the blood from his lips with his sleeve, and swallow a healing pill. Simultaneously, a resonant voice from outside the hall echoed, "Master, we have captured the person you wanted." Chapter 38. The ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect, the mother and child grievance ghost, was one of Master Gong's life-bound spirits, now that it had been slain. Not only was he grievously wounded, but he also lost 20 years of his lifespan. Recovering the innate life-sustaining pill would be most advantageous, and the captured individual could serve as nourishment for the ghosts. After all, no one would ever complain of having too much sustenance. Thus, for a fleeting moment, Master Gong indeed felt a flicker of joy. However, that feeling dissipated as his disciples strode in with an air of triumph, forcefully shoving Gu Qi before him. Master Gong's expression abruptly froze. His senior brother, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, boasted, "Master, this is the rascal who took the life-sustaining pill." The disciples did not disappoint, pursuing him for miles until we finally captured him. Master Gong, well done, you wretched fool, pursuing him for miles. With such brilliant minds in the Mountain Ghost sect, why would the ancestral shrine not fall? Noticing the fluctuation of colors on Master Gong's face, a mix of anger and fear, Gu Qi began to speculate that he tilted his head and inquired, "It seems you recognize me, Master?" Master Gong remained silent, responding to Gu Qi's question with his actions. Suddenly, with blinding speed, he lunged at his senior brother, bellowing, "How dare you act against the immortal sovereign?" Under the bewildered gazes of the disciples, Master Gong struck down with his palm like a knife, severing his senior brother's arm, which had just been used to shove Gu Qi, sending a spray of scarlet blood into the air. Ah! The senior brother let out a scream that was less than human. The disciples? What on earth is happening? Has Master Gong lost his mind? Before they could fully comprehend the chaos, Master Gong, shedding his earlier ferocity, knelt with a resounding thud, concentrating his spiritual energy into his knee, making the sound particularly loud. Had the hall not been of subpar material, this kneel might have echoed for ages. This lowly one did not recognize the greatness of the immortal sovereign and has offended him. I implore the sovereign to show mercy and spare my life. Master Gong knelt decisively, referring to himself as a lowly being, his gray hair cascading down as he bowed his head, the aged lines of his face reflecting sheer terror. Gu Qi, one must admit, Master Gong is indeed worthy of being a sect leader. While others were still grasping the situation, he had already executed a flawless series of moves. Although Master Gong sensed no fluctuation of spiritual energy from Gu Qi, he harbored no intention of probing into Gu Qi's depths. That Theo try would mean certain death. The disciples, witnessing the scene before them, could not help but swallow hard. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, the Gu Qi, too, had not anticipated Master Gong's swift change of demeanor. He had yet to make any moves. However, this was for the best, saving time to conclude this matter quickly and move on to the next. That it was rare to visit an ancient world, and enjoyment was certainly in order. Yet first, he needed to accumulate enough Tao rhythm. After all, there was no limit to the number of skills he could amass. The more he prepared, the more secure he would feel in his endeavors. The senior brother, now missing an arm, continued to wail in agony. "Hush! Tao rhythm -1. Gu Qi slightly pursed his lips, as if blowing a gentle breath. The senior brother's mouth continued to move, yet no sound escaped. Master Gong's eyelids twitched wildly. What kind of celestial technique was this? allowing words to manifest as actions, recalling the words Gu Qi had spoken when the mother and child grievance ghost was subdued. Fortunately, he had no mother that a chill ran down Master Gong's spine, cold sweat trickling down as he hastily bowed again. Immortal Sovereign, spare my life. At this moment, the disciples seemed to grasp something, hastily discarding their weapons and falling to their knees at the sound of clattering blades. Gu Qi paid them no mind and made no effort to have them rise. He simply walked over to Master Gong's throne and surveyed the rather modest hall for a while. Then, noticing the portrait on the table, he raised an eyebrow. Not bad. The likeness is quite remarkable. Have you practiced? Master Gong. He dared not even breathe that Jiu Qi did not press further and instead posed another question. What kind of cultivation techniques do you practice on a daily basis? Master Gong, fully aware of the implications of this inquiry, immediately replied, Go fetch all the techniques from the treasure vault for the immortal sovereign to review, quickly. Yes, yes. One disciple dashed out of the hall, as if fleeing. Gu Qi continued to inquire. How are your harvests usually? Master Gong ordered. Also bring forth gold, silver, and jewels. Another disciple hurried off that Jiu Qi asked, Have you captured anyone else? Master Gong replied, Bring them all. Bring them all. Such compliance was commendable. Gu Qi's final question was, Do you have any spirit stones? Master Gong's expression faltered. This, we truly do not have. Gu Qi nodded, accepting the lack of spirit stones. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting the mountain ghost sect to be particularly affluent. After all, it was merely a minor sect. Soon, 3 disciples returned, carrying a chest. They did not dare to run, as the life lanterns still hung in the sect. One could escape a monk, but not the temple. Following them was a disheveled young girl, her hands shackled, with hair that had not seen water in ages, dry and tangled, adorned with bits of grass. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, comparable to Bai Qi's age. The chest contained half a load of jewels, atop which lay a pile of cultivation manuals, totaling 23 books. One titled Ghost Handling Techniques detailed the method of crafting ghost puppets, necessitating the capture of a ghost, followed by feeding it a living person, supplemented with secret incantations and one's own blood, to establish dominion over the ghost. The more ghosts one fed, the stronger they would become. Master Gong himself was merely at the peak of the first realm. Yet he had managed to nurture the mother and child grievance ghost to the mid-second realm, illustrating just how many lives had been devoured by ghost puppets that in the vast cell. Only the girl remained alive. Had Gu Qi not arrived, tomorrow might have marked her demise. Tao Rhythm 8 acquired temporary abilities, ghost handling techniques, Qi Blade Palm, Fierce Wolf Fist. Among the 23 manuals, 7 had a cultivation limit, requiring the practitioner to reach the first realm before they could be learned. Gu Qi waved his hand, storing these 7 skill books along with the half-chest of jewels into his backpack. Witnessing this, Master Gong assumed it to be a storage treasure, feeling increasingly fortunate that he had sought mercy in time. Such precious artifacts were typically found only in major sects like the Sword Sect, whose top-tier powers could obliterate his mountain ghost sect dozens of times with a mere snap of their fingers. The Jiu Qi gestured for the girl to stand beside him, then turned to Master Gong, kneeling on the ground, and asked, Now, can you tell me your relationship with the Demon Capture Division? Why, yes, I can. Master Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead, daring not to conceal anything, revealing all that he knew. Whether betraying the Demon Capture Division or the Floating Flame sect, the consequences were beyond the Mountain Ghost sect's capacity to bear. However, he had no choice now. If he remained obstinate, he might meet his end on the spot. Upon hearing this, Gu Qi discovered that the matter was more complex than he had initially imagined. The Demon Capture Division, as one of the few organizations in the Qian Yuan dynasty wielding the power of life and death with a cut first, report later policy, held significant authority that in simple terms, if they declared you a demon, then you were one, with no room for argument. The primary duty of the Demon Capture Division was, as their name suggested, to capture ghosts and eliminate demons. Yet, the division in Zhongyin Town not only refrained from capturing ghosts but also deliberately posted lucrative bounties for demon captures, luring practitioners into the Yin Wind Forest, where they would be captured by the Mountain Ghost sect for the purpose of feeding ghosts and honing their skills. Initially, Gu Qi thought the Demon Capture Division was colluding with the Mountain Ghost sect for mutual benefit, a common occurrence of official and bandit collusion. However, it turned out that the Mountain Ghost sect was the passive party, merely acting on orders. Whether capturing ordinary people or ensnaring practitioners, the mastermind was not the Mountain Ghost sect, but the Demon Capture Division itself. Even the Floating Flame sect, which ostensibly supported the Mountain Ghost sect, was often merely taking orders from the Demon Capture Division. This was quite intriguing. The clandestine cultivation of subordinates was akin to privately raising an army. The Gu Qi sensed an undercurrent of rebellion. It was shaping up to be a tumultuous affair. Helping either side was not yet a clear decision, but Gu Qi did not mind stirring the waters further. He had already torn the Demon Capture Order, slain ghosts, and the Demon Capture Division still owed him 1,000 taels of silver. He would ensure to settle that debt. Just because he had not been swindled did not mean nothing had transpired. This was also an excellent opportunity to boost his reputation. He would take the Demon Capture Division in Jiangyan Town to task, that is, for the imperial pursuit. Gu Qi did not concern himself with it at all. It was neither Gu Chang'e nor Gu Yuan who committed the murders. What did it have to do with him? Gu Qi gazed out into the night, knowing that dawn was still some hours away. Perfect timing. You need not remember my appearance. I shall take the portrait with me. Dao Yun, 7, having spoken. Gu Qi grasped the young girl's shoulders, took a step forward, and vanished within the grand hall. The air fell into a momentary stillness. Has he gone? After a few seconds, as the image of Gu Qi gradually faded from his mind, Master Gong finally realized that the Mountain Ghost sect had narrowly escaped disaster, letting out a long sigh of relief. The loss of skills and wealth was inconsequential. What mattered was that they were still alive. After kneeling for so long, Master Gong felt somewhat fatigued and lacked the energy to reprimand his disciples further. He merely cautioned, "Do not stir up trouble during this time," and waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Retreating to the training room to meditate and recuperate, he assumed that, given his sincere attitude, this matter would be put to rest. After all, the immortal esteemed lord was magnanimous and had no need to quibble with mere insects like them. Until the following noon. Master Gong. It's dire news, Master Gong. All the demon-catching officials in the town have been slaughtered. Master Gong's meditative form trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and replied nonchalantly, "It is better this way. Now no one will know we leaked information." But Master Gong. The ones who exterminated the demon-catching officials left a message on the wall. What did it say? The ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect visited here. Upon hearing this, Master Gong could no longer maintain his composure. The spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, and he spewed a mouthful of fresh blood. Esteemed immortal, I detest you. Chapter 39. Now, the ancestor of the Floating Yin sect, the demon-catching officials perished in the dead of night. The bodies were discovered in the morning. The news spread by noon. The Mountain Ghost sect sent their message in the afternoon. As a crucial department of the court, the demon-catching officials wielded immense power, and even the 9 great sects would have to show them some respect. Yet now, they had been utterly annihilated overnight, with not a single survivor left in the branch of Jiangyan Town. All their silver and skills vanished without a trace, accustomed to being high and mighty. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Upon receiving this news, Shan from the headquarters of the demon-catching officials in the capital was instantly enraged, smashing the table into splinters with a single slap, and fiercely commanded the eradication of the Mountain Ghost sect. Anyone who dared to obstruct would be dealt with as a demon and exterminated without mercy. Thus, the Mountain Ghost sect was drenched in blood, not even having the chance to flee. Shan was no fool. He was well aware that the so-called ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect was merely a scapegoat, yet once the message was inscribed on the wall and the news spread, the entire populace of Jiangyan Town believed it was the Mountain Ghost sect's doing. Regardless of the truth or the sect's actual involvement, the Mountain Ghost sect had to be obliterated. Otherwise, where would the face of the demon-catching officials be? This was what vexed Shan the most, knowing full well that the other party was using them as a tool for murder. The demon-catching officials were forced to play the role of the knife, especially since the Mountain Ghost sect was comprised of their own people, albeit merely insignificant pawns, which did not affect the overall situation. Yet being compelled to cut off their own limbs felt incredibly stifling. that if this resentment remained unvented, Shan feared it might lead to his own illness. With clarity of mind obstructed, one could hardly cultivate effectively. Find him, by whatever means necessary, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Bring him to me. Did you hear? Yes. Thus, the ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect was incensed. Starting from Jiangyan town, posters detailing the crimes and offering a reward of 10,000 taels were plastered throughout the towns and streets of the border region. The demon-catching officials, unaware of Gu Qi's appearance or name, labeled him as a suspect. Upon discovering any suspicious individuals, they would first apprehend them. Better to wrongly capture 1,000 than let one escape. It was rare for the demon-catching officials to mobilize to such an extent. The last time they had done so was ages ago. This became quite the topic of discussion, under the skilled embellishments of storytellers. The notorious and malevolent ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect came vividly to life, becoming a staple of gossip among the common folk during their leisure hours. For a time, the reputation of the Mountain Ghost sect's ancestor soared. Children dared not cry at night, and widows refrained from opening windows after dark. The Gu Qi's notoriety surged dramatically. Reputation 999, reputation 999, reputation 999. Within merely half a month, it skyrocketed to the second position. 1. Fish in the pool for 322, 793. 2. Gu Yuan, 93, 696. 3. Tang Yushang, 7, 070. The fish in the pool outstripped Gu Qi by 800 streets, while Gu Qi left the third place far behind. The scores of others hardly budged. With some players even reverting to zero, that Gu Qi suspected they intended to hide in a remote corner until the game concluded. But would there truly be rewards for that? Gu Qi did not understand. However, exerting oneself too early was indeed fraught with risks, as it could attract unwanted attention from other players. Yet he had not revealed his face or name, so it was unlikely he would be recognized. Even if he were, he had no fear. Moreover, the game had just begun. Most players were currently vying to infiltrate the 9 great sects, leaving them little time to concern themselves with him. Seizing this opportunity, he could afford to be a bit reckless. Develop first, then fight. Had Gu Qi not drawn the word spirit technique, he would have likely followed the same path. The combat prowess of the celestial realm clearly surpassed that of the players themselves. The disparity among players would gradually diminish as their realms increased, and in the later stages, even newcomers with minimal skills could hold their own against veteran players. Though the odds might not be high, there would still be a chance. Thus, the true chaos of battle might only commence at the very end. Gu Qi, of course, needed to develop as well, but his approach differed from others. Joining a major sect for mentorship was too slow. He needed neither profound celestial techniques nor intricate moves. No technique could surpass the Emperor's word spirit technique in complexity. What Gu Qi sought were merely spiritual stones and skill quantities. As for mentorship, nothing was quicker than seizing them directly. We are almost at the floating yin sect. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? Gu Qi inquired of the young girl. While gathering information along the way, the two had arrived 20 miles outside of Shanghai City, resting at a roadside tea stall. The girl saved by Gu Qi, named Qing Chan, was a small girl from a remote village. Recently, she had accompanied her parents and uncle to the city for trade, only to encounter bandits, all captured by disciples of the Mountain Ghost sect. Leaving her the sole survivor, Gu Qi initially intended to send Qing Chan to Xinjiang sect to assess her potential. If she had talent, she could join and cultivate. If not, she could serve as a menial worker, ensuring at least her livelihood that he had previously saved by Qi and others. So Xinjiang sect should grant him this favor, but if they refused, he would compel them to comply, perhaps due to her discerning nature. Qing Chan wished to follow him, that Gu Qi had no objection to having an enchanting young maid by his side. Frankly speaking, the feeling of being waited upon waking was quite pleasant. However, there was one thing he needed to make clear. If the situation becomes dire, I may not be able to protect you, Gu Qi stated. For the indigenous people of this world, it might seem that having been saved, their lives belong to the Savior, and dying would be willingly accepted. But Gu Qi was a modern individual, unconcerned with the notion that a hero must be repaid with life. Saving someone was merely an act of kindness, done on a whim. Thus, he offered Qing Chan one last opportunity to choose. Yet the girl insisted. Qing Chan is willing to accompany the young master to death. Gu Qi, You seem to have misunderstood something. It is you who would die. Not I, Gu Qi corrected her. Oh, Qing Chan pondered for a moment before saying, then I shall seek out my parents sooner. The words father and mother brought a fleeting sorrow to her eyes, a sentiment she had not displayed before Gu Qi in these past days. As she had diligently strived to learn how to be a capable maid, she was a clever and resilient young girl. Very well, then let us continue on our journey. Gu Qi spoke no further, leaving a piece of silver on the table before rising to leave the tea stall. Typically, there was no need to search. However, Qing Chan, not hearing him say he wouldn't search, waited for the shopkeeper to find the change. Placing the copper coins into a small pouch embroidered with the character Gu, before hastily catching up to Gu Qi's pace. The two walked one behind the other along the mountain path, surrounded by the fragrance of wildflowers and grass, mingling with the earthy scent of soil. Occasionally plucking a few leaves to play with, they felt at ease and relaxed, truly enjoying the pleasure of wandering through the mountains, rather than appearing as though they were headed to disrupt a gathering. Yet Gu Qi was indeed on his way to cause a commotion as the sun set over the western hills. The two arrived at a mountain gate. The stone door was flanked by columns intricately carved with spiral scales, resembling two azure serpents entwined. The crossbeam was painted in Wutong color, bearing a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Floating Yin Sect. As the two approached, the guarding disciple immediately stepped forward, his tone perfectly poised. Who goes there? Gu Qi nonchalantly replied, I am here to exterminate the demon-catching officials. The guarding disciple. Another disciple, upon hearing this, was alarmed and hurried back to report within the sect. Recently, the incident of the demon-catching officials being raided in Jiangyan town had spread like wildfire. How could they be unaware? If it were false, that would be one thing, but if true, one's life was paramount. Better to flee first. The questioning disciple became awkwardly frozen, caught in a dilemma. Leaving would mean dereliction of duty, yet staying could mean death. Fortunately, the sect leader arrived swiftly enough to restore his sense of security in barely 10 seconds. A voice filled with rage echoed from within the gate as a man in black robes descended, his words laced with fury. Are you the ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect? No, that was just now. Gu Qi smiled at him. Now, I am the ancestor of the Floating Yin sect. Chapter 40. Why are you provoking him? Audacity. As the second-generation leader of the Floating Yin sect, Yin Xinshi had surpassed the 3rd realm in his cultivation, earning a modest reputation across the border states. The individual before him not only failed to show the courtesy of addressing him as a senior, but audaciously claimed to be the ancestral figure of the Floating Yin sect, which was tantamount to asserting himself as Yin Xinshi's grandfather. Already vexed by the matters concerning the Mountain Ghost sect, which had always been under the jurisdiction of the Floating Yin sect, Yin Xinshi found his irritation compounded. The tribute had always been directed to the Floating Yin sect, yet now, with both the Demon Subjugation Bureau and the Mountain Ghost sect severing ties, the Bureau had merely suffered the loss of a few lives, while he had incurred a significant financial blow. Just when he thought things couldn't worsen, an impudent youth appeared, provoking him anew, one who was the root of his financial woes and simultaneously claimed to be his elder. Under this dual provocation, Yin Xinshi's temper flared, and he lost all desire to converse with Gu Qi instead. He gathered spiritual energy in his palm and struck out forcefully at Gu Chi in an instant. A chilling wind swept through the air, and a massive head of a green flame ghost lion materialized before him, emitting a fearsome roar as it charged straight towards Gu Qi. Accompanying Yin Xinshi were several disciples and 2 guests, who had just arrived at the mountain gate. The elder among them, witnessing this display, hurriedly shielded his grandson and stepped back. This was one of Yin Xinshi's most deadly techniques, capable of attacking both body and spirit. Those of lesser cultivation could be rendered unconscious merely by hearing the ghost lion's roar. Its lethality was nothing short of terrifying, and standing too close could easily result in collateral damage. However, he had miscalculated his position. The ghostly lion's roar reverberated, threatening to engulf Gu Qi and his companion. It was met by an invisible barrier that effortlessly absorbed the impact, creating ripples in the air. Gu Qi extended a finger and lightly tapped, "Halt." The ghostly lion's charge abruptly ceased. Yin Xinshi, Taken aback, queried with a raised brow, the Jiuqi then twirled his finger and commanded, "Turn." To Yin Qinqi's astonishment, the lion's head ghost turned to face its master. Yin Qinqi's confusion deepened. The Jiuqi continued, "Go." The ghost lion, like a wild dog unleashed, charged back towards Yin Qinqi. Yin Qinqi was left utterly flabbergasted. The elder was equally bewildered, and the disciples stood in stunned silence. This bizarre scene rendered everyone speechless. Yin Qinqi, quick to react, thrust both hands forward, unleashing a wall of ghostly energy. Boom! The residual force of the third realm spell was no small matter. The nearby disciples were thrown into disarray, and the elder was hit squarely, stumbling back several steps while protecting his grandson. "Who on earth are you?" Yin Qinqi was now compelled to speak, the sheer audacity of Gu Qi's actions leaving him no choice. How dare someone come to the floating Yin sect alone, accompanied by a maid, to issue a challenge? Yin Qinqi had anticipated that Gu Qi might possess some skill, but he had not expected the young man to wield such power. Capable of turning Yin Qinqi's own spells against him. In decades of life, Yin Qinqi had never encountered such a treacherous maneuver. This was no longer merely a matter of cultivation levels. Gu Qi's methods had surpassed Yin Qinqi's comprehension. The elder, who should have intervened, chose silence instead, that he had brought his grandson to propose a marriage, and their discussions had been proceeding favorably. Soon, the two sects would likely become in-laws. Naturally, when family matters arose, support was expected. Yet after witnessing Gu Qi's display, the elder of the Chaos Sword sect opted to retreat a couple of steps. Maintaining his composure, a Jiuqi chuckled lightly and said, "Did I not mention? I am the ancestor of your floating Yin sect." Yin Qinqi's fists clenched, struggling to contain his fury as he retorted, "You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds." The disciples glared angrily at Gu Qi. "Is this an overstepping of bounds?" Gu Qi inquired. "When you forcibly bound the life lamps of the Mountain Ghost sect, did you not feel you were overstepping?" Yin Qinqi countered, "That is our internal matter. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Qi regarded him with a bemused expression. "A minute ago, I was still the ancestor of the Mountain Ghost sect. When the floating Yin sect bullied my disciples, how is that not my concern?" Yin Qinqi fell momentarily silent, feeling a swell of frustration. How could this young man, so brazenly claiming to be an elder, expect to intimidate others? Yin Qinqi struggled to temper his anger and replied, "They were willing participants. You can only blame your own lack of discipline." "Oh, is that so?" Gu Qi retorted. "Then how does sect leader Yin know that he would not willingly recognize me as his ancestor? I would never." Yin Qinqi could no longer contain himself, about to unleash a tirade. Suddenly, a voice of authoritative grandeur rang in his mind. "Have you not yet paid your respects to the ancestor?" A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over Yin Qinqi, and as he gazed at the youthful figure before him, he felt as though he were looking upon his deceased father. His furrowed brows relaxed, and his expression shifted to one of excitement, turning what had nearly been a profane outburst into a respectful greeting. Yin Qinqi proclaimed loudly, "I, Yin Qinqi, second-generation leader of the floating Yin sect, along with my daughter Yin Yin Yin, humbly welcome the ancestor from seclusion." He then bowed deeply, saying, "May the ancestor have peace." The disciples gasped in disbelief. Yin 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 was equally astonished. The elder of the Chaos Sword sect stared in shock. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The elder, having aged, looked at Gu Qi as if he were a ghost. Were it not for the sharp pain of pinching himself, he would have thought he was dreaming. Yin 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 gazed incredulously at her father. "Father, you!" Yin Qinqi shot her a glare. "What are you doing? Hurry and pay your respects to the ancestor." Yin 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 hesitated, then reluctantly approached and said, "I, Yin Yin Yin, pay my respects to the ancestor." Gu Qi nodded in approval. "Your daughter is quite well behaved, with delicate brows and bright eyes." Her beauty was undeniable. The young man beside the elder could no longer contain himself. While it was one thing for his father to be humiliated, he could not bear to see his beloved fiancée treated so. The elder sensed the shift in his grandson's demeanor and felt a pang of dread. This was not good. He hurried to cover the young man's mouth, but it was too late. "You wicked cultivator! What enchantment have you cast on the sect leader and Yin Yin?" Do you understand who stands behind the floating yin sect? The elder's hand arrived just in time, yet the young man continued to protest. Casting an apologetic smile at Gu Qi, he is just a child, lacking understanding. Please do not hold it against him, ancestor. Noticing their attire was different from the disciples of the floating yin sect, Gu Qi inquired, "Which sect do you belong to?" The elder's heart tightened at the question, but dared not remain silent. Reporting to the ancestor, "My grandson and I are disciples of the Chaos Sword sect. Due to our sect's decline and our impoverished circumstances, we have come to seek assistance from sect leader Yin." He deliberately portrayed their sect as destitute, fearing Gu Qi might take an interest. To his surprise, Gu Qi nodded and said, "In that case, assistance is indeed warranted. Let us do this. In light of the cordial relations between our two sects, I shall reluctantly take on the role of your ancestor. From now on, our two sects shall be one family. Should the Chaos Sword sect have any needs, feel free to approach the floating yin sect." The elder stood in stunned silence. "That is not what I meant," Gu Qi, with a smile that was neither here nor there, asked. "Is the elder unwilling?" The elder hastily replied, "I would not dare to refuse, but this matter must be discussed with the sect leader." Gu Qi waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Once this matter is resolved, I shall return with you to your sect. I am certain your sect leader will have no objections to my decision." The elder thought to himself, "Of course, there will be no objections. The sect leader will only say, 'May the ancestor have peace.'" The elder wished to say more, but Gu Qi interrupted, "Very well, let us settle this matter. There is no need for further discussion." The elder had no choice but to bow in agreement. Yes, yes. Though his face wore a smile, his heart seethed with frustration towards his inept grandson. Why provoke him for no reason? Chapter 41. It turns out my surname is Chao. Gu Qi's choice of the floating yin sect as his target was the result of meticulous consideration. The first reason was that the floating yin sect was easily bullied. Lacking a transcendent figure, Yin Qinqi's cultivation was reportedly only at the early third realm, rendering it one of the weaker factions among the second-tier powers. The second reason was the ease of control. Utilizing the art of word spirit to alter an individual's perception could not be sustained for long before the effects of this wore off. Gu Qi hypnotized Yin Qinqi, effectively washing his brain, and finally compelled Yin Qinqi to bind a life lamp to himself, placing it in Gu Qi's hands. This double assurance meant that even if Yin Qinqi later regained his wits, he would have no choice but to obey if he wished to survive. Furthermore, the floating yin sect had a subordinate relationship with the Demon Subjugation Bureau, which meant that controlling the floating yin sect was akin to embedding a spy within the bureau. Consequently, Gu Qi would be privy to any significant movements in the bureau. Additionally, the floating yin sect itself was not insignificant, controlling various minor sects like the Mountain Ghost sect, which could aid in gathering techniques, serving as a long-term, sustainable source of spiritual nourishment. Thus, Gu Qi had come for the Chaos Sword sect. That was merely an unexpected boon. After the elder assured him repeatedly that he would find a way to deliver techniques and spirit stones to the floating yin sect, Gu Qi granted him an opportunity that if he could deliver the items within 7 days, Gu Qi would refrain from causing trouble for the Chaos Sword sect, which would certainly simplify matters that in the days that followed. Gu Qi enjoyed a most comfortable existence. After surveying the disciples of the floating yin sect and confirming that there were no troublesome players among them, he settled into his role as a grand elder. The ancestor has been in seclusion for quite some time, without sustenance, and today I find myself craving a hearty meal. That I have heard that there is an excellent place in Lanfu that serves braised pork. Go and procure some. Yes. I have also heard that the fruit wines of Kiguancheng are renowned across the border states. Bring back 2 jars of each flavor. Yes. Additionally, I would like 3 roasted chickens from Luoshui town. The disciple hesitated slightly, his words caught in his throat. The Jiu Qi raised an eyebrow. What is it? Is there an issue? The disciple cautiously inquired. May I ask, esteemed ancestor, what kind of roasted chicken? Gu Qi. Naturally, the kind meant for consumption. He glared, saying, Tell the shopkeeper to add extra spice. The disciple replied, Understood. Gu Qi commanded, Wait. The disciple turned back. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Esteemed ancestor? In the grand hall, Gucci sat upon the master-s throne, his legs stretched out upon a small stool before him, while Qing Chan and Yin Yin were currently massaging his legs. This demeanor resembled that of a carefree young master rather than an esteemed ancestor. The Jiuqi inquired of the two women, "Do you have any particular cravings?" Qing Chan obediently responded, "Qing Chan will follow the young master's arrangement." Gucci appraised the slender figure of the maiden. "Then you should also partake in the chicken, to nourish your health." "And you?" Gucci turned his gaze toward Yin Yin. The young lady pondered briefly and suggested, "Osmanthus cake from Shanghai?" Yin Yin had grown less intimidated by Gucci over the past few days. Through their interactions, she discovered that this esteemed ancestor was mostly gentle and had a temper far more amiable than her father's, with an unfathomable strength. Most importantly, Gucci had not imposed any excessive demands upon the Floating Flame sect. He merely reviewed some cultivation techniques and took a few spirit stones, occasionally asking her to massage his shoulders and legs. Compared to the oppressive methods typically employed by the Floating Flame sect against other sects, this ancestor was exceedingly gentle. Yin Yin even considered that securing the protection of a powerful being at such a modest cost was not a bad deal at all. If need be, she would serve the ancestor for a lifetime. The disciple responsible for procurement received his orders and departed, while another disciple entered the hall. Reporting to the esteemed ancestor, the elder from the Disorderly Sword sect requests an audience. It had not yet been 7 days, and the actions were quite swift. The Jiuqi set down the Bianzhou Bao, saying, "Invite him in." Yes. Before long, the elder of the Disorderly Sword sect arrived in the hall, accompanied by the previous young man, followed by 2 disciples carrying a large iron box. Elder Li Jiu pays his respects to the esteemed ancestor, the elder said respectfully. Gucci turned his head, his gaze passing over Li Jiu to the young man. "What is the meaning of this, Elder Li Jiu? To come uninvited, and yet bring along someone who had previously spoken disrespectfully of him, calling him a nefarious practitioner in the language of spirit and celestial techniques as sorcery." The Jiuqi generally did not hold grudges, but if one were to repeatedly bring another before him, that was indeed a fault of the former, the Li Jiu hastily explained. "I specifically brought him here to apologize to the esteemed ancestor." He tugged at the young man, Li Zhouhe, whispering, "Hurry up." Li Zhouhe had been thoroughly chastised by Li Jiu after his last return. He had intended to apologize to Gucci today, but upon seeing his fiancée serving Gucci like a maid and not even casting a glance his way, he nearly blurted out "nefarious practitioner" once more, and perhaps even added a "scoundrel" for good measure. Fortunately, Li Jiu's earlier reprimand had made him aware of the harsh realities of life, and despite his outward appearance of health, he bore numerous bruises beneath his clothing. Thus, he had gained a modicum of sense. Refraining from speaking out of turn, though his tone still carried a strong undercurrent of resentment. "Not long ago, I was in the wrong, having offended you, esteemed one, that I beseech your forgiveness, that if you wish to punish someone, let it be Li Zhouhe alone. Please do not trouble Yin Yin." He was even unwilling to address Gucci as esteemed ancestor. Li Zhouhe spoke with righteous indignation, exuding a sense of manly resolve, which nearly provoked Li Jiu to slap him on the spot. Yet Gucci, intrigued, raised a hand to stop Li Jiu from reacting, and asked Li Zhouhe, "Do you hold affection for Yin Yin?" Li Zhouhe affirmed, "She is my fiancée." This was news to Gucci. Yin Yin had never mentioned it to him. He turned to the young lady, asking, "Is this indeed the case?" Yin Yin bit her lips slightly and replied, "Yes." She added, "However, the marriage has not been fully settled. Should the esteemed ancestor disapprove, then I shall not wed." Upon hearing this, Li Zhouhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Yin, however, bore no psychological burden regarding this. She had never harbored any romantic feelings for Li Zhouhe, having met him only a handful of times, certainly no more than she could count on one hand. Had her father not favored the connection with the Disorderly Sword sect due to its ties with the Sword sect, he would not have forced her into marrying a man she did not love. If this marriage could be annulled through the esteemed ancestor's words, it would be most fortuitous that Jiuqi remained silent, that if Yin Yin truly did not wish to marry, he could indeed take it upon himself to annul the engagement on her behalf. A fruit that is forced to ripen is never sweet. He personally disdained such matters. The question was, how best to annul it? through reason or by direct force. Seeing Gu Qi's silence, Yin Yin grew anxious. Before encountering Gu Qi, she had thought of marrying someone without care, but after spending several days with him, her perspective had radically shifted in every aspect. Li Zhouhe could not begin to compare with Gu Qi, not even slightly. Thus, with gritted teeth and a firm resolve, she expressed her thoughts candidly. Yin Yin will not defy the esteemed ancestor's wishes that if you desire me to marry, then I shall comply. However, even if I wed Li Zhouhe, I will remain by the esteemed ancestor's side to serve him. That will not change. Li Zhouhe, Qing Chan, Li Jiu, Gu Qi. Ah, I see now. My surname is Chao. Chapter 42. One realm in moments of extreme anger. One may lose all reason. Old thief, you go too far. This time, he did not even address him as esteemed one, instead resorting to old thief. Li Zhouhe's face flushed crimson with rage, his eyes wide with fury. With a clash, he drew his sword, prepared to charge at Gu Qi for a life-and-death confrontation. In his view, if it were not for this sudden appearance of the esteemed ancestor, how could Yin Yin utter such words? The enmity of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. Smack! Without Gu Qi needing to speak, Li Jiu struck Li Zhouhe, sending both him and his sword flying out of the hall, then turned to Gu Qi. Bowing nervously, esteemed ancestor, please calm your anger. That my grandson is not the brightest. He often speaks foolishly, and he is merely having another episode now. I implore you to spare him. I am willing to take his punishment in his stead. It is of no consequence. You may leave. Feeling inexplicably weary of being labeled as a bandit, Gu Qi waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed ancestor. Li Jiu bowed and hurriedly exited the hall to find his unruly grandson, knowing that his slap had not been gentle. Had Gu Qi acted personally, the consequences would have been far graver than mere injuries. Outside, the master of the disorderly sword sect, Qi Bai, wore a rather dark expression. As the sect provided tributes to others, he naturally came to observe. Had it not been for the keen-eyed elder Li Jiu emphasizing the other party's formidable prowess, he might have acted before Li Zhouhe. Li Zhouhe was a disciple of the disorderly sword sect, and to have Gu Qi and Yin Yin humiliate him was tantamount to humiliating the entire sect. You have a fine daughter. Now, all matters of the sect are determined by the esteemed ancestor, that if sect master Qi truly cannot swallow this grievance, you may test it, Yin Qinshi remarked. After all, he had already given his counsel. Should Qi Bai refuse to heed it and fall at Gu Qi's hands, it would be of no concern to him. Qi Bai's expression fluctuated, but ultimately he suppressed his impulse to investigate Gu Qi's true capabilities, responding calmly. Do you intend to keep treating him as your ancestor? What do you mean by that? Sect Master Qi. Yin Qinshi replied nonchalantly. The esteemed ancestor is indeed our ancestor. How could there be any question of treating? Qi Bai was momentarily at a loss for words by this retort, eventually letting out a cold snort. Sect Master, Yin truly has no shame. With that, he turned and left in a huff. Yin Qinshi remained expressionless. No need to see him out. Once Qi Bai was out of earshot, a complex expression emerged on his face. Just as Gu Qi had surmised, Yin Qinshi had actually broken free from his memory shackles the very next day. The mental fortitude of a third-realm cultivator is immensely formidable, without the aid of spiritual language. Gu Qi could scarcely achieve hypnosis, let alone dream-weaving. Yin Qinshi was merely putting on an act of ignorance that he had considered inviting personnel from the Demon Hunter Division to deal with Gu Qi. As the four young heavenly officials were all formidable beings, perhaps they could surpass this false ancestor. However, one crucial factor deterred Yin Qinshi from making any rash moves. His life lamp was in Gu Qi's possession. Whether Gu Qi could indeed be subdued by the four young heavenly officials was uncertain, but one thing was clear. He would certainly perish, and should he die, what use would it be for the Floating Flame sect to reclaim anything? The sensation of having one's throat constricted is truly unbearable. Previously, he had always controlled others with his life lamp, never considering that he might find himself in such a predicament. Perhaps this is what one calls karmic retribution. Yin Qinshi sighed within, recognizing there was no other choice at this juncture. He might as well pretend that the Floating Flame sect truly had such an esteemed ancestor, as long as he remained unembarrassed. The awkwardness would fall upon others. Moreover, He had personally witnessed Gu Qi's strength. If the latter could protect the floating flame sect at a critical juncture, then what was the harm in addressing him as ancestor? Such is the way of cultivation. Those with stronger fists hold the truth point. One must reach the pinnacle, lest they forever struggle for survival. Sometimes, face is more important than anything else, and at other times, it is worth less than a scrap of toilet paper. So be it. Yin Xinqi ceased his ponderings. He feared that if he continued, his thoughts would become muddled. Meanwhile, within the hall, Gu Qi resumed his earnest study. With nothing else to occupy his time, he perused various cultivation techniques with appealing names. As they served as material for his dreams, Gu Qi was remarkably quiet while reading. In fact, he spoke little even when not reading. A fact that Qin Chan had grown accustomed to done on the delicate visage of Yin Yin Yin. A charming expression of turmoil danced as she absent-mindedly kneaded Gu Qi's legs. After pondering for quite some time, she could no longer restrain herself. Stealing glances at Gu Qi's handsome profile, her cheeks flushed, she called out softly, "Ancestor." Gu Qi turned his gaze slightly, responding with a simple, Yin Yin fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Her voice barely above a whisper. Yin Yin is now free from her engagement, and this evening she shall truly attend to the ancestor. Gu Qi remained silent, thinking to himself that such an effort was wholly unnecessary. A mere massage of legs and shoulders would suffice. Did she truly wish to absorb my essence? He then remarked, "I have a peach." As his words fell, a plump and enticing peach materialized in his hand, which he promptly offered to the young girl. "Here, have a peach." Yin 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 could only respond with silence. That Gu Qi continued his reading that in recent days. He had dedicated considerable time to the study of the art of words, having grasped the fundamental principles governing the consumption of Tao rhythm. Each invocation of this art required a minimum deduction of 1 point of Tao rhythm. This was the first rule. Secondly, the more absurd the effect of the invocation, the greater the consumption. For instance, when he had previously immobilized Yin Xinqi with a lion-headed ghostly visage, it had cost him 3 points of Tao rhythm, while subsequent commands of turn and go only deducted 1 point each, as the most irrational step had already been accomplished during the binding phase, rendering the remaining actions merely logical. The quality, level, and realm of the target also played a significant role. Had the lion-headed ghostly visage been a more advanced spell, the binding would have required more than 3 points. In terms of effectiveness, 5 points of Tao rhythm were sufficient to summon a competent third realm spell, while 10 points might instantly vanquish a third realm cultivator. However, such individuals could employ magical artifacts for defense or evade through agility, making actual harm uncertain. Thus, to slay a third realm cultivator, a minimum of 15 points of Tao rhythm was necessary, with 20 being a far more secure estimate. For those of the celestial human realm, the requirements escalated significantly. 35 points would surely fall short, and doubling that figure might be more accurate, though this was merely speculation. The calculations proved rather elusive, much like the thoughts of a young woman, leaving Gu Qi to navigate by intuition. Only through practical experience could he ascertain the specifics. As night fell, Gu Qi returned to his guest chamber, retrieving the spirit stones sent by the Wanjin sect, and began his cultivation. Current spirit stone count: 500. Would you like to absorb them all? Yes, there were only 500. The Wanjin sect had certainly not provided the entirety of their spirit stones, but their withholding was likely minimal. After all, he had only managed to procure around 800 from the Fuyin sect. The Gu Qi was uncertain of the effect of spirit stones on the indigenous population. For him, 1 spirit stone yielded 1 point of experience. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for him to ascend to the first realm. Acquired cultivation: 500. Realm elevation. Current realm: first realm. Acquired attribute bonus: 1. An immediate warmth coursed through him, akin to the soothing sensation of a hot bath. Opening his personal panel. Player: Gu Yuan. Current gender: male. Game sessions: 2 level, 5 physique, 6 1 mentality, 9 1.1 agility, 5 1 strength, 6 1 charm, 9 1 talent, none skills. Stone skin technique LV1. Dream control technique LV6 1. Ethereal melody Yinluo heart method mysterious. 46 remaining entries not displayed. Special Tao art. Word spirit Tao rhythm. 3540. Realm: First Realm Cultivation, 399 10,000. Click to view the current dungeon real-time rankings. As anticipated, the Tao rhythm limit had increased to 40 that he could continue learning new skills. Both the Fuyin sect and the Wanjin sect offered a plethora of First Realm techniques, and combined with those from the Shangwumen and the spoils acquired from the hunters of the Demon Capture Division. Guqi's skill count soared to 136, but this was not the entirety of his acquisitions. Prior to his arrival at the Fuyin sect, he had already negotiated a substantial deal with the manager of the Qiantong Commerce in Shanghua City, exchanging a plethora of gold and silver jewelry for discarded martial arts. With everyone now immersed in cultivating immortality, the relevance of former martial skills had diminished, yet the system still regarded them as abilities. Guqi would not neglect such a significant opportunity. He intended to remain at the Fuyin sect a while longer before returning to Shanghua City to collect his goods, allowing the Qiantong Commerce more time to procure additional martial arts manuals. Thus, time passed and 7 days elapsed, and on the 8th day, a piece of news captured his attention. The Border Province Gazette, published by the Junzi Pavilion, featured a gleaming headline regarding the saintess of Chihuang Mountain. The content was extensive, yet Guqi paid little heed. What caught his eye were 2 words: marriage proposal. It is said that the saintess of Chihuang Mountain possesses ethereal grace and unparalleled beauty. With such exquisite beauty, she should be able to garner considerable prestige, no?